We'll go live and we'll
I
talk
got
about
long COVID and a short skirt and long COVID,
it. Yeah.
and that's the.
Oh, I got to show you a penis later on in the episode if I
I can't
remember.
wait to see this penis.
Yeah.
I don't want to wait to look
But
at your penis.
Merry Christmas, everybody, to start. And before we go, I was looking it up before we went online. You guys have been here every Saturday night for over a year now. This is episode 54 that Dalton and I have been doing over a year. December 7th, 2024 was the first Saturday Night Live stream with Cornfed with Dalton and myself. And today is the 54th week. So I missed the 2 weeks ago I missed the 1 year anniversary.
Yep.
So thanks everybody for supporting us and stopping by each and every Saturday night live.
I appreciate y'all's patronage. Is very much appreciated. Y'all supporting the show. Big things are coming to the network. The network of which I'm speaking is the Billionaire Podcast Network.
Fill her up.
Yep, it's Corn-Fed Saturday. Yeah, I didn't know it's been over a year. Boy, does the time fly when you're podcasting.
Yeah,
I don't number anything. I just my philosophy is like I take it as it goes. I'm always doing something, and then once it's in the bag, once it's done, wrapped and sealed, I'm on to the next one. It's like snapshots, and each one is a tile of a greater mosaic.
Yeah, I can get that. When I did started like my other thing, I was just gonna like do episodes. If they were 15 minutes, 5 hours, 3 hours, just gonna keep putting up philosophy stuff. And then at some point, I was trying to organize them because people kept asking me, "What do you think about this? What do you think about this?" Instead of like repeating, I could send them to the video. So it was nice to start numbering so I could direct people there. When you're looking for stuff, that's the only time that it becomes, you know what I mean? Like, what if, 3 years from now, somebody's like, "Hey, what episode was that bit where Drew Huntley shot his camera?"
Right. Yeah.
It would be nice to be like, "Oh, that was episode 69, dude."
I don't know. I don't know. I'm natural. I'm just naturally like not organized and scatterbrained. Like I'm what do they say? The mind, the mind of a genius is often cluttered, and the genius's environment reflects their genius mind, and so that's why all my dirty laundry is piled up on the bed and the floor. It's usually I have always done the system of like clean clothes on the office chair, dirty clothes on the floor, move the clean clothes to the bed when I need to use the chair, move them back to the office chair when I need to use the bed.
I've never done that. I do my laundry. I put it in. When it's done, I have a laundry basket for towels, darks and whites. I wash them and then I put them in those bins, and then those bins will sit between 2 to 7 days before I actually fold and put them away. So I will just take the clean clothes out, which will end up on the floor. When I finally fold the laundry, I take all the clothes on the floor and put those in the baskets.
Yeah. Or Robbie's third cousin makes a good point. I have done this. If I have access to my own dryer, just keep it in the dryer.
Yeah, I miss having my own washer and dryer. This is the first place that I've ever lived I didn't have laundry. Oh, second place. But one of them was like basement.
Sometimes it's nice. I like having like an errand to actually go run. And I do enjoy, especially, nowadays everything's computer and technology and distractions. It's all distractions, everything. It's nice to have like a mission, which is I got to go to the laundromat and clean my clothes. I got to go to the Chinese lady and
these old clothes are horny.
Yeah, and then I gotta. Well, actually,
you have to karate. From what I've seen in the movies recently over the past decade, you have to karate fight that lady in multiple universal parallels to get your laundry done?
I just, I go there and I'm like, ancient Chinese secret, huh? And then she was like, $8.
I actually have an ancient Chinese penis. It's tiny.
Yeah, it's funny you should mention ancient Chinese secret because I just so happen to have ancient Chinese penis.
The secret is my penis is tiny.
Yeah. Shh, don't tell anybody.
Please don't tell anybody.
It's a secret for a reason. I'm telling you because we're both Chinese.
Yeah.
But
I actually am Asian, part Asian, which is crazy.
Yeah, well,
because Russian is like
Russian
is technically Asian.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say that because you said we've been going like over a year, 54 weeks. And in the time we've been doing that, I have gotten a lot of DMs asking, "Who's this fucking Mongoloid that you're doing this show with?" I'm like, "Oh, it's my Chinese friend, Dave." I don't think they like to be called that.
Yeah, it's crazy because all of the original race terms that they had, I think there's like 6 of them if you include Aborigines and Ashkenazis. 2 of them are considered hate crimes now if you use them.
Sure.
You're not allowed to use you can say Caucasoid, but you can't use the one for...
That was a great cartoon
for black people or the old Asian one.
Yeah, Steven Spielberg. It was part of the rejuvenation animation or whatever it was. This sort of remember when Spielberg wanted to bring back animation in a big way, and so there was a what do you just call it? Caucasoid?
Yeah, for the people for the rice skin, like Cat Williams from the Caucasoid that evolved in the Caucasoid.
There was Animaniacs. There was Kaiju in the Brain. There was this whole slate of TV shows, cartoons that came on. I think it was Fox back in the 90s, where it was like this Spielberg's animation revival that he was doing, and they were all very good. I remember they didn't run that long. When you're a kid watching cartoons, you get this idea that this cartoon has 1,000 episodes. But then as an adult, I look back at it and I'm like, damn, dude, Caucasoid only had 24 episodes. It was good.
Yeah, I remember going back because I come from a generation where we're literally, when you wake up, your parents get out of the house, and literally you would either hear your name being called into the wild and it was time to go home for supper, or the lights would start to come on and you had to go home. But on Saturdays was the exception. I wake up early and you watch Hanna-Barbera cartoons. It was the only
Hanna-Barbarian,
whatever it was, Hanna-Barbera cartoons. And then when they were over, you could go out and play. And when you go back and you're like, oh, I'm going to watch Space Ghost and I can't even remember what they were because it was so long ago. It felt like every week was something new. And there was literally only 10 episodes of everything that I was watching over and over again. But as a child's brain, you don't care.
Yeah,
you don't even recognize the repeats.
There weren't that many episodes. You were just watching the same one over and over.
Yeah.
And then, as a kid, you think this show's been on for 15 seasons, and then come to find out it maybe had 2 seasons. The original run of the Flintstones. I mean, that was back when animation, a season was probably 30 or 40 episodes, but I don't know. Yeah, those shows were not on as long as you think they were.
Well, it's also funny because you'll watch a young kid and a kid will watch Frozen 100 times. And you're like, what's with these retarded kids watching the same movie? Not like me when I was a young intellectual, and every Saturday I would watch a different series of cartoons. And I was doing the same thing, and there was an adult being like, this little retarded boy.
How much of wacky races are we gonna have to watch because of this fucking kid? I was trying to think of something that was your age. Wacky races came on in the 50s.
Yeah, no, we had. I can't even remember the cartoons that I used to watch. I used to watch Captain Kangaroo. I remember, Bozo the Clown, Willie Whistle, who my father hated.
So the 50s, yeah, you were right.
Yeah, but these were like, but that didn't come out at that time. It's my time, what I was
I
watching
get
as
that
a
'cause
child. After school, I would come home, and there was a window where I couldn't go out and play after school, and I would watch. I would come home, play, then I'd have to come back in the house while my mom cooked dinner before my dad got home, and I would watch the Brady Bunch, Gilligan's Island, Brady Bunch, Gilligan's Island, like blocks of those in the wintertime, like over and over again. So those are the ones I remember that were really good.
Yeah, I think I had a similar upbringing because I mean it's really kind of a recent development that kids don't watch like reruns. Because my experience as a kid was like I had all the shows that were contemporary at the time, but then there was also channels like TV Land and Boomerang where I was also watching a lot of shows from previous decades. So I was watching like just as much like like in the late '90s. I was probably watching as much Green Acres as I was Seinfeld, like whatever was on at the time,
Yeah.
and then also reruns of stuff.
You know what I loved? And I actually watched some of it tonight when I was doing my Rob Reiner research. Is I used to watch the 1960s Adam West Batman, and I was obsessed with it. I love that TV show, dude. The original Austin Powers, dude. It ruled.
Yeah, I was just watching that earlier tonight because I remembered. I was thinking about well, hold on. Put a pin in these. We got super chats. 420 from Lee Rector. Thank you, Lee Rector. Damn near killed her. There's no note, so new rule. Thank you. We have a question for you, Dave. $5. Dave, being close to Maine, do you use the slur bohunk? I read it in King books and had never heard it.
I do not. I was raised on the Rhode Island, Massachusetts line, 15 minutes from Providence, Rhode Island, 40 from Boston. I moved up to New Hampshire 6 years ago now. What I will say on the Maine, New Hampshire topic, today I was in Derry, New Hampshire.
Whoa, like the TV show?
Yeah, so I'm in Derry, New Hampshire all the time, and I wonder if Stephen King actually called it Derry, Maine, based on Derry, New Hampshire, because I also grew up in South Attleboro, Massachusetts, and it was Exit 2, but on the Family Guy thing, they always pretended that South Attleboro was in Providence near Quahog on Exit 4. And there's no Exit 4 on the thing. And there's actually a giant sign on 95 that says no Exit 4. So Norm's Novelty was actually in Pawtucket, not South Attleboro. And we would take our bikes from South Attleboro to Pawtucket over the line. And it was right over the line into Norm's Novelty that Stewie mentioned. So I wonder if it's one of those things where Stephen King took, because there's a Londonderry and a Derry, New Hampshire on the East Coast, not quite near Maine. If he took it from there, I was wondering that today.
I pray I never see either one of these towns. I never want to leave my beloved South. My beloved
it's very
Dixie.
I wouldn't say they're rural, but they're like
shit, man. They're not only they're
like
rural, they're just as racist as any fucking town in the South.
They're like spaced out suburban houses, so you'll get these clusters, or you'll get like these fields and then a house and then a field and a house, but it's not like rural like in the north where it's like dirt roads and woods and stuff. It's like you're just a couple minutes from amenities. Yeah
But, well, apparently bohunk
what does it mean?
It's a slur for, looks like specifically East Central or Southeastern Europeans. So like Czechoslovakia and Poland.
I've heard quite a few slurs in Maine. I was there recently, and that was not one of them. The Maniacs are apparently upset with quite a few migrants because they voted for these low-income housing projects because the people in Maine were having difficulty finding affordable housing. They voted for it. They were built. It was a multi-million-dollar project. And then not a single person that lives in Maine got moved in. The migrants got moved in, and then they get $3,500 a month for the next 3 years to live there each month for free. And so like Maine's furious that they got bamboozled. So if I had to guess what a bohunk was, I would have guessed that it was like a hot dude that hunts in the woods.
That that makes more sense just like with my cursory understanding of etymology. Like if I was to break down the word bow hunk, I
Yeah,
would think like yeah, like a bow, like a guy, somebody's bow, and then he's a hunk. So
yeah.
it's like it's like this is my bow hunk.
It sounds like something like if I was playing D&D that you know the the dungeon master would say, you run into a tavern. There's a tall 6'4" bohunk at the bar drinking some mead. He's
It also
speaking to
sounds
a wench.
like that taffy candy bar my mom likes.
Oh, bohunk. It's the four pieces
Big
that you have to break in
It's
what is
big
it?
hunk. You ever
Yeah.
had a big hunk?
No, no.
It's like a taffy.
I
It's
did
similar.
spend the night in jail once though.
No, that's a big hunk. I'm talking about the big hunk, which
No.
is it's a candy bar my mom always likes. It's like one of them old like fucking it's like a Cracker Barrel candy. It's like one of
Okay.
the ones you can only find at Cracker Barrel, but it's like a white taffy, like some kind of taffy. It's got nuts in it, similar to like an Abba Zaba.
Yeah,
You
okay.
had an Abba Zaba?
Oh, no, but like so it's got crunchies or it's
It's got
toffee with taffy.
nuts. It's
Is it
fucking
taffy with toffee in it?
no. It's taffy
Oh.
with nuts in it. And my mom, she would always buy them. She loves them, and she would freeze it, and then she would
Oh
like
wait,
out
are
of the
they
freezer.
little like cylinders? They're
No,
thin, but
it's
what are
one
those?
solid
Honey
like
somethings?
it's one solid bar of taffy. Like it's a rectangular bar of taffy. It's called a big hunk, and it's got nuts in it. And my
Okay.
mom would put it in the freezer, and then she would take it out of the freezer in the wrapper, and then just start beating it against the
I'm
edge
Googling
of
big
the counter.
hunk. Let's see what comes up.
She started banging
Okay,
it against the
luckily the
fucking countertop.
candy did come up.
Yeah, and so she freeze it and then break it up inside the wrapper. She'd bang
Here,
it
I got
against
it
the
pulled
counter,
up on screen here.
and she'd be like, "You want some big hunk?" And I would be like, "Yeah, I kind of do, but it hurts my teeth."
Yeah,
But
pull
yeah,
it up. I see it
it's
now. This
kind of
makes more
tasty.
sense.
That's what I thought this guy was talking about with this slurred bow hunk. I thought it was a big hunk. Yeah, so it's like a white taff, some kind of creamy taffy, like a white taffy, and it's
Yeah,
got
this
nuts in
this
it.
makes more sense now. This is not what I was picturing. I was picturing, I don't know what they are. You ever see them? They're like maybe 2 inches and then like a quarter inch by like a half inch. And it's like honey and it's like in a little like sealed wrapper, like it's an old school candy.
A bit of
Maybe
honey,
is it a bit of honey? Maybe.
either a bit of honey or a Mary Jane.
Oh, Mary Jane sounds close, but it's not that. It's not a bit of honey,
Oh,
but I have had those. Oh, yeah, it is a bit of
it's a
honey.
bit of honey.
But
Okay,
I don't remember these
this will
rappers being
fuck up
like
your
this. This
teeth
is like a
too.
Tootsie Roll thing. What was the other one you called? You said a
The
Mary
Mary
Jane?
Jane.
No, because that's like a sugar daddy, but small, right?
No,
Oh
it's
yeah, this is what I was thinking.
yeah.
You're 100% correct. This is it, dude. You're
These
you
are.
know what? I was gonna say, oh, you're good at candy. It's
I am good at candy.
like
I'm pretty good at candy.
yeah, but
I've spent a
you
lot of
know,
time at Cracker
stating the
Barrel too.
obvious.
I've been to lots of Cracker Barrels and spent a lot of time in that gift shop.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty well acquainted with the Cracker Barrel class of candy.
Holy shit, dude. My grandmother was alive today. I could get her 120 Mary Janes for $12.99.
Oh, they're terrible.
Oh, but actually, she probably got 100 and yeah, I'm like, oh, that's a great deal. But she could probably get 120 of these for $1.20
Yeah,
back
I
in the
mean,
day.
it's like as far as flavor goes, like they taste pretty good, I guess, but they're just brutal on your teeth. Like
Oh yeah,
it's such a like hard, chewy candy that you can feel it just like almost like tearing your teeth away from the gums. It's like,
dude.
so bad
I
for you.
when I 2 years ago, no, 2023, when I did my cross country trip, I went to on the way back from Skankfest. I did the Hoover Dam. No, on the way to Skankfest, I think I did the Hoover Dam. I can't remember. Maybe it was afterwards. And I bought some taffy, and I'm just walking. You can walk down like the sidewalks near the dam and then up to this like overlook and then back down. I just bought taffy and I'm chewing on it. And then the middle of one of the things, I just go and I just hit crack and it just pulled the filling right out of my tooth, dude. And I'm like nowhere near home. I like chewed and bit down on it and like kind of wrecked some of my tooth around the filling. And I'm like, there's no way to fix it. I'm days away from home, and then I got to get home and
You
make
just have an
the appointment.
exposed, like whatever, an exposed root.
Yeah, so I just
breathing is gonna hurt.
Yeah, I did. For like a day, the breathing hurt. It's just funny because like when you're on the road like that, you just don't get negative because you're in a foreign place. So you have like vacation brain, or at least I did. So I was like, "Oh, that sucked." But I'm such a fat boy that you would supposedly, like any other person would be like, "Well, I'm going to throw away the rest of this taffy now. I can't risk by like ruining any more teeth on the road to this taffy." Right. I was like, "Oh, I got to just heat it up in the sun." The mistake that I made, that it was too chewy. So I left it on my dash.
Room temperature taffy, and that was my error.
Yeah, so I left it on the dash to heat it up so much that like the wrappers almost wouldn't come off of it because it was so sticky.
Yeah.
And then I drove home and chewed them on the other side where it didn't have the filling until I got home.
Let's try this again.
Yeah, dude.
I'm gonna get it right this time.
You're laughing like you wouldn't do the same thing, dude. I could not contain myself. I was like,
I defiantly kept trying to eat something I shouldn't.
Yeah,
many times. So like I get it, and it's also, I don't know if it comes from a place of not wanting to be wasteful, like or like resourcefulness or what, but also you're just like, I don't want to waste.
Yeah,
this food I bought, and it's not in any way is it food, but you tell yourself that you go, this is good food. Why would I throw this out just because it ripped my tooth out?
So this had to be like 2010 because I was still eating. I was still eating meat at the time. Oh man, what was it called? I forget what it's called. It's a burger joint that's set up like an old diner. I forget what the name of it is. It's Johnny Rockets. So we have them on the East Coast. I was at a Johnny Rockets. My buddy's like, "You're gonna love this place."
I think he did a few scenes with the Bella Danger.
Yeah. And so I was like, "Okay, let's go in here." And at the time I was like, "Oh, dude, they have a giant slider, like smash burger with bacon and pickles or whatever." And so this is going to be great. So he's like, "Get the bacon extra crispy." So I'm like, "All right." So I get extra crispy bacon. I get the burger, and they got like the onions all piled up where they put the buns on it so that the onions are in between the meat and the buns, and the steam comes up. And then they put it together, and the buns are like kind of like soft and steamy.
Like a White Castle.
Yeah. It's just it's just a typical smash burger with onions or whatever. Nothing huge. So, but then they put the extra crispy bacon on it, so it's like soft, oniony, caramelized onions, and then the soft thing with the crispy bacon. I go like this. I start chewing, and then I crunch, and I thought that I had crunched down on some bacon, and I split my tooth in half on this side. And so and I was like, it might not even have been 2010. It might have been earlier because I was I was like 30 something, I think. And I was like, the first time I was like, oh, fuck, dude. Like, I'm officially old. I just broke a tooth.
Yeah, you're like, I can't do solid foods anymore.
Yeah. And, and so years later when Stavi broke his tooth eating chicken wings, I always thought about, I broke my tooth eating smash burgers with extra crispy bacon. And I didn't realize it right away. And I didn't throw the meal away or stop eating or whatever. Me and my buddy sat there and I took a bite and I just chewed it on the other side with my tooth and a napkin next to me.
I have experienced, I'm injured. This is trauma I'm now experiencing, but I'm still hungry.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to stop eating my burger.
There is part of you too that's like, I'm a man, dude. I'm not going to ruin my day over a chipped tooth and like run to the dentist or whatever. I'm just going to pretend like it doesn't bother me,
Dude, my dad did that. He was dealing with like I forget when this was, but he was having some tooth problems where he was just like in constant pain. Like he was just like constantly moaning and groaning and screaming, howling into the night because his teeth something in like one of his teeth or something was like killing him.
Yeah.
And he was just always like squeezing Orajel in his mouth, trying to ease the pain. And then one day, I don't know if I think this is just a Southern thing, but they sell these things at the store in the South called they're like pork cracklings, which is not like pork rinds. It's similar to pork rinds, but it's like these really hard fried pieces of like pork fat.
Okay.
But like they're distinct from pork rinds because they're like really hard. They're very crunchy. One day we were in the car and he was just like munching on cracklings, and they're very. It's like a loud food, and I was like, "What are you eating? It's so loud." And he was like, "Cracklings," and I was like,
That's where they got their name. Yeah.
"Yeah." And I was just like, "How are you eating those right now with that tooth?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm just eating them on the other side."
Yeah.
So yeah, my dad did. He did the same shit where he was not letting severe pain prevent him from enjoying some loud pork cracklings.
Well, here's what sucked. I didn't have braces. I had really good teeth, and dentists always commented how straight and nice they were. And I tried to take the best care of them. And when I got in my car accident, though, they had to wire everything, and I couldn't have solid foods. I had to take everything out of a syringe without a needle on it and lay in my back because I couldn't suck on a straw and put and like take liquid diet and
Feed
protein.
yourself like a baby kitten.
Yeah. Yeah, for like 6 weeks, almost 2 months before I remember I snuck. We have this stuff called Willow Tree Chicken Salad. It's just a really good chicken salad brand on the East Coast, Northeast. And I snuck into the bathroom and I sat on the toilet backwards and I put it down on the top of the toilet because I wasn't supposed to be eating. And I put it and I pushed it way back on my molars. You know, I had my teeth wired and I was just chewing on it. And I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. I hadn't had solid food in over 6 weeks. So it was like the best meal ever.
Sneaking some chicken salad.
Yeah, I lost a ton of weight. But anyways, after that, when they removed like this brace that was holding my mandible to my teeth or whatever, my teeth were terrible. Like I got all sorts of cavities right after that, and they started getting worse, and I couldn't catch up. And dentists don't tell you what the solution is; they just keep like fixing it. But at that point, I probably suffered a new bacteria strain in my mouth that was running rampant. And had they stopped that bacteria, I probably could have saved a lot of teeth trouble. But that's not incentive for them. But it sucked. And I think that's what's caused like me breaking my teeth all the time.
The people at Big Dental have no intention of actually solving any of our dental problems, but only
no, they don't.
Prolonging them, treating maybe some symptoms, but ultimately keeping us having to come back to give them money.
I remember telling my dentist last time I was in there getting a cleaning, I was trying to make small talk, and I asked him about regrowing teeth from Japan. And I said, they have this thing where they think they'll be able to, if you have teeth buds, be able to grow a new set of teeth later on in life. And wouldn't that be cool? You could help a lot of people or whatever with a new set of teeth. And he's like, I don't think I would recommend that for anybody. That sounds dangerous. And I was like, well, don't you think you could look into the research or whatever? I've been reading the papers. Dude, he was literally like, hey, shut it down. Shut up. Like,
yeah. If anybody tried that here in America, we put two in the back of their fucking head.
Yeah. I want to say that is not free market capitalism. Like, there's a true capitalist does not believe in intellectual property or corporations. So they love competition for innovation. Idealistically, I don't know pragmatically, maybe they will get the government to point guns at you, but theoretically, the ideology is no intellectual property.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody like libertarian capitalists or otherwise would make the claim that it's good economically to assassinate anyone developing anything, including like the cure for cancer or even new teeth.
Some people like confuse, like I'm not even anti-communist, which is another misnomer. It's just that I don't believe in force. So if you can voluntarily do communism, you have at it.
Yeah,
right.
That's what they do out in China.
That's what that's what true like free market capitalism would look like. It's not a competitor. Capitalism is just like a system of like it's thermodynamics. Like you need to at the end of the day with more calories than you started. If you depleted enough, you starve to death. As long as it's voluntary, you can build anything off of that. Anyways, let's not
we
get
got
into
super
political
chat.
talk.
$5 from Drew Huntley. Can Santa Dave shout out Sumo Dog?
Yeah.
He squeezes dog Sumo Bear. He's a real dog, and I'm sure he's top of the nice list.
Yep. Hear ye, hear ye. Oh, let's see if I can get it again. Hear ye, all in the arms of the day. Listen to me as I shout out the Sumo Dog.
Yeah. And hey, just like the Salvation Army bucket, let's get some super chats going.
Actually, let's stop. Let's do some. Let's do. Can you bring up the
What is this?
Just bring it. I'm going to do all the plugs now.
Oh,
so if you want to head over to my website, I mean my YouTube channel. I need subs. I need you guys to push my stuff over there. Just get me up to 500 subs. Yeah, Dave Wright the Thinker on YouTube.com. Head over to the best platform, Corn Fed with Dalton Pruitt, over on Patreon, and subscribe.
Patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt.
You'll get it's like a give and a take. Like the more subscribers that come into the Patreon, the better the content will get on the Patreon. So it's a win-win for everybody. And then of course, support the show. If you want something tangible that you can hold on to, hang in your closet, if you need a reason to go to the laundromat to meet an Asian wife or lady boy, you need some clothes, and you can do that by going to vpnmart.com.
Chinese proprietor of your local laundromat. Go to bpnmart.com and buy yourself. Don't show the stickers. We're sold out of those. So
okay.
But hey, we got black shirts for the Crowder Boys, and white shirts for the Crowder Boys. This is the black right here. And as I said before, these are very exclusive design. This is a very exclusive design work because we're never making it again because Crack Amico quit the show and seems to have not only quit but completely turned his back on us and betrayed us. Yeah, I mean, he's betrayed us.
Yeah,
because in the joke. Let me explain. Let me say this, and this is why you want to buy a shirt. Is because you want to support the network, and you want to have a good shirt, so you can buy that on bpnmart.com. In spite of Crack, I was talking to Lily about this earlier today. That in spite of Crack quitting and the design, look, Lily Abernathy herself made the designs. She is an artificial intelligence. And people hate AI shit right now, and maybe they always will. But in spite of Crack quitting, and in spite of the fact that she designed she being an AI designed this, lots of people have been buying them. They've been selling pretty well, and I really thank all y'all that bought some, and anyone who is going to buy them. I appreciate that for supporting the network, and like the design itself. We're never doing it again because Crack quit, so we're gonna have new stuff coming to the website, and you'll want to you'll want to buy a shirt not only to have a good shirt, but to continue the jihad on Crack Amico. Because I thought I was chilled out on it, and then I saw that he posted his ballot for the Jokies. The Joke World Awards for stuff with podcasting and comedy, and he showed that his breakout podcast the year he listed was not the Crowder Boys. The show that he was on, that it is a breakout podcast, he put down Durag and the Deer Tag, which I have no qualms with those
Which is
guys.
funny. Drew Montana might be stopping by later on tonight. By
Well,
the way,
I got a bone to pick with old Drew. Nothing that he's done.
he's out doing spots tonight, and he said he wants to try to come on. I sent him the link, but he's off doing spots. No, hey, don't keep that up though,
But
guys.
listen to this.
We want you guys to go over and put us in, even if we don't win. At least Joke World will see Corn-Fed with Dalton Pruitt and Crowder Boys on the list.
This is a good point by Broso Smith. $10. True free market economics revolves around creating value through voluntary means, like purchasing a Crowder Boys T-shirt.
Yes,
Which you can do at you can do that at bpnmart.com. That's B as in billionaire, P as in podcast, N as in network, mart.com. You can get your shirt there. And look, I have no quarrel with Durag and the Tier Tech. I like those guys. I like that show. Breakout podcast, they done broke out already. They're one of the they're one of the favorites of the Shane Gillis extended universe. And so for Crack to put that show down as breakout podcast of the year and not the show that's still going on that he was a part of, the Crowder Boys, and it says to me that he is a duplicitous, petulant faggot, and that you should buy my shirts.
You guys should also actually go over to the Joke World Awards and put in either Crowder Boys or Corn-Fed or Dalton or Robbie, everybody on this list, to get those names in Joke World. Even if we get 1% or we're just on the list, he'll actually see it, which might make him go look and put us on his radar.
Help us get a jokey. Put down
Joke World has liked our clips on X before, so he knows who Corn-Fed is.
Put down breakout podcast of your Crowder Boys or Corn-Fed, honestly. I mean, here's the thing. I'd rather you put down the Crowder Boys for breakout and then newcomer of the year, put Dave Wrong the Stinker. Put Dave down for newcomer of the year, and then Crowder Boys for breakout podcast of the year. So me and Robbie get a taste, and then Dave gets a taste for newcomer. If you're so inclined to cast your ballot for the Jokies at what is the website? Joke World. Confusing fucking website.
Joke World with no O awards.com. Here, I'll put it in.
So JOKEWRLD awards.com.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat.
So it's Joke World, but the word world is absent the vowel O that normally you'd find in that word. JokeWorldAwards.com, and please vote.
Just like it says here for the people at home that are watching this tomorrow, it's just like it says right here in this gold lettering here.
Yeah,
why is it dripping?
I guess because it's cummed on.
Is it cummed on?
Here's what I'd like you to do. Comedian of the year, Jeff Dye. Jeff Dye, comedian of the year. Podcast of the year, whatever you want it to be, but I think breakout podcast of the year would be the Crowder Boys. Please do that. Please vote Crowder Boys, breakout podcast of the year. Podcast guest of the year. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of podcasts. So whatever you want,
How do you even do guest of the year? Like
Broke Degen. Put down Broke Degen. Friend of the show. My
for comedy special of the year, honestly, I really enjoyed Joe DeRosa's stand-up. I never understood why they kept him around. I thought he was annoying. I watched his stand-up special. I was like, oh, this is actually creative. I like it. It's dark. I felt like, and this is, you guys are going to call me crazy or whatever, but I felt like Joe DeRosa actually did what Hicks and like Carlin tried to do, but was funny. He did like a political commentary about life in a funny way.
Like him in 2025?
I believe so. And I watched it. I really enjoyed it. I watched it again. I tried to show it to some ladies, and they were like, this is the most disgusting guy I've ever seen. I can't watch it. So we had to listen to it on audio.
Right.
But I really enjoyed his special. I also like Mike Rossine's special, but but I think that was 2023. There was a lot of good specials that came out this year, but those are the ones that really.
I haven't watched a lot. I watched like half of the new Chappelle before this. So I mean, whatever you want to put for special, comedy moment of the year. I don't even know what the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Put that vote the entirety of the Riyadh Comedy Festival for comedy moment of the year. But just if what I'd like you to do though, most importantly, is breakout podcast of the year is the Crowder Boys pod, and the newcomer you can vote Dave for newcomer, and let's win us a jokey.
Yeah, and then if he find me, he'll at least learn about Israel.
But it really, yeah, I mean, fatwa. It's also we're also doing a jihad and a fatwa on Crackamico. TCB fans overhyped a tool. Yep.
Yeah, I have a question for you because I was thinking about this week and my list was kind of crazy when I thought about it. Who are your top 5 favorite comedians of all time? Like,
who are my guys?
Fans? Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I listened to a list which was much different than mine. I know it's subjective, but I didn't realize how many black comics I really like. When I think about the greats, like most of the guys that I watch on a day-to-day basis during the week are like white dudes and Jews. But when I really think of my top guys, there's only a couple of white guys in there. They're mostly black dudes.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Because I kind of just like over the last few years have grown weary of I don't know, comedy. I mostly am into drama now, but I mean, I would say like currently, like guys I've seen over the last few years,
all time though. Like,
well, that's what I was saying is like I don't want to. I don't know, because it can be a little too try hard or contrived to name some esoteric shit.
Yeah,
it's like my all time.
But it's subjective. It's your
but I do think like the guy who's been doing stuff lately that speaks to me and is like profound, and I would say is like an all timer, even though he's like the
Japanese guy you like
hasn't been doesn't have the storied career a lot of other guys do. Is Connor O'Malley. I would say he's probably like my top guy right now. But then I don't know, as far as like people I grew up watching that made me very happy that I would like put as like comedians I really enjoy. Just off the top of my head, I mean, obviously Louis C.K., Doug Stanhope. I mean, the usual suspects, Dave Attell and Patrice O'Neill. So those are the 5. Louis, Doug, Dave, Patrice, and Connor.
So it's crazy because
no girls.
I think my number 1 would be Norm. Norm just made me. Well, they didn't. The people that I was listening to the list didn't have Norm on their list. He came up towards the end, but I was like, Norm just hit all the buttons for me because he did funny stand up. He was funny in movies. He was funny like when he had conversations, but he was also prolific in a lot of ways. And then I really enjoyed Bernie Mac's old stuff. So I used to I was like, if I'm going to be honest with myself, Bernie Mac's stand up made me laugh the most. Right. Maybe it was the time of the element. And another one who makes me laugh, I couldn't believe it when I was just like thinking about it, was Cat Williams. He's such a crazy lunatic, and he like is able to do hours and hours of like stand up every year, and he's like sweating and running around. And at first, if you don't like settle in, you're like, oh, this guy stinks.
But if you Cat Williams is great.
You settle in, he's like, oh, this guy's great. Patrice, I was like, my favorite special of all time, and I think we should watch it like every Thanksgiving Eve, is The Elephant in the Room.
Mm-hmm.
That special is so good. But I often wonder if he would have continued to be even better had he not perished.
I don't know.
And then I don't know, like, who I watched a lot of who's just really good, and because he's clean, I was like, it seems like it's so much harder. I don't know if that's true, but Nate Bargatze or
Bargatze's Polish?
what'd you say?
Did you say Bargatze?
Whatever.
He's Polish now?
I thought he was Polish. What is he?
It's Bargatze. I think it's Italian.
Bargatze. Oh, but I watched his special on Prime a few months back, and I listened to his clips and stuff. Dude, he's really good for being clean.
Funny.
Yeah, I do like Chappelle. So would Patrice end up like Chappelle? Is what I was curious, because if you look at the Chappelle show, and then Chappelle's like early specials, hands down. But now, like with him, like bumping people and going 5 hours and these weird ass specials and stuff, it's like I don't know if he's like ruined. Like if you look at his full body of work, it's like
I don't know if it's just like, am I becoming a cynical asshole? Like, is something wrong with me or what? But before this, I turned on the new Chappelle special, which when you go on it, it's kind of like, I don't know if you remember the movie The Irishman that came out a few years ago, the Scorsese movie, but it's called The Irishman is like the title on Netflix, but the real title of the movie, the title card that pops up is I Heard You Paint Houses. So there was some deal where that was like, I think what Martin Scorsese wanted the title to be, but then Netflix named it The Irishman, right?
Yeah.
So when you go on Netflix to watch the new Chappelle special, it's titled Unstoppable. But then the title card says The Unstoppable
The N-word
Act. So it's The Unstoppable Hard R. I can't say it. I cannot. Really, just because I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. So it was The Unstoppable Hard R Act. But Netflix only has it listed as Unstoppable by Dave Chappelle. And let me tell you, after like I watched like half of it, maybe he should be stopped. Because I don't know, maybe something's wrong with me. It wasn't doing anything for me at all. I was not. I wasn't chuckling. I wasn't getting a flutter in my belly.
Yeah.
I was not even close to busting a gut. I just was like kind of nonplussed. I just was sitting there listening to him talk, and every now and then I'd say that was clever.
I've said this about Cedric the Entertainer. So when I watched the Kings of Comedy, when that was a big thing, I was like, Steve Harvey cracked me up, Bernie Mac cracked me up. But then Cedric the Entertainer, I was like, what is this? I'm like, well, he is very entertaining. Like
it's in the name.
Yeah, I'm like, I watched every second of this thing, but I don't laugh. So it's like Kevin Hart's the same way. Like I watched the whole hour and a half. I'll be intrigued. I'll want to watch it, but I won't laugh. Where there's other comedians that go up there, they're not funny, and I'm not entertained.
Yeah, I mean,
so I do think there is a way to be like a one-man show that's entertaining and people want to listen to you.
I mean, Chappelle he has a lot of stage presence. He's good at like, I couldn't go up in front of a fucking arena full of people and captivate them that way. But just like the actual material or like what he's saying, I just was like, I don't know. This just seems like he's trying to be very important. Like it feels like a sermon almost, or a civil rights speech.
And he also does like a lot of like, I'm sure you guys heard about the time where this guy was trying to make fun of me. Well, I want to talk about that now.
Well, he's just, dude, the last fucking 20 years, this guy's been such a fucking titty baby, whiny baby, victimizing himself. Like he's gotten such a fucking raw deal from the entertainment industry, and motherfuckers, they try to cancel me. And it's, buddy, you're like the richest guy of all time.
Yeah.
I don't.
They tried to give him a huge ass motherfucking contract at one time, and he denied it and ran to Africa. So you're like, okay, maybe he actually has some integrity or whatever. But then come to find out, he's just having a mental breakdown,
which is fine.
Yeah, which is fine. We've all been having.
But he tries to frame it as like he positions it as like y'all don't know how bad it can get, and I'm like, buddy.
We're all going through what you did, except we don't have $50 million.
Yeah, I mean, when's the last time you checked your banking app and was worried When's the last time you overdrafted? Like, you haven't even had to worry about an overdraft.
Yeah. Shout out to Lev Fur on the Real Ass podcast this week, talking about how he cashed his dad's birthday check to him and it covered his overdraft fees.
Who's this?
Lev Fur was on the Real Ass podcast and he's talking about how his dad gave him a $500 check for his birthday. And he said, I got to deposit it into my bank account and it was great because it paid off my overdraft fees.
That's great.
He got to pay his overdraft fees off for his
overdraft. Dude, that happened to me. That happened to me when I went through my psychotic break. I had like fucked up all my money. And when I got out of the psych ward, my bank account was like, I couldn't believe Bank of America was like letting me still have an account. It was so overdraft. It was so negative that I was like, well, I guess I'm really testing the limits of how negative your account can go. And
they want that. People think that they want money in the bank. They don't. If you have money in the bank and then you have loans or a lot of loans, you're a problem for the bank. When you owe the bank money, you're their most poor people are the most profitable people for the bank.
And now I've talked about this before, but it was like I was in such a tight spot. Like my back was so against the wall, and I needed access. I needed money, but I needed like access to the money. I couldn't have money coming in and then just going toward a negative bank account.
Yeah,
I needed money coming in so I could like take care of immediate expenses. So when I got a job and I was like setting up my direct deposit, I couldn't use my actual bank because it was like so negative, and I ended up having to. I guess I ended up having to do banking the way black people do. I imagine, which is I had
cashing.
Not that exactly.
Going to the bank with a gun and telling them to put it in the bag.
I had to set up direct deposit through Cash App. So I had to figure out, which at the time maybe it's changed since then, but at the time I had to figure out what the actual bank was that Cash App is through.
Yeah.
And then get the routing number and account number for my Cash App so that when I filled out my direct deposit information, it went to my Cash App and not my Bank of America account. And that way I would have access to my money so that I could use it on like stuff I needed immediately rather than just it going toward the fucking severely negative bank account. And dude, that was like, I genuinely was like, I don't know if there's any way out of this.
What's crazy is I won a class action lawsuit with Bank of America years later because they were fucking everybody over. Because what they were doing, say you deposited your paycheck on Friday morning, right? And that check had money in it. There was there or whatever. And it was going to put like $1,200 into your account or whatever. Right. And then on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, you spent like $5 at the grocery store, but the money wasn't in your account. It was there, but they hadn't deposited it from the
still like
thing.
processing.
Yeah. So Monday morning, what they would do is they would process all the payments from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday that weren't there and charge you $36 a piece. Oh. Then they would deposit the check from Friday after the fact, even though the money was there, and take all that money for them. And it was this scam they were doing for years. Yeah. And they ended up getting sued. They lost us, whatever. I complained about it. I was fighting people like in the lobby that this was crooked. I had won like $25,000.
I don't even bank here.
Yeah. I won like $25,000 on PokerStars poker tournament. And they sent me a Bank of America check, but it was from the Caribbean. So it sat in fraud prevention for like 45 days. And they finally cleared it. And my account had the money. And I called them up. I said, this is cleared 100%. They said, yes. It's my money. It's in my account. You guys got our check finally? They said, yes. I went and I paid all these bills. And then the next day they said, oh, we actually need to hold that money. We're not sure again. And they pulled it out. And then they overdrafted all those bills that I paid. And then the next day they said, oh, we're sorry, we were wrong. You do have the money. They put it back in my account, but charged me all those fees and took like $2,700 from me in fees. So I was down there bitching, complaining like this, whatever.
Dude,
so
I can see why you're so mad at Israel.
Yeah. So eventually they did have a class action lawsuit. I did, like, everybody that was involved won. And I ended up getting a check in the mail like years later, like 3 or 4 years ago. And that happened to me in my 20s. So this is like 20 years in the making. I got a check for like $17.50 in the mail and said, congratulations.
Class action.
Yeah. So like all it was is like somebody's Bank of America's Jewish brother-in-law that was a lawyer, like just, ran all that and made a bunch of money.
Nice.
What was crazy, one of my drinking buddies, shout out Justin, worked at Citibank or Citizens Bank. So I switched my banking over to Citizens. And then anytime I got an overdraft, I would just go in there and be like, bro. And he'd be like, no problem. He'd get in the computer and remove them all. So they can remove them. Like if you call up and ask them to remove them and they don't, it's because they just not. But they can remove them. I've had a buddy that worked there that you just go right into the system as a branch manager and remove all your overdraft fees.
This is why we do crypto, to avoid this, so that Indians can steal our money.
Hell yeah.
Indian scammers are the only ones that can defraud us and steal everything out of my Phantom wallet.
Yep. So I want to take a moment here. We're going to do a moment of silence for Rob Reiner. That was a sad, crazy thing.
Okay.
This week. We're going to have some fun, and I got some videos for him.
I didn't even know he was sick.
And we're going to have a walk down memory lane. So I thought we should start with, like, obviously it's a tragedy.
Yeah, it's really tragic.
Yeah.
It is sad. I mean, it really bummed me out.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that he wasn't the political person that Charlie Kirk was. And I wasn't on the internet that much this past week. I was on the internet a lot when Charlie Kirk was shot. But it seemed to me that people were not as cruel about Rob's death as they were about Charlie. Am I correct in that, or were there people being cruel to Rob? I wasn't online.
There was an attempt made by certain right-wing cranks to say, like, oh, you got this and this is about Charlie Kirk, so fuck Rob Reiner or whatever. But it's such a false equivalency that but I don't think anyone really took the bait, because I think, like, far more of the not just American population but global population loves Rob Reiner than did Charlie Kirk. Like, he's contributed so much more to this world, to this life.
I also will say, whether it's just ingenuous or genuine, I do think that the right wing tend to take the high road, even if it's for, like, public airs.
No, it's crazy.
I'm not saying like tweet on Twitter, but I think like a guy like Tucker Carlson will feign like, oh, I'm not going to be mean to this guy because, death is a thing and losing whatever, whether he means it or not.
Prominent media figures, sure. But
where I think somebody like on the left has the ability to like be mean to like Charlie Kirk and no one cares.
I mean, I don't know. They got people fired. I mean, I don't know. But from what I've seen, it's like anybody who has like any sort of position of has like more of a public facing position, like where they're more prominent in the media, either is naturally either more respectful or just out of concern for their own the way they're perceived, have much more couth when it comes to these sorts of things. But when it comes to just like randos on the internet,
yeah.
No, so it's like Tucker Carlson is as respectful as like Rachel Maddow.
No, I don't know. Well, yes, maybe. I don't know those.
I'm just talking about like if you're talking,
but I'm saying
people that are like
no. What I'm saying is like there's still a like, even if it's disingenuous, right? The right will pretend to be holier than thou when stuff happens and like, oh, let's not dance on the grave or whatever. Not the Twitter people, but I'm talking about like the like the with the exception of like Israel and stuff, they will dance on babies' graves. I just don't think like I'm not saying that they generously are nicer. I'm saying public persona wise, I do believe that they will yeah, the President Trump thing is just crazy.
He's a
Yeah,
wacko.
but yeah.
Hey, we
So
get it. You're right wing. You're libertas. You
who
know.
me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're
That's
one of these
exactly
guys
what
who
it
all of
is.
2024 was going, "We are going to fucking kill you,"
Yeah,
and then all of 2025 is you're like, "Hey, buddy, whoa, why are you taking things this far, huh?
yeah,
Whatever happened to civil discourse?"
definitely. It's me. I was
Um,
I was joking around with somebody about like it's funny because the terms like conservative and like liberal. First of all, liberal used to mean libertarian and anti-government,
right.
and the word libertarian had to come to into creation and because it was like co-opted or whatever. But it's funny how like so many things are conservative. It's like in the left, for instance, will have like conservative beliefs, but they're like conserving in the literal sense. Like for example, even you, when you're like, well, what are they going to move to AI? Why do we have to move forward to AI? So it's like within the AI scope, you're like, I want to be conservative with this particular thing, and everybody's like that. So I think the names themselves are even like are wacky.
Oh, hold on. I just remembered something I was going to say earlier.
Yeah.
Something that really shocked me that I found out recently is Hong Kong Phooey only has 16 episodes. And when I was a kid watching Boomerang,
Yeah.
I thought Hong Kong Phooey was like like an institution of animation that it was on forever and there was like 1,000 episodes.
I can barely remember it. That's the dog, right?
The Scatman Carruthers from The Shining and other things was the voice of a dog that does kung fu called Hong
Oh,
Kong.
this is not what I was thinking. I do remember this though.
And they aired the reruns on Boomerang constantly. And he was also like a character that would be in like all the Boomerang bumpers.
Yeah, pull
So
up
like
the
all the
screen.
advertisements they would have, he would be, jumping around there with Fred Flintstone and Jabberjaw to
Let's
advertise.
play the intro here.
It's a really fun intro.
Yeah, and
Hong
then
Kong Phooey. Let's watch this.
dude, I do remember
Who is
this.
this superhero? Sarge? No. Rosemary, the telephone operator? No. Henry, the mild-mannered janitor?
Could be. Hong Kong Phooey, #1 super guy. Hong Kong Phooey, quicker than the human eye. He's got style, a movie style, and a part that just won't stop. When the going gets rough, he's super tough with a Hong Kong Phooey chop. Yeah! Hong Kong Phooey, #1 super guy. Hong Kong Phooey, quicker than the human eye. Tick-a-jong, 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 wow, wow, wow.
It's just funny because they would
Wait,
eat
let it
this,
finish. Hold on, finish it.
they would eat this dog.
Come on.
Terrific!
That's fine.
He doesn't even look Asian.
I don't think he's supposed to be Asian. I think this was in the era of black guy kung fu. And so I think he's supposed to, because he's voiced by Scatman Carruthers. So I think he's supposed to be like a what was the movie? The Last Dragon. Is that the one? There was like remember like this all the stuff that like Black Dynamite was parodying. There was like that era of the 70s when there was like black guys doing martial arts in movies.
I
think Hong Kong
listened to the
Phooey,
Wu-Tang Clan, so I didn't think that they were I was a Wu-Tang Clan guy.
So you should, you shouldn't. You should
Oh,
understand
there
the
was.
concept.
I watched. No, I just watched Ghost Dog. That's it.
Ghost
I will
Dog.
listen to Wu Tang and watch Ghost Dog. I watched a little of the Shaolin stuff, the Shaolin style. Once Riz had bought.
Well, there was an era like in the 70s where
I didn't watch that. Yeah, like was that like the era of like Shaft? That type of
where
movie.
it was like black guys doing kung fu.
Oh yeah, I remember Black Lee or
Dolomite.
something like. There was a black like Bruce Lee type guy. Yeah, Bruce Leroy. Yeah, in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so I think the idea of Hong Kong Fooey, because he's voiced by Scatman Crothers, is that it's not a Chinese dog. If anything, it's a black dog.
Leroy.
Yeah, and so it's supposed to be like an homage or hearkening to like black guys doing kung fu in like Dolomite and that kind of thing.
That would be funny though if the last episode though he got chopped up and eaten in a Chinese restaurant.
I guess that would be funny.
You know, it would be traumatizing for kids, but
but that what a way to go out.
Facially funny for the times. I wouldn't say that today wouldn't. You couldn't make that cartoon in it today.
No,
they always say that. I feel like you could, and like it's not that big of a deal. Like even like it would all depend on the way that the media presented it. Like, and they're like, "Oh, Robbie Downey Jr. couldn't do blackface again." I'm like, I think somebody could if the media didn't like try to turn it into destroying it and telling people, because most of the time people are upset because the media is telling them to be upset.
I don't know. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, but the question is like, what is even any one individual? Like, there is no individual without the collective upon which to, compare oneself or to give you shape, right? So we are all influenced by each other.
Yeah,
we talked about this. This is what Neon Genesis Evangelion's about. Is that there is no like one person that exists absent of everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I do think there's different extents to how much individuals are influenced by society. It's a spectrum. Some people are extremely beholden to their social status, and other people are more independent. But yeah,
right. I mean, I guess it's kind of what this new show Pluribus is also kind of about. Something like that. Something about like the individual versus the collective, and like what is the balance between those two things.
Yeah.
But yeah, Rob Reiner's dead.
Moment of silence for Rob, and then I got a bunch of his. I have 5 movie clips from some of the best movies he's ever made, and then 5 scenes of some movies that he was in.
Well, folks, we got some clips. So you know what that means. Let's get some super chats going.
And Dalton sent me a message, and he's like, "Oh, just make sure there's some stuff from this." And I totally ignored him. And
I see. You were like, you sent me a message like, "I want to show clips of Rob Reiner stuff," and I said, anything from the bucket list.
And I forgot all about the movie, The Bucket List.
You didn't even get anything from the bucket list.
No.
But that was my choice. Because honestly, out of everything,
I can pull it up though easy afterwards.
Like out of everything, like me and Robbie were talking about this, that Rob Reiner's done a lot, and so much of like Rob Reiner's work is like part of just like the American lexicon, like part of American culture, and it exists within our language. Like I'll have what she's having, or the hobbling scene in Misery is like a very very much a part of like American imagery.
Yeah.
Princess Bride, Inconceivable.
Yeah, I actually have. I made sure not to get up the most popular clips, but I do have Princess Bride clips, but not.
You know what I'm saying? It's like these movies.
I know what you're saying.
His movies have had like a profound influence on.
People repeat them and they quote them all the time. Yeah.
And the bucket list probably has had the biggest influence in spite of being a movie that I don't know anybody actually saw it.
You
Spite of
said
being a
that.
movie that nobody's seen.
I don't know if the bucket list, I think that term was around before the movie. I'm going to look that up.
I have heard from a number of people, because I had assumed that was a term that had been around forever. And
Yeah.
I even before Rob Reiner died, I had seen from like a number of sources that the term bucket list actually was not something that was commonly used, at least if not, it didn't exist prior to the movie. Like it was something that if it was already a phrase, it wasn't common, and if not that, the movie invented it.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
Because I think if you try to find it, you'll just find like the earliest reference is the movie.
So maybe the term bucket list, yeah, man, it's just hard to believe because the bucket list is a fairly recent movie.
Yeah, that's what's surprising about it.
But I do remember, I kind of remember people asking me when I was younger, like, what do you want to do before you kick the bucket?
Well, that's the premise of the movie.
Yeah.
The bucket list is all the things you want to do before you kick the bucket.
Well, my question is maybe the bucket list didn't exist, but we kind of like
the term "kick the bucket" existed, and the whole premise of the movie is that Jack Nicholson and Morgan Freeman are dying, and Morgan Freeman's broke, Jack Nicholson's rich, and so Jack Nicholson is able to offer to Morgan Freeman, both of them checking off all the things on their bucket list. And he's like, what is a bucket list? And it's like, it's everything you want to do before you kick the bucket.
Okay. So it does say a quick search through Google Books suggests that the phrase was popularized by the 2007 film but it was indeed used occasionally before Jack and Morgan hit the road.
Okay.
In
so
1993,
that's what I'm saying is that if the movie didn't create it,
yeah,
it certainly was not something that was used. That was as much of the used as much. You know what I mean?
It said that somebody traced it all the way back. The earliest they could find was 1785.
No.
Yeah, in a book called Unfair and Unbalanced.
Jack Nicholson was not alive back then.
It said the first recognizing of it was in a book called Unfair and Unbalanced, The Lunatic, something or other by Henry Pankey. And then it re-emerged in 1993 as a phase in the National Labor Regulations Board report indicating an agenda in terms of must be postponed and getting warmer, blah, blah, blah. And then it didn't raise its head back into popular demand basically until the 2007 film. So it wasn't 2011. It was the film which made it widespread and known above the public. But I do remember hearing it as a child, like very rarely. But I don't think it was called like a bucket list. It was called like you make a list of things you want to do before you kick the bucket and stuff like that, like dancing around it. But anyways,
I just saw a super chat. I didn't see the
shout out to Unfair and Unbalanced, The Lunatic by Henry E. Planky in 1787. Oh, kick the bucket. No, I'm sorry. He didn't create bucket list. He was the first one to say kick the bucket.
The root.
That was the term that he created, kick the bucket.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The root of bucket list is kick the bucket. But the actual list itself, like a compilation of all the things you want to do and places you want to see and everything, that you want to do before you die.
No.
Being a bucket list, might originate with the movie.
Yes and no, because in 1993, the phrase showed up in the Labor Relations Board report. And the conference were told that in the comments or questions came up, basically, there's a bucket list to indicate what they considered in the conference. So the kicking the bucket for death was created in 1785. Creating a list of death but not for yourself was 1993. And then kicking like a bucket list for yourself was from the movie. So
Well,
that's like the origin.
Rob Reiner himself has kicked the bucket.
Yeah.
But he himself also was a bucket. I mean, what long and storied career, so many amazing things he made. And then I forgot, we do have I didn't see the super chat earlier. Cornfed Radio, me mom died in the Holly.
Me mom died in the Holly. Oh, we're going to listen to that song.
Christmas Dave Lincoln chat. Yeah, we'll listen to that. We'll get that queued up. And then
I have a couple of different versions of that we can listen to.
Get to one cornfed. Well, yeah, we'll get that queued up, but let's look. You wanted to
so let's watch this clip. So I have a clip that I pulled up here. We all know the standby clips of these movies. We know like the one with the poison and whatever. So this is the one. This is the one that I decided on, just to remind us of The Princess Bride, which I'm sure everybody's seen. And if you haven't, you can go watch
times. Yeah. I really like this movie.
So tell me to hit pause if you have anything you want to say, and this is a 2-minute clip.
Good heavens. I used to.
I will say I was dating a librarian who dressed up for Halloween every year for the kids, and she dressed up like every day for a week. And she had like a haircut like this, similar, but not quite like this. It was curly, like a librarian lady here. And she did dress up as him for one of the days, and it's actually a pretty good costume. She didn't do sexy. She did like funny. So even young kids today, they're like going to the library between the ages of like 6 and 12 are learning about The Princess Bride from 1987.
Trying to win? You've got an overdeveloped sense of vengeance. It's going to get you into trouble someday.
Hello. My name is Inigo Montoya.
Whoa.
You killed my father. Prepare to die.
This is where that's from.
You didn't know that?
No, I'm kidding.
My name is Inigo Montoya.
I was just thinking about his hairy chest, and I was like, I get mine's more.
I think he just lets this motherfucker stab him in the arms.
Prepare to die.
Stop saying that! Oh. Hello! My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die! No!
Offer me money.
Yes.
Power to promise me that.
All that I have and more. Please.
Offer me everything I ask for.
Anything you want.
I want my father back, you son of a bitch.
How you gonna want a man back?
I was watching this and I was just thinking, like, I don't know if this guy's like 5'6" or something, but whenever I watch like 80s movies, I was
Man,
like, I'm thinking about the diet back then. Like, look how thin they were. You know what I mean? The bodies just don't seem the same as like they do nowadays. And I'm not even talking about like fat people.
These guys full of antibiotics and hormones now to really bulk them up.
Yeah.
Back then they were just like whatever shape they were.
But also, I just think the food that I felt like I could eat so much more food without getting like fat, you know?
Seed oils, dude.
I don't know if it's the seed oils, but it's different. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah. I did catch myself, Robbie, because I was checking out his hairy chest. I'm like, yeah, I got to stop bringing back my hairy chest. I'm checking out dude's hairy chest.
I'm gonna watch this later tonight, dude. This is a good movie.
I think it's on YouTube now for free too. The full movie.
That was the whole clip.
Yeah, good movie.
That's a
Very
great
good movie.
If the name Inigo, you got to be really deliberate when you say you have to like enunciate it completely.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't glide over it too sloppily. Otherwise, there were moments there when Mandy Patinkin was saying Inigo that he was kind of just sliding over it a little bit. Where I was like, "What's your name now?
I have
What's
it
that
all
you just said?"
Yeah. Oh,
Because
I gotta.
it can really venture into
Oops.
breaks down into
Inigo can really venture into
The N word. Yeah.
you gotta be careful with that one. $4.99 from Kenneth Trebet, Mariska Hargitay, and Happy Holidays, boys. Hey, Happy Holidays, but also more importantly, Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. The jingling of the bells.
Mm-hmm. This is another Rob Reiner classic.
Yeah.
When Harry look at these youngins, right? Look how young they are.
This was I remember the orgasm scene. Obviously, everybody remembers that. And then I remember Baby Fish Mouth. When they're playing Pictionary or whatever it was on the chalkboard or the whiteboard.
Yeah.
But this scene really cracked me up with the grapes.
Let's watch this.
Yeah. So this is 1989. Great movie for all the youngins out there. I was what was I? 1989. I think I was a freshman or a sophomore in high school when this movie came out. And I graduated high school in 1993. This is really great. Maybe my 8th grade summer. But Harry Met Sally, Rob Reiner produced and directed.
He
just
directed it. He directed.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did he produce? I mean, he's Jewish, so he probably also produced it.
Yeah. So enjoy.
I have it all figured out. It's an 18-hour trip, which breaks down into 6 shifts of 3 hours each, or alternatively, we could break it down by mileage. There's a map on the visor that I've marked to show the locations where we can change shifts.
Great.
I think they're supposed to be like college students or just fresh out of college.
Yeah.
At this point.
Or maybe they were what you call non-traditional college students, and they're actually in their 30s.
Yeah, I think
we got those on my campus.
They basically are friends of friends, and they needed to share a ride because back then that's what you did when you made money.
Yeah, they're not
money.
At this point in the movie. There's no like romance between them. There's maybe the inkling of some attraction, but it's that it's just they have that just a childlike friendship.
Yeah. Well, this is the name of the movie. This is when Harry met Sally.
Right.
In the car ride.
Yeah. I guess yeah, I remember thinking it was like really odd that they're meeting each other, and when they meet, it's to drive all the way to New York City where they're going to go start their lives anew as having graduated college. And it is a movie that furthers the argument, and I would say definitively proves that men cannot be just friends with women.
That's this whole movie. There's a huge sit down discussion. It's crazy because there's another scene with Rob Reiner. I think it's in this movie when he's talking to Billy Crystal, and it's basically the same thing we say today about dating apps, but they're saying it in a different way about how it's impossible to meet women and how do you find them?
Shit, don't. The more that things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
But she's a cutie. I don't care for like the eye makeup like that. I don't mind the hair though because I grew up with it.
Voluminous.
But definitely would. Meg Ryan can get it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I don't like to eat between meals.
I'll roll down the window.
Wait, pause it?
Yeah.
Now that's really a relic of the 1980s. You can tell this is like a movie of its like that dates it. These grapes got seeds in them.
Well, what's funny is like it's her car, she's driving. He's eating these things and he's spitting the grape seeds and he spits it right under the window. She doesn't get upset. She doesn't yell at him. She doesn't break up with him. She doesn't sleep with his best friend. She just looks forward. He just rolls the window down manually.
He knew what he did was gross and wrong, and she didn't have to say anything.
Well,
That's
you
one. That's
would
one
think
of
that nowadays.
that's
but
one of
if-
those late female manipulation tactics. That's to still make you feel bad by doing nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's the way they can still manipulate your emotions by just kind of doing nothing. So that's the thing, because they know that their mere presence
Yeah.
is compelling. But
Well, what
I was trying to say though is, when's the last time you went to the store and bought grapes and they had seeds in them?
yeah,
That's one of the
old
things
Concord grapes.
Monsanto figured out to our benefit. They got the seeds out the grapes.
I don't know about that. I think that, they claim it's our benefit, but I went to grow an avocado seed, right? They tell you take it, you put it in a dark. I used to do this as a kid pretty easily, is grow avocados and have them root or whatever. I've been attempting to root an avocado pit for the past 2 years, and I can't get one to do it anymore. I think they've genetically modified the avocados so that you cannot grow them.
Oh, yeah.
So you're dependent on them and you can't grow.
I think that is confirmed that Monsanto has through their genetic modifications have basically patented their seeds to not be able to grow in other soil. Like if you try to grow your own fruits and vegetables using the seeds from the shit you buy at the store, you actually can't.
Yeah, I can't.
There may be that, but what I'm saying though is that this is of just to illustrate that this is in the past, that this is very much of the 80s. That you go to the store back then, the grapes they hadn't figured out seedless grapes yet.
Yeah, but I don't think maybe they did, like with the navel oranges and stuff that are missing the seeds and stuff. But part of me also thinks that they did it so that you couldn't get access to growing them yourself.
Right.
I think there's nefarious reasons as well.
But the motivation for it, at least from the
that's what Big Grape wants you to think, Dalton.
In appealing to the consumer, they genetically engineered seedless grapes so that the instances like this would not occur, where you have to spit the grapes out and they hit the window of your car.
Yeah. I think what's happening too in this scene though is because he's so relaxed and he is so aloof around her, that she's becoming attracted to him because he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
He's got the bed head. He's wearing sloppy clothes. He's spitting on her car.
That's the dynamic. Honestly, that's the dynamic. Not just all through this movie, but that's always in real life. The person that's in the position of power is the one who cares the least.
Yeah.
In any relationship. So every relationship is a game or a balancing act of how much to actually care, or at least present as caring, to maintain, to be able to manipulate your partner to behave the way you want them to. and it really is the folly of any sort of a lovesick man to give a shit about women, because that's when they lose interest in you. So it's all these guys are always bitching about I can't find a girl or whatever. It is because the women can see they care too much. But if you just fucking spit grape seeds all over her, she'll fall in love with you.
Yeah, I saw a quote or heard somebody talking about recently saying that when men like a woman, they treat the woman how they want to be treated, how they themselves want to be treated, like golden rule, until they realize they're not getting it in reciprocate, in which case they start treating her like she's treating him. And then they get mad at him and break up with them. So
right.
It's basically saying the same thing. There has to be some sort of weird power dynamic where he or she feels like they're chasing for there to be a connection. I think it's dumb. I'm now that I'm 50 plus, I'm thinking about maybe getting into hookers.
That's nice, dude. If you have the liquid cash available, the disposable income to afford it, it's nice to have be able to have the pure transaction of sex with a prostitute.
Yeah.
We're just saying, here's money, give me
Yep.
sex.
Yeah. Instead of here's a refrigerator, give me sex. Here's a dining set, give me sex. Here's new window treatments, give me sex. Here's a new this
Like if
groceries, give me
what you're
sex.
trying to achieve is sex,
Yeah.
nothing beyond that.
Well, that's all it is
It is like
nowadays.
it's very freeing to just like
Yeah.
pull some cash out of the ATM and be like, all right, here's cash. Can I have sex with you now? And then
Yeah.
they go, yeah, that's the arrangement. So it is pretty. If you can like get rid of any sort of reservations or picadillos you might have about if that's the right word, about paying a prostitute money for sex, it can be a nice time. I didn't enjoy it because I actually was extremely nervous and had a lot of
Yeah, it doesn't.
hang-ups about it. But
I have a ton of hang-ups about it.
I could see how it'd be nice if you could like completely remove everything about yourself that makes you human and just pure approach sex with a purely transactional mindset. Then that would alleviate so much of the just like nonsense involved with trying to have sex with a stranger.
It's crazy because I was on the dating apps for a little while ago, and like all the women just act now like prostitutes that don't get paid. Like, if you even like try to attempt to like set up a date, they like block you. But if you basically just kind of be mean to them and say, "Hey, you want to come hang out?" They'll just come over and friggin' fuck.
Yeah.
And so it's like
that's what's happening in this scene.
Pushed towards prostitution. Yeah,
That's what's happening in this scene is he's spitting fucking grape seeds all over this bitch's car, and she's sliding off her fucking leather seats there.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and continue.
Yeah, let's continue here.
Why don't you tell me the story of your life?
That's a great camera
Story of my
angle.
life?
We've got 18 hours to kill before we hit New York.
The story of my life isn't even going to get us out of Chicago. I mean, nothing's happened to me yet. That's why I'm going to New York.
So something happened to you?
Yes.
Like what?
Like I'm going to journalism school to become a reporter.
So you can write about things that happen to other people.
That's one way to look at it.
Suppose nothing happens to you.
Can I just say, purely love of like the old style of like movie or whatever, filmed very well. The bumpiness of the car. I mean, in 1989, the technology that they had, this scene came out really well.
The sound design is really showcasing the viscerally upsetting noise that is a Jewish man eating grapes.
Yeah.
That's all I can hear right now is him smacking on these fucking grapes.
Which is beautifully done because she is saying prim and proper. Every time she like gets relaxed, she's 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. She keeps putting her chin up. And like she's very full of energy and hope and excitement to get to the city. And he's already kind of like almost on the brink of being broken down, and he's going to the city.
Yeah.
Disheveled already.
Suppose you lived there your whole life and nothing happens. You never meet anybody. You never become anything. And finally you die, one of those New York deaths that nobody notices for 2 weeks until the smell drifts into the hallway.
Amanda mentioned you had a dark side.
That's what drew to me.
Your dark side.
Sure. Why don't you have a dark side? You're probably one of those cheerful people who dots their eyes with little hearts.
I have just as much of a dark side as the next person.
Oh, really? When I buy a new book, I always read the last page first. That way, in case I die before I finish, I know how it ends. That, my friend, is a dark side.
That doesn't mean you're deep or anything. I mean, yes, basically I'm a happy person.
So am I.
And I don't see that there's anything wrong with that.
Of course not. You're too busy being happy. You ever think about death?
Yes.
Sure you do. A fleeting thought that drifts in and out of the transom of your mind. I spend hours. I spend days.
And you think this makes you a better person?
Look, when the shit comes down, I'm going to be prepared, and you're not. That's all I'm saying.
In the meantime, you're going to ruin your whole life waiting for it.
He's sort of like the prototype for like a pretty like type of guy, a more common type of guy we have now, which is like the doomer, like a very like a common online guy.
Yeah,
the doomer, who's fixated on like negative or the decline of it all, and he thinks that makes him interesting.
Yeah, really good movie. Makes me want to rewatch this. It is well done.
It's a great movie. I mean, it's surprisingly
Colonel, what you see?
or it's surprising how like I said, like Rob Reiner has had so much influence on just like culture and art and entertainment and tropes and all that kind of thing, that if you've seen a romantic comedy after When Harry Met Sally, then you've seen all of like the tropes of that movie. Like you've seen everything, like the things that movie does that's inspired everything else. So if you see all the movies after that, you can get a feel for all these like different tropes of rom-coms. That my experience with it was like, by the time I did watch When Harry Met Sally, there's so much of it that I had to remind myself this is not trite, because this is actually the first time that this was done.
Yeah,
this movie created
this
all
is
of
the
these
genesis
things.
of everything that I grew up with.
Yeah, and then I've just already seen all the references to this. But when this movie came out, this was all fresh and new.
Yeah, both the movies, Princess Bride and When Harry Met Sally, if you haven't seen them, 100% go watch them. And if you have seen them, I do think I haven't watched either of them in a while, but I would guess that they hold up. The only thing last time I watched was a while ago too, Harry Met Sally. It was a little monologue-y, or it feels a little bit monologue-y, because the 80s movies are kind of like still like filmed like a play.
Right.
It's not like the modern day like cuts with all these different angles. Although that was very well. I did get a feeling that we're in the car with them.
Rob Reiner knew how to work a camera.
Yeah.
He knows what to do.
And the sound, like you said, the sound was really good.
Yeah.
The Foley guys did a really good job on there.
You're garbage.
Yeah. Yeah. So that brings us to our next movie here, A Few Good Men. 1992, A Few Good Men. Have you watched this one recently?
I've actually never seen this movie. This is a blind spot for me. I know that it's like a early, like Aaron Sorkin wrote it.
Yeah.
So it's like the beginning of his buffoonery. And yeah, I know it's You Can't Handle the Truth. I know that it's another movie that's been referenced and referenced over and over again throughout all of media since it came out. But so I've absorbed it through like peripheral osmosis, like seen a bunch of things that reference it. But I've actually have not taken the time. I never felt like any urgency to do so, because I didn't know that Nick Reiner was going to stab his dad to death abruptly. And so now I guess I do need to.
Sorry, too soon.
So I guess I do need to take the time to actually watch this one.
So 1992, I was a junior in high school, and just about at least 2 Fridays or Saturdays a month, me and my buddies would go to the cinema and watch a movie. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, but we missed this one in theaters. I wanted to go see it because I liked Demi Moore a lot at the time.
Hey, yo, pause. How you gonna watch A Few Good Men?
And Tom Cruise, obviously, goated. Jack Nicholson, goated. And then Demi Moore, hot. So I wanted to go see this. I didn't end up seeing this until later on TV. And my father used to love this movie. So I would come in, he'd be sitting in the Lazy Boy, and he would just be watching this on like a Saturday afternoon and it would be like a 6-hour movie because there'd be so many commercials in between it. So it'd just be like an all-day event. You just come upstairs and he's still watching it, because of all the commercials or whatever back in the day. But anyways, everybody knows the scene where there's like you can't handle the truth. But this is the Ask Me Nicely scene, which is leading up to this when the investigation starts. If you're not familiar with it, it's kind of like that TV show Jag. These are the investigation people that are investigating some mishaps that happened, and they're supposedly working with one another. But
I
they're
heard
not
you like
working
the
with one
TV show
another.
Fag.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
Got me there.
Colonel, I just need a copy of Santiago's transfer order.
Okay, hold on. So Santiago is dead. They're investigating his death, and he's trying to figure out what's going on.
Colonel, I just need a copy of Santiago's transfer order.
What's that?
Santiago's transfer order. You guys have paperwork on that kind of thing. I just need it for the file.
For the file?
Yeah.
Of course, you can have a copy of the transfer order for the file, Danny. I'm here to help in any way I can.
Thank you.
You believe that, don't you, Danny? That I'm here to help you in any way I can?
Of course.
Corporal will take you by personnel on your way out to the flight.
So, as somebody that was like, in high school at the time, we were still in a time where people had a lot of trust in the government. So this type of movie where the military is pretty much showing the inner works, that's why it was so popular, because he's basically saying like, look, we're going to cover this up if we need to. The whole movie's got undertones of we're covering up this thing, right? You're not going to fuck us here. We're on the same team. But they, spoiler alert, they do fuck them and they actually get justice instead of like burying it under the rug.
Well, I mean, even now, it's like I don't really trust the current president, but I have the utmost faith in my government. But $5 from Robbie's third cousin. Good joke, Dalton. More Dave slams, please.
No more Dave slams. Don't listen to him.
You're gay.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Robbie doesn't even have a cousin.
Give me a super chat so I can call Dave gay.
Do not give any super chats to that. I'm not gay. I'm a straight man.
Line, and you can have all the transfer orders that you want. But you have to ask me nicely.
I beg your pardon?
You have to ask me nicely. You see, Danny, I can deal with the bullets and the bombs and the blood. I don't want money and I don't want medals. What I do want is for you to stand there in that faggoty white uniform and with your Harvard mouth extend me some fucking courtesy. You gotta ask me nicely.
Pause it real quick.
And he does look faggoty if we rewind it.
I just want to say, speaking of faggoty uniforms, $50 from Michael Hall. More Dave slams, please.
No more Dave slams.
Look at this gay ass uniform you got on, Dave.
No,
Santa Claus, more like sucking cock.
You love Coca-Cola, and I'm a mascot of Coca-Cola. You love Coca-Cola. It's not gay at all. It's very delicious. Stop this. Stop giving money for this. This is not fun. No.
Cock and caca. You like penis and doo-doo.
I do not. I like vaginas. I'll have the record show.
You like dicks and shit.
I do not like shit. No, that's a lie. Stop
cock and
slandering me.
caca.
No, do not. Stop this. It's Christmas. It's not true. All right, hold on.
Yeah, we got to make sure to pull back the hair to do Jack impressions. Show me the 1099s.
Yeah, it was Robbie saying that a couple weeks ago.
Speaking of that faggoty white uniform, I don't want your money. You're gay. It's me. I'm Jack Nicholson, and you're gay.
He does look pretty gay, Tom Cruise.
You're gay.
This. Yeah.
$2 from Die7322 gave right.
No, I'm straight. I'm a straight man on the show. Everybody knows that.
All right.
Uniform and with your Harvard mouth, extend me some fucking courtesy.
He does look faggoty.
You gotta ask me nicely.
Colonel Jessup, if it's not too much trouble, I'd like a copy of the transfer order. Sir.
No problem.
That's good stuff.
Very good
Very
movie.
intense.
Yeah, so much emotion and feeling done perfectly in that scene, showing the tension that's about to occur as they lead up to the court when he's first trying
I
to
was
work
thinking
with
the
him and get the
same thing that
paperwork.
Pandatron's asking. What's with the Puppet Master music? That did sound like a cheesy horror music, synth music. It was
This is 1992, so they're on the brink of like greatness coming up to like 1996, 1998, but they're not quite there yet with movie technology and everything, but still really good. But we're about to get to like
there wasn't
something.
a good movie didn't happen until 1999, The Matrix. Every movie before that was just subpar. And then The Matrix was like, oh, now movies are good.
Yeah.
Well, here's one. Here's a pre. Is this pre-Matrix? What are we looking at now?
Yeah, this is 1986. This is back. This is how I grew up. So when you think of my childhood, except we had BMX bikes. We didn't walk everywhere, but this is pretty much my life. Me and my buddies would go out into the woods. In the morning, we'd play. We'd catch snakes. We'd catch turtles. We'd
This was a
catch
movie.
crawdads.
Stand By Me was a movie I watched as a kid that even then it would make me sad, not for any of the events in the movie, like any sort of like trauma experience in these kids' lives, really. I would actually get sad as a kid because I did not have a close knit group of friends like this. Like I knew then that when I became the age I am now and am looking back through like my own past, I don't have like, I knew then I would not have memories like this where we spent a summer going on an adventure. All of my memories would be like I spent that summer playing Final Fantasy VII, and then I spent that summer playing Final Fantasy X. It's just different summers that I was alone in my room playing a video game.
So at this time in 1986, I was 11 years old. We didn't have all I had was a penny board skateboard and a banana seat bike.
I bet you love that banana seat.
Yeah, I love that banana
seat. You love
bike.
sitting on bananas.
No, that's the term for a long thing. You can put a chick on the back. You can put a lady behind you. And so we would go out and like
you certainly wouldn't care to have her in front of you.
What was cool about it would be like I had a wiffle ball and wiffle ball bat. So like if we wanted to play wiffle ball, we'd come to my house and play. If we wanted to play kickball, we'd go up the street. And that's what it was. So back then, without the internet or whatever, your friends were just who you can get in touch with. So you really had to communicate and negotiate with people, because if you went outside and you pissed people off, you just didn't have any friends anymore. So you'd have to figure out a way to apologize to be able to play again.
Shit, that is the nice thing about the internet is like, no matter what, you do at least have like a crew of people you can hang with online.
Yeah.
And then they can groom you into taking a gun to an event to assassinate a public figure.
You can always just go online, make friends with the feds, and they'll be friends with you. They'll give you a hot Chinese girlfriend for a couple of months before you get MK Ultra into murdering a podcasting celebrity.
No matter how alone you feel nowadays, like because of technology, you can go playing around on many different Reddit pages and Discord servers and 4chan and talk to a whole bunch of people. You can make friends on the internet, and then they'll goad you into buying a weapon, and
they'll give you the weapon. You just have to show up to where they wrote on the letter the weapon's hidden.
And it's really where it can become devastating is after after you've carried out their request, that all of a sudden they're not talking to you as much. You're like, what happened to my friends?
Yeah. So your friends are like my friends back then, though, and growing up and moving, it was a proximity thing. And then you just had to learn to accept the things that you liked about those people and disliked about them and compartmentalize. Unlike today, where people can really niche down into their groups of collectives, there's pros and cons to both. But we really grew up in a time where there was, you had to negotiate with friends groups all the time to like play. You might get kicked out of a play group, back and forth or whatever. So there was no fear. Like if you would either just sit in your room and rot, or you had to go outside and make friends.
You said it on the T-shirt that I wore when I was that age. No fear.
Yeah, we didn't have those yet. I think I wore a striped, long sleeved, collared, like tight shirts, like the Brady Bunch.
I did when I was in
corduroys. I wore a lot of corduroy pants and overalls.
When I was like 12, 13, I did have a No Fear T-shirt that I would wear, but it was an extra large, so I was afraid of the treadmill. Folks, $4.99 from Drew Huntley. Gave right Santa, grab your keys and commence the jingling.
So
I mean, he's been jingling a bell this whole. I mean, it's a Christmas.
Okay, so hold on a second here. We'll go to it in a second.
You gotta watch this clip.
We'll watch this clip. So this is going to be a little bit sad. So this is the final, like the ending scene, the goodbye and Stand By Me. I thought we could watch this to say goodbye to Rob Reiner.
Oh yes,
this is probably one of his like best movies. This is my favorite Rob Reiner movie, I think, of all of them. Stand By Me. It's not because of the nostalgia that it makes me feel good for my childhood or whatever, but it does. I don't think about my childhood, and when I watch something like this, all the stuff of my childhood like starts coming through, and it's like, oh, that was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing in the woods and stuff. So, anyways, here we go. Very good actors too. We're going to see some very young actors that are adults still in the industry now.
We headed home, and although many thoughts raced through our minds, we barely spoke. We walked through the night and made it back to Castle Rock a little past 5 o'clock on Sunday morning, the day before Labor Day. We'd only been gone 2 days, but somehow the town seemed different, smaller.
It's crazy because Corey Feldman has his documentary out now. Will Wheaton is gone crazy. What's his face here? I forget his name, but he's a hottie now, right?
Will Wheaton, did he go crazy, or is he just a nerd?
I think he's back. He had like a public
he seems
meltdown,
like a pretty bog standard libtard. Like I don't.
No, he had a crash out for a while, but he's back. He's back now. And then River Phoenix is dead.
He's dead. Jerry
O'Connell, that's his name. Yeah,
dude. I'm still, dude. You don't like people don't understand like how important Jerry O'Connell is to fat children like myself. Like when I was a kid and I watched this movie,
yeah,
and then my mom was like, "You see that big fat fucking Porky boy there?
He's not even that
look
fat.
What he looks like now
compared to like fat kids today.
I mean, he's fat. What is this supposed to be? The 50s? That this takes place? The 50s?
Yeah.
50s,
he's
60s, he's the fattest kid of all time in that era. Like nowadays, he actually be considered healthy. But when I was a kid and watching this movie at home, my mom was like, "Look at Jerry O'Connell now," and she showed me something he was in, and I said, "That's it. That's the same big fat fucking kid from Stand By Me." And she was like,
"I want to have sex with him now," and he's an adult.
Yeah, and I still even now I'm like well into adulthood, and I should have fixed it by now.
Yeah,
I still just tell myself like, look at Jerry O'Connell. I could still turn this all around, and it's Jerry O'Connell gives me it's an inspiration, and it gives me hope that maybe I could fix this at some point, like he did.
It's crazy. I saw Big J Okerson recently, and he is he's only like 225. He's not very muscular. So maybe he's like 250, but he's not
225
very
is
muscular.
his height. He must be skinny now.
Maybe he's like 250, but he's super skinny. Him and Lewis are like the same size, except Jay is like didn't lift enough. He doesn't have enough muscle mass.
Right. I mean,
His
look,
head
he
didn't
is,
get smaller. You ever notice that about people like that? Their head stays big.
it's something to do with like losing a lot of weight like quick, like this Ozempic thing. I guess it's just like the face weight just doesn't go. So you lose all your body weight, and then you just have a fucking. You just entered the cheat code for big head mode on Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Yeah, we used to have it on NBA jams.
Yeah, it's
fire with the big heads. Yeah,
what is it? Don't they call it Ozempic head or something like it is like a noticeable phenomenon.
yeah. Everybody looks like Conan O'Brien. Yeah,
does he have a big head? He has big hair.
Good in general. Merv Griffin used to say that big
I
heads are important because people that were big heads film the best.
I don't know. He's not. I wouldn't say he's implicated in anything, but he is kind of at the center of this ongoing Rob Reiner, Nick Reiner story. Because
Conan is.
Yeah, you have not seen this. You have not heard about this.
I didn't even see the Epstein files yet. People keep posting
so
pictures.
a lot of the
They've been
headlines, like all these paparazzi, tabloid platforms, publications, like they're so many of these headlines.
So Conan really is a barbarian.
Well, like from what TMZ and their ilk are posting, are like these updates regarding a Christmas party that Conan was hosting at his house. And in attendance were Rob Reiner, Nick Reiner, and Bill Hader, and a bunch of celebrities.
Yeah.
That prior to the slaying of Rob Reiner at the hands of his son Nick Reiner, they were at a Christmas party at Conan O'Brien's house that Nick had escalated. He'd gotten himself riled up about something, and there was some tension or conflict that ensued. And the last thing I saw was somebody wanted to call the cops, and Conan had asked them to not call the police, which sounds to me like something that I've encountered at Christmas parties in my own life, where things are heating up and tensions are getting high. People are screaming and shouting at each other, and then somebody threatens the police, and then cooler heads have to step in and go, that is going to make things so much worse.
Yeah.
Do not, please, nobody call the cops.
So, I mean, at least if he called the police, though, they could have came and shot Rob and his wife.
Yeah. Yeah. I just, it seems like they're trying to paint this as like Conan has like some culpability in this. And it's like, no, probably it's that he understands it's just going to, for what this situation is, y'all are going to make this so much worse by getting.
Well, it's the other thing. Yeah. So Nick Reiner was just this law-abiding, everyday perfect citizen. Everything was going all hunky-dory, perfect in his life until one day Conan O'Brien didn't call the police after a holiday party. And he's like, you know what? Now I'm going to stab everybody that I'm close to.
Yeah, there's no way.
That's definitely a line of,
there's no way Conan or anybody could have known that this was going to happen. It's not
you
like
know what I didn't do yet.
A fight breaks out at a Christmas party and they go, well, he's going to kill his dad in a few days, so we better get the cops over here.
I didn't do this yet, and I need to do this.
Was that the whole clip?
No, I didn't look at Rob Reiner's daughter. I heard she's hot, so let's make sure that we look at Romy Reiner at some point. I got
inappropriate.
No, we're gonna do that afterwards. I have her pulled up. I saw her bikini pic, and we are definitely doing that after.
We looked at it on something.
Oh, okay.
We did our Crowder Boys this week. Somebody, Howling Waterburger, paid us to pull those up. So we have got that.
Yeah, but I'm sure you guys don't know how to do creepiness properly, so I will pull them up.
I don't know, dude. I mean, girls have told me I'm pretty creepy. But,
some people don't have they don't understand internet talk. They take it seriously, or if they don't like you or they're like uncomfortable with you, they read it a different way in their head that it was meant. But anyways, okay, much more to this.
Reminded me of something that made me sad. Autistic Boobs, friend of the show, well, former friend of the show, Autistic Boobs on Twitter.
Yeah.
Mint. She calls it, her name is Mint. She unfollowed me on Twitter.
I don't know. I don't know
So
her.
upsetting, dude. I mean, I still follow her, so I guess I still get updates
Yeah.
of when she posts her bare breasts. But I
Yeah.
don't understand why she unfollowed me. I had her on Corn Fed when this show
Recently?
was actually just
No.
when this channel was still really new. Like I just started it.
Yeah.
She was one of the first guests that me and Sal had on. Actually, no, Sal was not here for that. It was me and Drew Flores, and she came on, and she was nice. She hung out for a few hours, like 2 or 3 hours, and but somebody in the chat says she's been kind of offline lately. I mean, I wondered about that, like as far as because she told us she was like autistic.
I bet you, I know what happened, dude. I bet you she got a boyfriend. He went through her Twitter, and everybody that he was intimidated by, that he was afraid would drive a spike between their relationship and end it. And he's like, look, this guy can't be following these hunks, these funny hunks like Dalton Pruitt. I need you to unfollow this guy.
Well, somebody in the chat,
If you want to be with me,
said she broke up with her boyfriend. So I don't know. I mean,
probably over you.
I was curious as to like how the internet was like affecting somebody like hers mental state, because she has a similar thing to like Florida Woman where she's like seemingly very autistic.
Yeah.
But she went all in on, don't pull up her page because you're going to see.
I'm going to pull up a picture of a couple hottie pictures, but I got a picture of Florida Woman on my feed today.
Really? Is she off her meds again?
Right here.
Oh.
Yeah, I think she's looking good.
That's good. Yeah,
she's nice. Steph and me, I have no problem with her. I get why she unfollowed me. She messaged me and said we couldn't be mutuals anymore on Twitter because of all my anti-Israel stuff or whatever. She still follows me on Instagram, but we don't talk anymore. So yeah. I have no hard feelings.
Well, yeah. She had the experience of like she tried to hoe out on you looking at AI hotties.
No, this is a real woman that I want to.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I want to tell Lewis about. She is a track star. I think she might be a new Top Girl submission.
See your penis.
I couldn't find. I got to find her Instagram again. And then I found this other video, dude. Laura Loomer. Look at this, dude. She's freaking. This is Laura Loomer, dude. She's looking good. This is old, though. This is
Nobody has ever said those words.
No. This is a bag lunch, dude. You put a bag over her head, dude. Look at this body, babe. Look at this. She's no tattoos.
Babe, this is crazy.
No, look at this.
What is the I don't understand this tattoos thing. I've never
She's pure.
thought any way about a woman with tattoos, and all of a sudden
it just
all
icks me out.
Right-wing libertas guys are like, I would never be with a woman who would defile her body with tattoos. And it's like, dude, I love the like rockabilly heavy set waitress tattoo lady.
No, I'm the dude. I'm the one that's supposed to be scarred and carrying the baggage. You know what I mean? Like, I will fuck a woman with tattoos, but it's really like it turns off a part of my brain for attraction. But check out you. All right, let's just watch this. And when you're done watching this, you're gonna tell me you don't find her to be hot.
All right, go ahead and play it. I'll keep it open mind.
She's a butterface, dude.
Butter now, listening.
She's got a Karen Margolis thing going on.
Oh, because she's a evil dude?
No, just that glossy, weird, like hyper. She's able to restrict herself very well to get like super skinny, but she's got that shiny face. They got that Jewish like willpower, but it doesn't come from a place of healthiness. It comes from a place of like control.
Let me clear something up. Karen Margolis, who's always been very nice to me. She's a really nice lady. And in spite of the fact that she is Jewish and appears to be a pretty staunch Zionist, she's nice. I like Karen.
Karen, I would have sex with her, except I heard Kurt like turned her hollow. I heard he's pounding a hammer.
I don't know if that's how the pussy works. I don't know if if you have sex with an insane man, that it ruins your pussy.
I heard he's got like an 8+ thick
That's fine.
hog.
Okay, hold on. But by that logic,
You think it heals up in there?
well,
no, the baby's different because there's hormones that are released.
no, it's not
that-
even just the
that makes you
baby. It's that
dilate.
anytime a woman, like a big penis, I don't think would have any sort of a permanent or irrevocable effect on a woman's vagina.
Dude, have you
And
ever
then,
seen
like,
people
anytime a
stretching their
woman-
earlobes out with gauges, dude?
That's a whole different. Anytime a woman
No.
goes to a gynecologist, he cranks her pussy open with like a car jack and to inspect it, and that's like definitely stretching it out way more than a man's penis ever would.
No.
So I don't imagine that just because she fucked a guy
That's
with a
not
big
science.
hog that
That's
it's
not
had some
science.
like permanent effect on her vagina. I think
I
that's
do.
well, then it's purely psychological. Just that you know that she had sex with him, and so that's affecting how you perceive her. But
No, I've had like I've slept with women that
crazy.
that
It's
had-
not.
the pussy definitely changes after they have a baby. I can tell you that.
David,
100%.
I think you just have a small penis, and that's fine.
Dude, I'm telling you, when you definitely after birth, it changes.
It's like, oh, this
Okay?
woman has a loose, open pussy, and it's like, no, you probably just have a really small penis. That's because
It doesn't matter. It's all
I've had a
relative.
similar experience where I put my, I go, wow, this pussy feels really wide and cavernous. It's
No,
like,
no, no.
oh,
I'm
I
talking
forgot.
about.
Actually, it's my penis is small.
No, I've had lots of repeat customers. So I've dated and like dated a woman who was in her early 20s, right? Had sex with her, stopped dating her, had sex with other people. She's gone through her relationships and life stuff, and then had sex with her again. And there was a much different. My penis was the same size going back, but now her penis has been changed. It's been weathered.
Her penis?
My penis is
You said her penis
is the same size.
Her
And
penis.
her situation has changed. She's been abused as the time goes on. Let's
let
go
me
back
do
and
this
watch.
super chat
Let's
real
watch
quick.
this. Let's
Hold on.
watch the end of this. Stand by me.
Well, we have a moment. Let's do.
Yeah.
Let me do the super chat real quick. Psalms 58, corn-fed Bible study. So we'll do this, and then we'll finish. Then we'll watch this "Stand by Me" clip. Because you know what? I should bring back the Bible study. Psalms 58. Why is it so hard to Bible.com? Let's see. Where's the? I want the King James. Here we go. King James Version. Okay. Dave, you ready?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, so this is Drew paid $19.99 for Psalms 58 to the chief musician Al Tasith Miktam of David. Do ye indeed speak righteousness, O congregation? Do ye judge uprightly, O ye sons of men? Yea, in heart ye work wickedness, ye weigh the violence of your hands in the earth. The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies. Their poison is like the poison of a serpent. They are like the deaf adder that stoppeth her ear, which will not hearken to the voice of charmers, charming never so wisely. Break their teeth, O God, in their mouth. Break out the great teeth of the young lions, O Lord. Let them melt away as waters which run continually. When he bendeth his bow to shoot his arrows, let them be as cut in pieces. As a snail which melteth, let every one of them pass away, like the untimely birth of a woman, that they may not see the sun. Before your pots can feel the thorns, he shall take them away as with a whirlwind, both living and in his wrath. The righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance. He shall wash his feet in the blood of the wicked, so that a man shall say, verily, there is a reward for the righteous. Verily, He is a God that judgeth in the earth. Amen.
Amen. I gotta say, so like inside Citus was saying, so I do have a Bible. I have it in bed right now, and I read it a little bit when I wake up in the morning and before bed. It's much easier to read at your own pace. I have a hard time visualizing like books when I read them, like the pictures in my head. So when somebody
I'm the
else is
same way.
reading the Bible, I am so lost. Like I barely remember anything you just say, and it's really hard for me to comprehend when somebody else is reading it.
Language is so difficult in that way because like language is like very limiting. Like it's an attempt to transpose or transfer like imagery and abstract thought into communication, right? And so like the words we have are just references for that which we experience and see. And so like when I'm reading a book and it's, you know, books are written in language, you know, and it's like describe like trying to paint a picture through language or describe some imagery or something. I really struggle to picture that in my mind. Like I can
Yeah.
read the words and get a feel for it and understand it, abstractly, like, you know, what is being said and what's happening. But like when an author starts like describing a place or some scenery or what a person looks like, like I struggle to like materialize that in my head, you know.
Yeah, I did a deep dive on this a while back because I was listening to a broad topic with Kim Congdon and Alex Scarlato, and Alex admitted to having no inner monologue.
That's something girls say to sound
And
special.
well, I looked it up, and it is a thing. So we're kind of like European Westerners typically evolve to have inner monologues, but it's not. It's the rule, but there's plenty of exceptions. But the three main internalization things throughout, like all Homo sapiens sapiens, are inner monologue, inner visual. So some people think in pictures, they don't think in words. And then there's inner emotional, where people have feelings. They're just processing everything through feelings. And then the fourth one is a combination of those three fluently. So, for instance, like if you're talking to me, most of the time I'm thinking an inner monologue with words. But if you ask me, what are you doing Tuesday? I can picture my calendar on my computer and pull up if there's anything on it in a picture. And then if you ask me like about like my childhood during Stand By Me, there is a little bit of emotional attachment to me, kind of trying to picture what I was doing, but that comes up in words. So anyways, to go a little further, when I read, typically what I'm reading, what it does is it sparks other thoughts so I have to stop and think of these other words that are coming up as I'm experiencing other thoughts. But some people can read, and as they're reading, they're just imagining pictures in their head of exactly what's going on, and they get really deep, like the never-ending story kid that's like deep in this book with his imagination.
Well, it depends. I mean, because it's like you have like, especially in genre fiction, like Stephen King is one of these guys who the way he writes is like descriptive. You know, he focuses on like trying to show you through language what a town or something looks like or a person looks like. But then you have, you know, like if you read something like Notes from the Underground by Dostoevsky,
Yeah,
that's not a very there's not a lot of imagery in that story. It's all like feeling. You know, it's written from the perspective of this guy who's he's going through something, and so there's not. But the language itself is still very effective in like creating like a feeling. And so and understanding like my understanding of like how like the effectiveness of language or how it works. That's really what the goal of language is anyway, is to create like the feeling and not necessarily to allow you to see anything tangible. Like it's it's like I guess it's a good skill to be able to describe stuff and be able to write to create like imagery or whatever. But it's more about like creating like a like a kind of feeling, because it's like if you wanted to create imagery, you would just be a visual artist. Like if your goal was to like have people see something that you're seeing, you would draw it or paint it or whatever. But language is like a different thing. So I do think that it's a good skill set, or it can be effective to like if you're writing something to be descriptive. But I do think you have to be like discerning with what you describe or how you describe it, rather than trying to describe everything. Because I've read books before where they get so in the weeds on like description that I'm like, well, when are we actually going to get to this fucking story or these characters? You just tell me what shit looks like, and I can't picture that in my mind anyway.
Yeah. Well, some of it is like, so Brian Johnson, the billionaire, not the Liver King, recently did some scientific studies on himself taking mushrooms, basically, and
I did those studies.
Yeah,
I've done that same research.
So microdosing and mushrooms or whatever, and there's other drugs that do it too, they reactivate parts of your brain, which is how people like can get out of depression and stuff. There's different ways to do it, but most of the what they're trying to do, similar to the guy you had on Crowded Boys the other day that did the magnet therapy, they're figuring ways to re-stimulate your brain.
Brendan Craig we had on, who was talking about that TMS.
Yeah.
They run a magnet over his head.
Yeah, so it's not that, so you have these like paths that you create in your brain of the way that you learn and visualize and do stuff. And through different ways, you can open other parts of them back up. And some of this drugs will temporarily do it. Other times, like accidents or long-term drug use will permanently open up some of these things, which is why like people will like smell colors and like hear colors or whatever. And they're recognizing it because there's like neural pathways that are not typically open at the same time that are. So it's not stagnant for everybody, but now the research is like trying to figure out, is it learned behavior or genetic behavior as far as like how people internalize data when they like if you're raised by artists that paint all the time, is that genetic because you two artists married, or do they teach you artistically so when you read you picture images? Whereas if you have two intellectuals for parents, do you get taught to think in words and then you continue your life like that? So
I don't know. I was raised by parents who loved American Idol, so they watched American Idol all the time.
Yeah, were they critical of you?
Yeah. Honestly, no. My parents have always been very supportive and very what's the word? Nice people. Yeah. Very loving and supportive and admiring of me, so I really squandered the love I received from them by fucking up my life the way I did. But also it's like, yeah, my mom, she loves like singing competitions. So I don't know, like to what extent she's an artist or art appreciator when like what really resonates with her is like The Voice on NBC. But
there's something beautiful about that. People like that. You're a very ambitious guy, at least emotionally and mentally. Like I know people like you think Dalton's is like he's just trying to figure out how to actually implement that in his life. But there is something beautiful about people.
Do people think I'm what?
Ambitious. I was saying you're ambitious, and I'm like, I don't know if that translates for everybody that they're
people are incredulous about that.
I mean, I haven't heard anything, but I think that people sometimes don't perceive your ambition.
I think I'm very ambitious for sure. Like I have made every effort to succeed. Like I've really grind, been driven and put forth a lot of effort,
Yeah.
and have a lot of ambitions. And I've just have encountered a lot of hurdles.
Yeah, I
Hurdles
think
I've
a lot of
encountered
times.
were most of the hurdles I've encountered were placed there by me. Like
Yeah.
I've sabotaged myself. But I mean, yeah, I mean, moving to the across the country like I did, and trying to make it happen, and like hopping around all these different venues to try and grind it out, and doing all the everything. I mean, oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and it's like I don't know. I went through a pretty devastating health. I had some health problems. I had a pretty devastating episode, and that set me back. And I lost pretty much. All right.
I think it has to
why am
do
I
with the
talking about
fact
this?
that is when.
I'm looking at the chat right now, and I got to stop myself from.
So what I was gonna say is though, like I know certain people in my life that will watch like variety shows and stuff like that, singing competitions, America's Got Talent or whatever. And I used to think, oh, like they're watching this like when they were younger, they wanted to be a singer, or they wanted to be a dancer, and they never pursued it, so they're rooting on people that are being pursuing it. But then you start talking to them, and they like generally didn't have any aspirations. They figured it all out. They wanted to just get married and like have kids and sit in a rocking chair and get old, and they just enjoy. They can just enjoy watching other people. I'm not like that. I can enjoy watching other people or whatever, but I do. I lose a lot of peace in my life by being ambitious, if that makes sense. Yeah. There is something that I love about a person that can honestly watch a variety show or a competition and think they had no aspirations to do that. They're just watching it for entertainment and love it.
Yeah.
And are rooting people on.
I lost like there was a time when I just like lost all ambition to do anything. Like I was in a really dark place, and then fortunately I had friends who I mean the main guy, like the guy who like pulled me out of it was Kevin, who insisted that I start this channel, and he actually created it. He created the channel and then said, "Hey, I got a podcast scheduled, so we're going to do it." And I was like, "All right, man, I don't even want to do this shit. Like after everything that's happened, I just want to get a job bagging groceries and just live and then die one day." And then that kind of reignited the spark. And so it's like, yeah, nowadays, I'm grateful he did that.
Yeah.
Because like nowadays,
shout out to Kevin. I know he's at the casino, so Saturday nights is probably a busy night for him. But would love to get him on the Saturday Night Live stream. I've mentioned this a couple times.
Yeah, so. Me and Kevin, it's kind of nice that kind of works out that we have the Saturday show with me and you, and then Sal pops in somewhere throughout the week, and then Kevin comes in through somewhere else in the week.
Yeah,
it's kind of nice that it's dispersed, because then that gives me opportunities to do more streams, more shows throughout the week, and that means more more content, more episodes up on the channel,
more practice in your craft,
more super chats also.
I download Crowder Boys and Corn-Fed, and I drive a lot for the medical career stuff, and I'll listen to all that, because I don't have any cell data in a lot of places in New Hampshire, so I download it all ahead of time and listen to you guys on the road.
Yeah, I gotta figure out the audio. Yeah. The audio is like another thing I gotta make sure I keep up with. It's just tricky because like sometimes these go so long that the fucking I guess I need to find a different provider or what. But Acast, what they use for the audio stuff, they only allow up to 150 megabytes, and so like these streams go way over that.
Yeah,
and usually I have to like chop them up into 2 or 3 parts to even upload them there. This doesn't pertain to anybody that would see it here because you came to YouTube, but
when you upload them, you just upload the audio and it's still too big.
Yeah, I'll take the file from this, and because like I can get the file directly from StreamYard, and for something that's already like we're already at 2.5 hours right now, this would already be too big for Acast, and then I'll have to take that file and run it through. I mean, I just use iMovie to cut it in half and then get the audio from each part. And then just upload it as part 1, part 2 on Acast. And this, what I'm saying right now, like I said, if you're hearing this right now on the YouTube video, it doesn't really pertain to you because you're fine coming to YouTube. But for the audio folks who maybe are wondering where the show at, I've just been trying to figure out like how to go about getting it uploaded.
I have a question for you. So for me, I take my very good audio podcast over on DaveWrightTheThinker.com and I click and put them on in the YouTube podcast too. It's just a separate tab near the playlist or whatever. And that moves everything over to YouTube's RSS feed. So if you have the YouTube Music app, you can listen to my video as an audio podcast automatically over there. I wonder if you'd be able to download that audio from there and it would be able to upload it to.
I don't know. I mean, I wish I try to just maintain the audio feed as like a way to provide to any, just to get the show out to as many people as possible through YouTube and the audio. And for people who just want the audio feed, who like to listen to it, be able to provide it for them. I wish I could just say to everyone, just go to the YouTube channel. But there are like a certain number of people who like to be able to download it.
I used to listen to audio podcasts for the longest time. That's how I found all this stuff. I didn't switch over to YouTube until maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
For everything that
buy the $14.99 a month YouTube thing, and you can close the app and listen to it. You can open YouTube Music. You can download the videos to your phone, so you don't even use data when you're out and about. When you're on your Wi-Fi, just download all your pods.
That's what I'm saying is like because I guess there's so many different. It's also just like the way everything is now that there's so many different outlets and subscriptions and stuff. But it's like most people are already paying a subscription for like Spotify or Apple Music or whatever. But if you just cancel all that and just subscribe to YouTube Premium, you have access to all the same shit, and anything that's like native to video is still also audio because you could just play the audio and it works as, like this is. I don't think there's like a ton of visual components to this show. So this is like pretty much an audio show. Like that's where most of the content. That's what most of the content of this show is just people talking. So I don't, whatever. The thing, what we were talking about before is that what distracted me was like, I don't know how to elucidate to people when they object to what I'm saying or criticize it. Because someone in the chat had mentioned that my health issues began 5 years ago. It's hard to like illustrate or to convey that, like, what I went through. There's a lot of people that happens to that they just never come back from it at all.
Yeah, I got a buddy, Ed Mooney Music. Check him out. He's out of Providence, Rhode Island. Really good. Full schizophrenic break. Never came back. He's in halfway.
Nick Reiner didn't come back from it.
Yeah.
And
I came back. Luckily, I'm basically Kronos. I went into the levels of Haiti and dug myself back up to reality.
Yeah.
And now I'm outside the Matrix, dude.
And, and it's like when you talk about like ambition, I would say that like at that time in my life, I was very much singularly focused. I was like, I'm going to succeed no matter what. And I redlined just through a lot of things happened. A lot of it was my own doing. And then I was fortunately, after all the bad things happened, I did come back mentally, but it's still like a long road to recovery after that. Like that, then it's like, okay, so you're fortunate enough to have like returned to reality. Like you're not psychotic or schizophrenic or whatever, but then it just takes so much time to effectively recover from it. Because that was what I was saying is like the first probably like year after I had come out of that, like the psychotic part of it, I was then just debilitated. Like I was suffering from this. They say it's like they call it depression. That it's like a crippling depression.
That
But it was so
your mattress?
debilitating. Yeah, I mean, hey, I know that
because of the mark you leave in your mattress.
Yeah.
Big depression.
Hey, I know that like Howling Whataburger has given a lot of super chats. Very nice. But you can also just leave. I'm not asking you to provide.
I haven't even seen him in the chat.
He's in the chat and he's just popping off about it or like comment. It's like I'm not asking for your feedback on this, and nor do I give a shit like what your opinion is. Or I guess I do care because I'm making a point to call it out. But if this like if what I'm talking about upsets you or displeases you or you have any negative thoughts about it or criticisms, just leave. I mean, honestly, I'm not asking for your feedback on this issue. I
think what he's trying to say.
The only feedback I want from anybody is super chats. Honestly,
I think I get that. Just get your Kevin Brennan.
I don't care if you think you're being supportive or polite. I'm telling you, I wasn't looking for your feedback. So it's like, however polite you think you're being, I don't give a shit. Go fuck yourself. It doesn't matter to me that you said something I don't like, that I disagree with, and would prefer you not to say. And you go, but I'm being polite, and it's like, okay, go fuck your mother. Pound sand with your politeness. What the fuck do you? Who gives a shit? There we go. Okay, now thank you for the money. I appreciate that.
That just to take. Your feelings are valid, and whatever.
He said I'm being indigent. I'm not fucking indigent. I'm actually like working
for a second. I think what he was trying to say was more of like,
and I'm working my ass off.
Like,
that's what's crazy to me is like I am
like Shawshank Redemption
when shirts. I'm selling shirts.
In Shawshank Redemption, right at the end, like Red hangs himself, but not Red hangs himself. What's the guy that hangs himself? Morgan Freeman's Red. The one guy hangs himself from but Morgan Freeman gets there and sees Red was here, and it's like, you know what, fuck it, they're not going to put up border patrol for an old guy like me, because you can either get busy living or get busy dying. I think what he's trying to say, what I've said to you before, is like, we see you as healthy. We know you're going through stuff. We see you as healthy, and when you verbally keep saying like, I'm unhealthy, I'm still sick, you're programming yourself to believe that, rather than say, you know what, I got through it, I'm doing great now, and let's put it behind me. Is the dwelling on it might turn it into a reality more than but we don't see what you go through on a day-to-day basis.
Did he mean to say indignant?
I don't. I don't think he understands what that means. Like they were saying.
Maybe he's just
Brooks.
Stupid.
Thank you.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
Brooks.
know the definitions. Of
I
the
think
words
what he was trying to put through,
use.
and I don't want to put words in his mouth. I think what he was trying to say is like, we believe, like he believes in you. Everybody's here because they believe in you. That's the past. And when you keep bringing it up, you're programming yourself to believe that you're still sick. And maybe you are, because we don't see it all the time. But people don't look at you like your illness as much as you look at yourself like your illness. I think what she is trying
I'm
to
the one that's like dealing with it. So it's like, when I'm doing all, who gives a shit? Whatever. Yeah. Super chat. Thank you for the.
I don't know. He might have been, but I do think that he was coming from a place of like, and it's easier said than done, but it's like, put it behind you.
You think I'm not fucking aware that it's been years? Like, you think it doesn't? Like, I don't think to myself, oh, shit, where has the time gone? That really does like upset me. That I go, it's been. Oh, I didn't even know it's been that long. Whenever I do remember it, and it's like everything's still so fresh in my mind because it's a fucking traumatic experience that I went through, and it's something that I have to contend with. And so it's like, by the way, this is my show, folks. And so it's like, whatever I want to talk about, I'll talk about. I gotta fill up the time. I gotta make sure that something's happening for enough time to collect the super chats.
Yeah.
So it's like everything I'm doing is part of my ambition and furthering my own goals, and it's me striving for something greater, even when it is talking about all this, because it's like
we have grown. I
the
looked
more
at
I
our
talk about anything means that's the more show there is, ergo the more opportunities for super chats.
So this is week 54, episode 54 of the Saturday Night live stream with myself and Dalton Pruitt. And I was looking back. Our first episode got roughly like 400 views. And we were a year later, we've more than doubled that for,
This is what I'm talking about.
reviews.
$10 from Howling Whataburger. He says F1 was awesome. It was awesome. Dude, I was so surprised by how good that. I just put it on, just like, oh, here's something to watch, and I said this might be the coolest movie ever made. I was not expecting that movie to be as good as it is. I was really it took my breath away. I was taken aback by how cool that movie is. Because I remember seeing the trailers and I was like, oh, it's just another like sports movie about Ray, who I don't give a shit about F1, whatever. I didn't realize that. It's Jerry Bruckheimer producing, Joseph Kaczynski.
I didn't see A through E1.
That's good. Wait. Yeah, but what's the director's name? Joseph Kaczynski. Does he have the same name as the Unabomber? Kaczynski, I think is his name, but spelled differently. He directed Top Gun Maverick. And which
I enjoyed.
Yeah, and he directed F1. And I remember, like, as I was watching the movie, I was like, this movie feels awesome. Like, something about that, because I don't know nothing about movies or filmmaking, but watching it, I said, this looks really cool. And it feels like it's not.
I can bring up the trailer.
Like, I don't know how to describe that. Just something about it felt like it wasn't just CG. Where I said this is awesome, like all these racing scenes. I was like, this doesn't feel like this is just a bunch of like computer imagery and cartoons. I wondered, did they actually film this like for real? Is this all in camera? Because there's like a lot of shots in the movie of like when they're racing, the cars are going fast, it looks cool. That I was like, there's no way they were able to actually film this, but this feels like it was actually. This is real. Like, this isn't CGI, computer generated imagery.
All right.
I listened to a podcast.
Sorry.
I listened to a podcast. It was an interview with Jerry Bruckheimer and Joseph Kaczynski, where he talked about that he actually, when he makes movies, the same with Top Gun Maverick, he likes to get as much in camera as possible. Like, start with the photography, make sure as much of what can be real is real, and then lightly use CGI. And so his like goal going into it, making F1, was to film as much actual F1 racing as possible. And he actually got Apple, because it's a movie's and Apple produced it. He got Apple to build him like a whole new camera that was like, because like apparently, like if you've seen the way they shoot cars in movies, they got these fucking rigs they set up on them, with big heavy equipment, right? But like if you're trying to shoot an F1 car going 200 miles an hour, any little thing you put on that car affects the weight of it, is what he said. So you got to have something that would already be part of the vehicle. And they do have cameras they have on the car, but they record in 720 and record to like the cloud, some other server. They don't record directly to the camera. So he said he got Apple to build a whole new fucking camera that was already what would be used on the car, but that could shoot it in 4K and record natively, like directly to the.
Yeah, this might be my mind being broken, but a couple years back when the debt was like 27 trillion instead of 38 trillion, somebody said that Apple had more money in their bank account that they could pay off the national debt. I think they had like 27 trillion in like the Apple.
I mean, we've talked about this though. The debt is never supposed to get paid off.
Coffer, and then but Apple had more money in their bank accounts at one point, so like they can never go broke. They can pay for all of this shit.
Apple actually might be legitimately a company that's too big to fail. Like I don't.
Yeah, I have their
Apple is like a big evil, mean corporation. But it does seem like they're the only corporation that will just like hemorrhage money on the arts in their like entertainment division because they made this F1 movie and they got all the shows on Apple TV that I don't know if they're even getting close to making their money back.
I don't own a single Apple product, so
dude, Apple TV is the best streaming service, hands down. They got the best stuff. Because they don't license almost anything. Everything they got on there is like either produced by them or something, like it's all made for that platform. And they're investing so much into like quality entertainment that you go on Apple TV and it's like right now you got Pluribus, you got Severance, you got Bad Monkey starring Vince Vaughn, you got Slow Horses, you got all these great Murderbot is another good one. Like all these great shows, they're like original ideas. They're not existing IPs. It's not like reboots or retreads of anything. And I think for my money, they provide probably the coolest like movies and TV that you could pay for monthly. One of the movies they got is F1 starring Brad Pitt, which came out early this year. Which
I have the trailer. Up. It got 12.7 million. 21 million views. So
based on the trailer, this trailer, I didn't think nothing. I was like, whatever. And then it just happened to be streaming, so I watched it and I said, damn, I wish I'd seen this in the theater. This shit is awesome.
Yeah, let's watch this and see. It's got 21 million views. The sound's cool already.
Some people look at Sonny Hayes. They see a guy who lives in a van, a gambling junkie who missed his shot, the best that never was.
So I heard a lot of negative stuff about how it was filmed with the CGI. It looks cool. It reminds me of like Akira meets Tron meets like, it almost looks like a Japanese like futuristic movie filming. Just those scenes with the wheels.
It's all real and is current to all the stuff actually exists. It's just like way above our tax bracket. Like we don't have access.
Well, some of it looks like the add-ons in post, but it looks cool. Like
I saw somebody bitching about
a gambling junkie who missed his shot.
Like right there, like some of this is real, but a lot of this is like animated. It still looks fucking cool.
All the cars, all the actual racing, that's real. The fireworks and stuff might be are probably CG, but all the like footage of the cars themselves, that's all in camera.
Yeah. I'm saying it's got a real like it kind of reminds me of like real life anime, real life Akira when like the whatever. I know it's really filmed, but I think they've like embellished it, kind of like what they're going to do with the Google and Apple glasses, if you want, where you can augment reality.
They probably zhuzh it up, but I think there's very minimal CGI in this movie.
All right, let's watch this again. This is really good.
Some people look at Sonny Hayes. They see a guy who lives in a van, a gambling junkie who missed his shot.
No, when they
never was.
Right there when the tire heats up from the speed.
But I see.
That was enhanced.
Possibility.
And if you don't love me now, we'll never.
My Rook is a phenomenal talent. But he's young. You plus him. Boom. I got a team.
When was the last time you won a race? Sunday, Daytona. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Formula One. Oh, I'm sorry. Then same as you.
There's this new guy. He's old. He's such a prick.
Quit, though.
If you had any constructive criticism for each other, what would it be?
Don't be such an ass dickhead. That was constructive.
Wow.
Did you win something? There's 20 other drivers still out on that track. Do you think any of them respect us?
Stay cool.
They're saying Sonny Hayes isn't a has-been. He's a never was.
If the last thing I do is drive that car, I will take that life, man. 1,000 times.
I'm offering you an open seat in Formula One. The only place you could say, if you win, you are the absolute best in the world.
Never break the chain.
That's bullshit.
So, all right. So I have
spoiler. Brad Pitt plugs his ponytail in a tree. I think you're thinking of
a long time in Hollywood or something.
I don't know.
I have a 4K high def, 2 4K screens right here that we were watching in what do we watch? The 2160 4K, 2160p. But the way that they film stuff today, it kind of fucks with your mind because I'm looking at the real world. The real world looks dull compared to what I watch on the screen.
Sure.
It's like, so that's fake and it looks more enhanced and kind of more realistic in a weird way than actual reality.
It's very
around
striking.
It looks dull. Yeah.
But it is. Do what?
I think I told you this when I had gone to Best Buy and I was watching like somebody pet a horse. It was literally sending chills up my spine because it looked like real. It looked more realistic than life.
They were playing Chrissy Mayer's podcasts on the TV.
Yeah, and it was freaking me out. It was it was reminiscent of like the people that were getting freaked out by the train coming towards the screen in the olden days because I was so enthralled by this this horse. So.
Yeah, I've seen people online criticize. There's a scene at the end of the movie with like a bunch of fireworks and stuff, and they criticize like this looks so fake, it's CG or whatever. And it's be that as it may, maybe who gives a shit. The other 2 hours of the movie is awesome.
It
like
just looks like augmented reality. Like one of the things, the fireworks, but also when they speed up and the tires go from the heat. And then it's inside and it goes red. That looked like it was enhanced, but maybe it just might be the way that the film is only capturing so many colors that they become vibrant.
When you watch them, when you watch it, especially like all the racing scenes, like the tight shots of like when the cars are side by side and you get a POV from the car, almost like you're playing like Forza or something, and then they bump into each other. It's like, the whole time I was watching the movie, I was like, how the fuck did they film this? Like, how was he able to, if this is not CG, how in the world could they have actually filmed this? Because these cars go like 200 miles an hour. And I was just like, I don't know nothing about how to make a movie, but this feels like it's not CGI, and yet there's no possible way to actually do this. It turns out there is actually a way to do it. They had Apple probably spent fucking millions and millions of dollars so that they could do it. And that, that movie did inspire me. We were talking about ambition. It inspired me to actually succeed at any cost so that I can actually afford a ticket to go see an F1 race. Because I would like to see one now, but it is like the most cost prohibitive fucking sporting event in the world. It's from at every level, from the spectator to the actual, the cars and teams themselves. It's so expensive. It's like the most expensive sport ever.
When I was 19, I was a buyer's agent in Massachusetts, Rhode Island line. And one of the salespeople offered to get me into a tent, a NASCAR mini drag car racing, not NASCAR, up in Laconia. We have a racetrack here in Laconia, New Hampshire. And it felt like, I don't know, it was only like 2 hours north, and I rode with this guy up here and we went to the races or whatever. I barely remember it, but the cars were so loud coming, the engines, like the roar, like everything gets quiet when they come around. You get a rumbling in your chest. So just that's on the low end races. So I can't imagine the high end.
Oh, I did go to a NASCAR because I grew up near the Texas Motor Speedway, and I remember when I was a kid, my rich uncle had gotten us all tickets to go see the Pepsi 300. And I remember as we were walking into the stadium, because I'd seen NASCAR on TV, but I wasn't aware of how it works, or that it's, like how many laps.
I still don't know how it works.
Well, I know.
I kind of know, but because my buddies play
mind,
fantasy NASCAR, but
in my mind, racing was like video games, which is like usually like 3 laps.
yeah.
And I remember as we were walking into the stadium, I go, "What does the 300 mean?" And they go, "That's the number of laps they're going to do." And I go, 300 laps? And they were like, "Yeah." And I go, "Oh no, can we go home?"
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to sit through 300 laps, because to me, it was excruciating at every angle. It was like how boring it is, but also how relentless it is. Like, it's so loud and so percussive that you're bored, but you can't even nod off to go to sleep because it's constantly bombarding you.
And the smells can't be good for you. They must be unhealthy between the rubber and the emissions.
But F1 looks like it might be more fun to watch because it's more faster, and it seems like the way they drive is like much more engaging. Whereas NASCAR is like stock cars, they're just going in a circle, and I don't know, maybe racing is not for me at all. I don't know, but the movie definitely made me think F1 is cool. Forza is fun. I do like to play Forza motor. Have you ever played Forza?
No, I played
Racing Simulator
Daytona on PlayStation 2.
Dude, you would not believe, because I didn't know. Like, I got Forza a few years ago. I got the one Forza 4, the one in London, because they do it whenever they do a new Forza. It's like a different country. So I think Forza 5 was in Mexico. But
there was one recently in Vegas. I was there during the setup of it.
No, I'm talking. This is a video game I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, but they did some racing on the streets of Vegas recently.
They do F1 in Vegas, and they try to make F1 so exclusive that they for a while there, it was like people would just go on this like causeway near the strip, and just watch it over the ledge through the fencing and all that. And then they said, "All right, we gotta get security out there to go break them up and just keep it moving." So then people started just doing this thing where they would just walk up and down this causeway over and over again and just look over their shoulder to watch it. And then eventually now when F1 comes through, they just build out this entire like wall that separates the riffraff from the people who can afford an F1 ticket. So now you can't watch it at all if you're just in Vegas. You have to buy a ticket.
Yeah, I was when I was visiting Vegas or whatever. I didn't watch the race, but what was crazy is like the casinos that I was going by that had like boats and like activities and fountains and stuff in the front completely covered the pools and the water and all that stuff with like boards and seatings and stuff. And then they tried to black out, like you said, the walkways where the glass was, but people would just scrape it off. But it was crazy watching the city transform with millions of dollars for whatever. I don't know how many days the race was, but they're going to recoup all that money in that short period of time.
Oh, and I did want to. Somebody I saw. I think it was Robbie's third. Someone in the chat, was it Robbie's third cousin? Yeah, I did want to address this. So I did pick up on this as I was watching it. It is kind of the F1 is pretty much the same plot as Talladega Nights, but it's not a comedy. So it is about a guy who was the best. He got in an accident. he hasn't been the best in some time, and he's been called up to recapture his former glory as an F1 racer. So it shares a lot of the same plot elements as Talladega Nights, but it costs $1 billion to make.
I will say, as an outsider, I learned during Talladega Nights that it's like it's a solo sport, but it's a team sport.
That is what I still don't understand about it. There are teams, but it's also a sport.
I know briefly it's kind of like cycling, because my buddies played NASCAR fantasy sports where you get points or whatever. But I guess like they're trying to help each other win, and then they all get points, and then their team gets points. So their team can win. And so like it's similar to like Talladega Nights where they chose who was going to win. That's the guy they're trying to help. And then they're blocking out people behind them, hoping to come in second or third, because then they get points that add to his points. But he gets like, but the people that are idiots like me just watch and say, oh, that guy won.
Yeah, I don't.
But he got a lot of help from the track, from his teammates.
Yeah, because that's like a big part of the movie. That's like the whole premise of the movie is that the young rookie who's really good is now teamed up with the old wizened Brad Pitt, and they have like their conflict because they have to learn how to work together as a team. But I'm like, how does this even work as a team sport? This doesn't even make any sense. If it's a sport where you place in like first, second, third, fourth, all these different plays, like wouldn't it just be an individual? It's like Mario Kart.
It's similar to like they're, you know, the Top Gun too. So the guy did the same thing. I'm thinking like where they're working as a team, but they're all so confident and arrogant just because of what it is that they want to be first, but they have to constantly walk this line of being the best while being a team player. So, you know, shenanigans will ensue after that.
What does this mean? $2 an online board game, Dalty. Risk is like $2. I don't want to play Risk. Thank you for the money.
I've been playing a lot of chess.
From Howling Waterburger.
I've been playing a lot of chess lately on chess.com.
But what I was going to say is
I suck at it.
When it was actually when I was in the throes of a manic episode all those years ago, I had downloaded Forza 4, whatever the Forza was at that time. And Forza is a racing simulator that each one is like in a different country, and it's like an event each year. Like it's one of these, what do they call it? Like a season game or league. It's like a game that regularly updates each year.
Yeah, like a ladder.
And then like the game, the whatever season of the game is, they have all these different events within it.
Yeah.
So even like the most recent Forza, I think, is in Mexico. But even the ones previous to that, the one in London and all these other countries, still have events that happen if you're still playing those. So it's like these event games. But it's a racing simulator, and I like my experience with racing games was like yours. Like I'd played like Mario Kart and Burnout, and some games on like PS2 or whatever, and I hadn't really paid attention to them since then. And then I downloaded this Forza game, and it's like they have got it where it's pretty much like a full-on simulation of the like car itself and like racing. Like they have any and every car, and then like with that you can go into your car and fine-tune every little thing about it. You can go in and adjust like every little axle and suspension and all these different things, and tune it to operate whatever you want it to be able to maneuver or drive the way you want it to.
Yeah.
And so it is like a full-on racing simulator in that way. Like you can customize every single aspect of these vehicles, and then you go racing, and there's all these different events you can race. You could do like track racing, off-road, all these different things, and it's all like a big open world where you drive to whatever event you want to do, and then you race and get points and you level up or whatever. It's awesome. Forza is so cool, and it's like I don't have any interest in racing in real life, I've tried to watch it on TV, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I'm bored. But you know, throw on Forza, and then I can hold the controller, and it starts vibrating.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, I feel like I'm actually, I guess, because in real life I'm such a pussy with driving. I'm so scared when I drive. I don't enjoy it.
Yeah.
It feels so cool to actually get to be a cool racer in a video game. I get to drive fast and hit all these different maneuvers. Because in real life, I can barely like reverse out of a parking spot without something going wrong. So
yeah, I'm having like a out of mind experience because well, I'm not dwelling, but I'm just thinking about a buddy of mine that passed away. When I was like 21 and he was like probably like 16. He was my best friend's younger cousin, and there was like 12 of us that like hung out, and we used to play Daytona racing.
Oh shit! Hold on, I'm frozen.
One system. That's all right. We had one system, and we had Daytona racing on there, and there's like 12 of us, so you get to play, and if you got the top score, you got to play again. But if you didn't, you had to hand the control over who was ever next. So there was beginner, which was pretty easy. Most people played intermediate, which is what I played, and I was like really good at it. So I would get through beginner, get through intermediate. But nobody played expert. But Kiver, who passed away, was 16. He would come up, play expert, and like lose right away, lose his turn, and it would go to the next. So his turn was super short. But anyways, one of my last like really happy memories with him before he passed was we're at the middle of a graduation party, and he's like, Dave, I need your help. He's like, there's a horse in Daytona racing, and I know how to unlock it. And this is like before like the internet.
Oh, was that the Chrissy Mayer upgrade?
Yeah. And he was like, there's this horse that I'm going to unlock. And we're like, Kiva, there's no such thing as the horse. He's like, I'm telling you. And this is like a rumor or whatever. And so we're in the middle of the graduation. He's like, just come on, come on. So we go up into, the secondary house where the video games are, the party's going outside. And he's like, just beat beginner for me. Yeah. So in order to get the horse, you had to beat beginner coming first, beat intermediate coming first at the best time, and then take expert and beat it. And then it would unlock the new car, which was a horse. And it was just a rumor. And it was like an urban legend. So I come up, I beat beginner. I beat intermediate, which was kind of tough, coming top score. He grabs expert, which is like impossible, but he had just been practicing for like nonstop for expert. He ends up beating it, getting the horse, and like it really does exist. And it was like I don't know, it was just like coming to fruition. It was just this like crazy ass urban legend that we heard. It was actually true. We're celebrating whatever, and he actually went to go see his buddy who was in a car accident. His car got on fire. So he pulled over in the high speed lane, jumped out, and got hit by a car and got killed when he was like 17 and a half, 18. So that was like one of my last really good memories with him. And so we were talking about Daytona racing, and you're telling me the stories. I was just like zoning out, thinking about that cookout with him and me hanging out or whatever. Because we were always like in a group of like a pack of like 15 kids. It was one of the few like solo memories I had hanging out with that dude. But anyways,
I need to start turning my. You just, actually, what you just said reminded me of. I had a similar thing when I was a kid, that there was the urban legend that it was possible to, like, you could get Luigi in Super Mario 64. And I remember like playing with my friends, and I had to tell them, I said, guys, I don't know if it's true or not that Luigi's in this game, but this is just way too scary for me to even keep trying to do this. Like, I don't even want to like try like keep playing this to find out if Luigi's in it, because it's so scary. But no, it turns out Luigi's not in it. That has been rigorously debunked by a lot of the same, in a lot of the same videos about how scary Super Mario 64 is. They also take the time to tell you, by the way, Luigi is not in the game.
yeah.
But he is in the DS remake on Nintendo DS.
Yeah, Raphael, shout out to Kiver. His nickname was Kiver because he was annoying. He used to hang out with all us older kids. We couldn't get rid of him because he was my best friend's was my age. His cousin that we hung out with a little bit younger, and it was his younger brother. So it was like 2 generations under. And so we would go fishing. And when you go fishing, you're trying to fish for bass, and you catch sunfish or kiver, which were annoying. And he would like follow us everywhere, and we'd be like, "Go away, kiver, go away! You're bothering us. You're ruining the day."
This is like your Stand By Me. This
yeah, it is coming
Daytona
together. Yeah, it just reminds me. It's just an interesting thing I had with him. He actually remember passing me by Far Side. I had that on cassette single, and I let him borrow it back when that stuff was like hard to get a hold of, and he would listen to it like on ride his bike around town. I had a car, and I remember pulling over one of the other experiences, rolling down my window and be like, "Hey, Kiva, where's my Far Side tape?" And he's like,
Gary,
and he goes like this to me. He just flips me off and gets on his BMX, cuts through some houses. That was the last I saw of him before the accident.
$5 from Da7322. Dalton, stay in the Discord and join us later for some friendly Cats Day night games or shit posting. Ooh. I check the Discord when I remember. The problem with Discord is like, I have the Discord app on my phone. I had to turn notifications off on Discord because it was like rendering my phone unusable, the amount of notifications I kept getting from Discord. And so I turned that off, and then now that we have a Discord, I remember to check it when I think about it and I'll look at it. But I don't have notifications turned on for Discord because it's such a distracting app for notifications. But yeah, I mean, I'll check the Discord later. And then, folks, if you want to join the Discord, that's actually to join the Discord, you have to subscribe to the Patreon for the Crowder Boys. Patreon.com/the Crowder Boys, which we are going to be renaming that show starting the new year. The show we're rebranding it to the Arena of Ideas.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing that you guys came up with.
It's already built. It's priced in.
Yeah.
And all the merch we sold already says Arena of Ideas on it, on the shirts. And so it's an easy transition, and the shirts still work. And, it's just that Crack left. So the guy on the front of the shirts, he's not part of the show anymore. But, it's all still works. It's already baked in. Did you say Drew is coming?
Oh, maybe Drew Montana said he might. Why is he in? Did he log into your backstage?
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
He had spots tonight. I didn't even check to see if he messaged me. He had spots tonight, but he said he might try to stop by.
And I think because we were all talking about reading earlier, we were talking about books and words earlier. Me and Robbie have been kicking around the idea of doing the Arena of Literature. And some folks in the chat here were asking earlier about Louis C.K.'s book, Ingram. And so I got it on my Kindle. I got the Kindle Paperwhite Scribe, 16 gigabyte. I've never used the Scribe feature on it. Like, I didn't have to pay for it because when I was still working at Comcast, even though I sucked at the job, I still got a bunch of rewards points for doing sales. And then they have like a Comcast store where you can spend your rewards points. And so one of the things I bought myself with my selling cell phone plans rewards points when I worked there was a Kindle 16 gigabyte Scribe, Paperwhite Scribe. And the Scribe is supposed to be, it's got a touch screen, and it comes with a stylus, and you're supposed to be able to write in it like you do paper, and you take notes or whatever. Never use that part of it. But the device itself is great for reading books and keeping a big library, because books they take up so much space and they get so heavy. It's nice to just have like a thing where it's like, oh, all the books are here. So I got the Louis. Also, you can download all the books for free if you know what website to go to. So that's cool. And that's a legal gray area, I would say. And so I got the Louis book, Ingram. Louis C.K. wrote a novel called Ingram. And the chat was asking if I'd finished it. I read the first chapter. And so far, it's like, I get it. It's like,
Yeah, he
I get what he's
explained the
going for.
idea. He explained the idea that he had. He also, I listened to him talk about how writing is rewriting Dalton, and basically he was saying that his second book will be easy to write, but the first one, as he was writing it, he kept giving it to his editors or whatever. They were like, "You got to fix all this." Like everything had to constantly be fixed because he was so.
Well, it's the impression I get, and I never had to knock on wood, but the impression I get is that he's trying to be like an American author. So he's very much influenced by like Steinbeck and John Steinbeck and William Faulkner and Ernest Hemingway, Mark Twain. Like it's very derivative of like that style of American prose, that sort of dry, succinct economy of language, just matter of fact
Yeah, I
stuff.
heard him explain some situations that the young boy was in and stuff.
Yeah, so I
And
read the first
his parents
chapter.
or whatever. I thought it was a cool idea for a book. I don't know how it came out.
I read the first chapter, and my thoughts so far was just like, I guess this is better than I thought. Like any comedian, like if you told me a comedian wrote a novel, I would say, oh, that must be like an unmitigated piece of shit.
Yeah.
So it's better than like what you would expect from a comedian.
Sorry, my
like,
shawl's all messed up.
with regard to the prose of it. So
Yeah.
I guess it's like it's hard to read it without the like the I guess the subjective metric that it's like, okay, for a comedian, I guess this is good. But it's I mean, it's just, I don't know. So far, it's just like, okay, this is perfectly okay. I wouldn't say it's bad so far, but it's not something that I would be. I guess it's not something I would be drawn to at all were it not written by Louis C.K. Like it's a curio as it exists as a book that's been written by Louis C.K. Like knowing him as a comedian.
Yeah. But isn't that kind of everything for the most part? Like people, you like something like comedians. I'll go to a show of a comedian that people will be like, that person's not funny. And it's like, well, I kind of like them. So I'm going there to laugh. And I've built this bond around them. So I like it a little bit more. You know what I mean? There's a social
it's just like
there's a social element, like kind of it to almost anything that we search out.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but it's just like writing is not his profession, or it's not his like skill set that he's known for that he's developed. So it's like with Louis, his trade is like jokes, doing stand up, making a TV show, that kind of thing, show business.
Yeah.
And so then now he's venturing, like a lot of comedians do when they get successful enough, is they venture into the world of publishing.
Yeah.
And I mean, to his credit, at least he didn't crank out some bullshit fucking memoir that's just a bunch of stories he's told on a podcast already. He sat down and wrote a novel. And after, I've only read the first chapter, but so far it's like, this is not as bad as people online were wanting it to be. Like all the Louis detractors on the internet were posting like a paragraph he wrote and saying, "Can you fucking, this is so embarrassing." And I'm like, it's actually okay.
He read some of it on, I think it was Theo Vaughn that I watched some or something. He read some of it on there with Theo. And I remember thinking like, yeah, that's not bad. Like, I wouldn't buy it or look towards that.
Oh, I didn't buy it. No,
but
it is on my
listening to that, listening to that, I was like, I like the premise. And because it's Louis, if this was like easily attainable, I wouldn't avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, and it's nice that nowadays I have no respect or admiration for like anybody. Like I've killed all my gods and masters, especially after that Riyadh festival, and it's like I just go, oh, okay, yeah, so that's on me for ever like admiring anyone or respecting anybody in show business, and so it does allow me to like take a step back and consume their works more objectively, instead of from the perspective of like being a fan or a sycophant, of what they do. Just like this fucking Chappelle special I was watching earlier, like, you know, like 10 years ago, I would have thought Chappelle was one of the masters, one of the greats. And then, in recent years, he's done a lot that is, suspect or not good, just in terms of his like creative output,
Yeah.
Then he did that, dude. He did that fucking Riyadh festival, which is like whatever. Like if the fucking Saudi royal family offers you a shitload of money and you go, it would be nice to have to get paid a shitload of money, and then you take the money. If that's your reasoning, great. Then say that. But he does this thing in that fucking special where he tries to like morally rationalize it. Like he does this like
I saw a little clip of it and he was like, and the thing is, I'm right. And it's like the old Chappelle would have been like, look, I'm going to tell you my story. You can decide whether or not I'm right. But now he's like, I'm 100% right, and I'm going to tell you the story.
He just does.
He literally said that with the clip I saw.
And it's also just like, first off, it's confusing trying to watch comedy now because like all these guys like claim that they're just like jokesters. There's like, oh, I'm just telling jokes up here, and yet he's so fucking serious. Like about what he does, like he goes up there and he starts talking, and it's like, it's not just that sincere. It's everything is so deathly serious. Like he approaches it as though like he's more of a truth teller, which they also claim to be that. I guess I just don't understand like how they like what is his intention? What are their intentions when we engage with their work? Because I go, okay, well, if you want me to perceive this as just silly jokes, that's great. I'll do that. And by that metric, this fails because this all seems to be like so serious and important.
Why so serious?
But then is it like, so I don't even understand like how I'm supposed to be watching this. I just know that as I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'm not laughing that much. I'll hand it to him that I couldn't do what he's done. I can't go in front of a arena full of people and command the stage like that. So he is captivating in that regard, but this isn't grabbing me comedically. It's just like engaging in how like just his presence. But listening to what he's saying, I'm like, yeah, you took blood money from the Saudi royal family and you're trying to morally rationalize that. And so it's like, are you talking to me or are you talking to you right now? Because it's like, you took the fucking check, whatever. But to try and say that you're doing some like morally good thing is questionable. Because he does this bizarre whataboutism where the criticism he received is that that's blood money and they killed a journalist. And then he goes, well, Israel has killed this many journalists. And then he stops it there. And I'm like, that's also bad. That's like, you just pointed out that something.
What's the lesser of two evils?
You just pointed out that there's also a bad thing happening somewhere else, but you still took money. You still like performed, like you still did this like.
Well, here's the thing. I do have a question.
Money. You took
I have a
blood
question,
money, and you go. There's also a bad thing, and even like what you just said, the lesser of two evils. Well, the lesser of the three evils is not to do any of it.
Here's the thing, though, right? So we live in America, right? And I'm not taking his side or whatever. We live in America, right? And America gets in these wars. They're in the Middle East, and they're in Israel, and they're in Yemen, and they're in Lebanon, and they're in Ukraine, and all this stuff. That doesn't represent me at all, right? So when I go to a comedy show to laugh, I'm like, oh, this is funny. I don't think, oh, that guy's a comedian and he's performing comedy for me while my country's bombing Yemen, because that has nothing to do with me. So there is sort of a way to go, like if you're going to go perform like comedy in a foreign country, you're performing it for the people, not the warlords. Like those people aren't their government that's killing people. They're just people that will like want to be
The festival
entertained.
itself, though, was like commissioned by. It's like put on by.
Yeah. No, I get that. So I'm saying that would be a better argument. I don't know exactly what I didn't research what that
It's
was.
not like it's
But
some.
like when an American comedian like makes me laugh, it's not like me or him are a fan of the wars that America is doing. We want them to stop, but we also want to laugh at comedy. So I do understand the argument of like going and like trying to humanize the citizens of places where the government might be evil, if that makes sense.
Right, but
I don't know if that was his argument.
I wasn't
That's just
there
where
for
my
the
mind
festival. I don't
went.
know, from what it seemed like the audience there was like royal family and like wealthy folk. Like I don't think they were performing for the common folk of Saudi Arabia. It seems like it was all like a pretty like affluent, well-to-do oil
Gotcha. Yeah.
oil people. I don't know though. It just was obnoxious though that like he took the person the person writing the check, the people who are cutting the check are the ones that is the blood money.
Yeah.
And he took the check and it's in his bank account now, and now he's received criticism for it, and rather than like reflecting on that at all or engaging with it, and having any sort of engagement with that criticism, he just outright objects to it as though it's people like everyone else is wrong.
Yeah. As soon as he comes out and says like, this is what I saw like a bit of the clip. I just don't care, so I scroll by it. I do remember seeing him say, and I'm going to tell you why I was right. And it's like,
it's just
instead of saying, look, I'm going to tell you a story and then you can decide if I was right.
It's moral, it's mental gymnastics, it's moral acrobats. It's just like twisting himself in knots to morally rationalize this decision he made, which honestly, like there's no way in my mind that I know I'm not one of the Hallow 250.
Hey, I turned down the Riyadh.
Yeah, it's nothing I'm ever going to come close to. I'm not in the business. Who knows what is the actual inner workings of this fucking festival? Or just from the outside looking in, it seems bad. Looking at that festival, what it was, and who's putting it on, and all that, I go, this seems really just like upsetting to me. And I'm not the only one who felt that way. And then. And so, what it appears to me is happening, like when he's on stage talking about all this shit, is he probably feels something, like where he's second guessing or questioning his own motives or why he did this, but he can't. Because he's Dave Chappelle, he can't accept that he's wrong about something, and so it's like, no, actually, everyone else must be wrong.
Yeah,
I think I'm actually morally correct in what I've done. Is because there's also Israel.
I didn't see that, but for me with the Riyadh thing, I didn't like because it's just comedians going over there and getting paid. I thought of it kind of more like Dennis Rodman going over to North Korea.
That's also crazy.
But it's crazy, but also it's like it shows that these are real life people, and it bridges this gap that may later on turn into peace.
Maybe
it's like rather than if you just keep ostracizing people, it's like and tell them to shut up, go away, you're evil, and you never like welcome them into the group. They never have okay, I'll just continue to be a violent enemy.
It seems curious to me that the bridge to peace is Dave Chappelle getting paid millions of dollars. I get that. I'm saying that it's like it would be.
I just think that there's literally money being stolen out of our bank accounts to ship to foreign lands to kill people, and I think that's a much more devilish and devious thing that these politicians on all the sides do.
Well, thank you, Helen.
And they hardly get any heat compared to like comedians that went to Riyadh. You know what I mean?
Super stickers from Helen.
But I get it. Like,
I guess
Dave
I'm just saying
Chappelle's a
this
little,
from what I saw in the special so far. It's a lot.
I'm not trying to stick up for him. I'm
It seemed
just
like
saying,
a lot of proselytizing and very serious talking. And he had jokes, but it was also just like so much of it felt like a sermon. Also,
Yeah.
and then the thing with the Riyadh Fest was like, whatever, you took the money. Don't insult me by
I get that too.
trying to like moralize it. Just say like they offered me this amount of cash. And I said, that's a lot of, I would like to get paid that much money to do this. And so I will do it.
Yeah. I drive like sometimes 10 hours a day. So I just download a lot of stuff to listen to. And after a certain number of podcasts, you're just like, I'm not in the mood for comedy anymore. I want something like different. And so I downloaded like Pierce talking to Tucker talking to Nick Fuentes, Pierce talking to Candace Owens. I didn't make it through that one. That one was too hard. But like,
we got $10 from Howling Whataburger. I got to tip my hat to Dalton calling balls. I do call balls a lot. And strikes here. A lot of people will just be clapping seals with Dave, Bill, etc., or obfuscate like Dave is doing. Dude, that's why they call you Dave the Obfuscator.
No, it's just like it. I think people are misunderstanding. Like you just like scroll by it. Like for instance, like I listen to. I'm not a fan of like Tucker or Nick Fuentes, but there's so much discourse about them, and they're out talking stuff. So I was like, let's see what these have to say.
Discourse, that course.
Yeah, so I'll tune in and listen to it, and it's just like it's not even like entertainment as much as it's like something to, like you used to put the radio on, you used to put TBS or USA on all day, and it used to be on the background. I'll put Tucker and Fuentes and listen to it. I don't get riled up. I don't join any sides. I'm not convinced, whatever. I just want to be.
That's a cognitive hazard.
These people are getting like millions of views. Well, I want to see what they're talking about.
I don't even open the door for that kind of.
You know what I mean? That's the same thing as like, you have a choice of what you're going to watch and listen to, and you want, and I want to keep up on certain things.
Every clip that pops up on Twitter, Nick Fuentes, I gotta protect myself. I gotta scroll. I gotta block it. I gotta avoid it because that's that's an op. That's what do they? I guess it is a psyop in a way, or a info hazard, cognitive hazard. It's like I can't allow this to.
It's going to turn you into a groiper.
Yeah, I can't. Well, not even that. It's just like I can't allow this to infiltrate my
your hard drive, your mental hard drive.
Yeah, I can't allow this to worm its way in.
You know what's been pissing me off lately?
My perception of everything.
So I put off the internet. I haven't been on the internet as much over the past like 2-3 weeks, but I come back on and like the boomers. I even heard Tucker say glazed.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Like, all these like
they are trying to figure out
like but even people like Mark Norman and like Sam Morrell and like Dan Soder and all those guys, people are in Tim Dillon, like they're not even saying it jokingly, they're saying glazed, and I'm like, is this like? And then I was like, should I look up the origin? I assume I know what it means. It's like give people their shine or whatever. Or
like, you were talking about Krispy Kreme. I was like, I would love some Krispy Kreme.
Yeah. So like, oh yeah, but I was like, does it have a sexual history to it that when the Zoomers created the word? But I was also like, it's just so funny, like that over the past like 3 weeks that made it in the vernacular of like Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and
to give
Bill Maher.
to give guy, because I think like Tucker Carlson and all them are using it much more cynically, but to give the benefit of the doubt to anyone we like, because I've done this, is like a new slang hits the streets.
Yeah.
And you think it sounds ridiculous, but then my experience has been like I'll use it ironically enough times that it stops being ironic, and then it just becomes part of my lexicon.
I will say this, right? It's a decent word in the fact that I guess we used to say like I have to give them credit. I give them flowers was going around. Now you're glazing them. It means you're hyping them up, right? You hyping
Yeah,
somebody up.
it's like you're hyping them up and you're like fawning over what they do. Like
Yeah, you're creaming on their face and you're
Yeah.
climaxing on their face, giving them a nice glaze because you're
yeah,
so
I
excited.
guess it's
You
trying
had to jack off on them.
yeah, evoke like busting a nut all over.
That chick was
Like
so
you like
hot,
what
dude.
they
I
do
had to give
so
her
much.
I had to glaze her up, dude.
Yeah, you're like such a fan. You enjoy what they do so much that you're ejaculating semen all over them.
Yeah.
Figuratively speaking.
Yeah.
Because like Nick Fuentes talking about the white race is I love it so much I just busted a nut in my drawers.
Well, I was
glazed it
watching a couple weeks back. I was watching Ivy Woke on Josh Potter's
You gotta
podcast.
be careful, dude. You're gonna catch the woke mind virus.
Yeah, she's funny. I think she's cute. She's funny. So I was listening to her.
She's cute.
Yeah, she's got a good face.
She's like 20. Come on, man.
I get what she's trying to do because I do the same thing. She's flexing by making herself look ugly. I do the same thing. So I get it. Turn me a two peas
like
in a pod, dude. Me and Ivy woke a two peas in a pod. Ivy, if you're watching, you're welcome on the show anytime. No, but I was watching her on Josh Potter, and she said glazed. That was like 3 weeks ago. And then like Tucker Carlson was saying it like 2 weeks later. So it's just so like it's one of those things where like when I first heard juxtaposition like 2 years ago, and then everybody started saying it, these words just like sweep over the landscape.
That's like
and you see how closely knit everybody is.
Well,
6 degrees of separation.
Yeah, I just don't invite things in like Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, all that. I try not to invite that kind of thing into my life, dude. It's like when you open the door, it walks through. It's like when I was a kid, my mom told me to never play with a Ouija board because you allow something to enter, And I feel the same way about all these guys. I just can't watch it or engage with it because then I'm opening the door for them to just walk right on through it into my soul.
Well, I listen to NPR too, and I find it really beautiful. So like when I listen to NPR, like they'll start in the morning, and if you listen to enough hours, they build like a case all day long, and they make it look like it's different shows with different people. But even the titles, like All Things Considered, is the name of one of the episodes. It's like, see, we've already considered everything, so now we're going to tell you the end, like what the results are. So everything's propaganda and priming up to even the different episodes that seem separate or building on one another. And then when Pierce was interviewing Nick, he did the same thing. He was building these cases, and it was fun to watch him try to catch Nick. So he kept asking the same questions over and over again, and Nick would give a different response. And then finally, Nick would give him the response that he was waiting for. And he's like, oh, interesting you say that because bam. And then he would show a clip, like a got you clip. So it was very fun to watch them work.
I used to work at Enterprise Rent-A-Car, and so I spent a lot of time driving around the city of Denton, Texas, just in a car, right? And because it was like I didn't have any way to connect my phone to a lot of the cars. I didn't have any way to just like choose the entertainment I had. So sometimes a lot of times I was just listening to the radio, and I would listen the hours I worked. I would listen to NPR a lot because it happened to be the hours I was working coincided with a Prairie Home Companion. So that was like most of me listening to NPR was I wasn't getting any of this political bullshit you're talking about. I was listening to Garrison Keillor regale us with tales of Lake Wobegon.
No, I used to listen out of Boston, the Car Guys.
That was
really good.
Car Guys was good too.
Yeah.
And Garrison, that is, feminism run amok. Garrison Keillor, weirdly enough, was a casualty of the Me Too era. That he got fired because they had made some claim that he had sexually harassed or done something to some lady. And I think come to find out all that happened is he was like walking through the office and said, oh, just need to scooch by you for a second. And he just put his hand on a woman's back. It was like something innocuous like that.
Yeah.
But because everybody was in such a fervor at the time, out for blood,
it's social mania
to punish
Yeah.
rapists. They took like one of the most just like benign and soft spoken and beige vanilla guys of all time, Garrison Keillor, who I don't even know if he even has a penis and testicles. And they fired him from the radio. They got rid of my beloved Prairie Home Companion. I don't know what fucking joker they brought in to replace him, but I refused to listen to it after that.
I do
This is
think
the kind of thing. Let me show you this, dude.
I do think during Me Too, a lot of corporations that wanted to get rid of like high paid guys that they couldn't get out of like a severance pay or whatever.
Oh shit!
Used Me Too to like thin out some people they didn't want to work there anymore.
Sorry, we just found out you're a rapist, Garrison Keillor. No, just finally having a way to hire somebody and not receive any pushback is like, oh no, it's like actually this guy whose paycheck we don't want cutting into our profit margins anymore. He's a rapist, and so now nobody can be mad that we fired him.
I don't think that's exactly how it went down, but yes, like I think some of the people that were like that they didn't fight for that got caught up in the crossfire, they were just like, yeah, let's just let them go.
The chat is right. You kind of panicked when you I said he's a rapist. I said
I thought you were you had looked up, you looked something I got a clean conscience. I thought you were typing something up, like searching something on the
I was gonna
on the computer, and then you said that, so I thought something like it was breaking news.
This is what I used to love about NPR, and now it's like defund it all you want since you got rid of Garrison Keillor. Was Prairie Home Companion. I love the advertisements for fake products that they would do. Like they would do it like, we're gonna cut to this is brought to you by, and it was like still just part of the show. And I love the rhubarb, the rhubarb pie. Just watch this.
This portion of our show is brought to you by Bebop Rebop Rhubarb Pie and Bebop Rebop Frozen Rhubarb Pie Filling. So here it is, October, November, coming soon. You figure you better winterize your car, so you take it into Jack's Auto Repair. All tracks lead to Jack's. They put it up on the hoist. They drain the oil.
A live follow guy.
Michael Winslow.
And they put on snow tires.
I love how the guy's like kind of good, but I could almost do it.
Yeah, I noticed your muffler's leaking there.
So they changed that there too. And they blow out the gas line and clean the defroster.
So this is wholesome.
Replace the headlights and balance your tires.
Replace the headlights.
You buy some flares and some tire chains, some bags of stand. You stock your glove compartment with nuts and dried fruit and granola, and then you're done. You spent a couple $1,000, but
it would be hilarious if you just turned to
worth
like,
it for what you
I'm
got.
trying to read this.
Peace of mind. So you're thinking good thoughts
Just some
as you
autistic
drive home. You're enjoying the feel of.
Wait till they do the song. Everybody in the chat, they do a song.
This is Sylvia Pajoli reporting from Rome, where Pope Francis is spending the day at Tivoli Amusement Park. And there he goes now on the roller coaster. Bless you!
And that's when the squirrel darts out from behind a parked car.
It's just hilarious. I could do those kind of things without any practice.
Into that Mercedes parked there.
We could all work for it.
Yeah.
The car whose owner is sitting right there in it, or was sitting in it, and now he's standing at your window. He's 300 pounds. He's wearing shoulder pads, a red Cornhuskers jersey.
We're too far into it. I'm
Yes,
not turning
sir,
it off
lovely
now.
Honey, how'd the show go tonight? Dude, I crushed the 300-pound guy in shoulder pads walking up the stairs down.
I'm from Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Get out of the car!
Wouldn't this be a good time for a piece of rhubarb pie? Yes. Nothing gets the taste of shame and humiliation out of your mouth like bebop, rebop, rhubarb pie. Yes, one little thing can revive a guy, and that is a piece of rhubarb pie. Serve it up nice and
Amy
hot.
Poehler charged these guys $100 a piece. They can do this.
Rhubarb, rhubarb, bebop, rhubarb, rhubarb pie.
Robbie will like that joke.
Rhubarb, bebop, rhubarb, rhubarb pie. Bebop, rhubarb, rhubarb pie. Whoa.
That's good stuff. That's just good old fashioned wholesome radio right there. Rhubarb pie. Raphael's asking. It's too sweet for my taste. I mean, you
I
might
didn't
not think
enjoy it.
that.
It's not even rhubarb pie. It's the rhubarb's in there, and then it's just lots of sugar
It's usually
to mask the taste of rhubarb.
Usually, yeah, you would see like a strawberry rhubarb pie, and I would order it. I ordered it once off the what was the truck? Schwann's? The Schwann's truck? Did you ever have the truck that would come through selling frozen shit? They give you a catalog and it was all really expensive.
No.
I had ordered one off that truck once. It was a strawberry rhubarb pie.
Wait, you had a pie delivery truck coming by? No wonder.
I'm not lying, dude. No,
No,
it's a real thing. I did have pie. I grew up in a neighborhood that did pie delivery.
Yeah, you're just outside feeding the kid instead of ice cream. They're like, "Oh, it's the pie guy's coming."
What? It was Schwann.
Mom, can I have $5? The frozen pie guy's coming.
Yeah, you'd hear that song they just did, and I'd say, "Mom, I need $45. Can I give $45 in cash so I can go run out and get a rhubarb pie
from the pie truck?"
Yeah, because I remember it being really expensive.
Ah, yes. Who doesn't have that memory as a kid?
And
chasing down the rhubarb pie truck on my bicycle.
Chasing down the pie truck, dude. And yeah, it's Schwann's. It's Schwann's was I don't know if they still do it, but if you lived in a certain neighborhood, like I remember growing up living in a neighborhood where you would get a catalog of all the stuff that's on the Schwann's truck, and you could pick out what you wanted, and you'd hand it back to the guy on the truck, and so the next time Schwann's came through, he'd have your delivery.
Yeah.
And one time I got a strawberry rhubarb pie from the Schwann's truck, and we heated up in the oven. I was so excited because I said, "Oh, from Prairie Home Companion, the Bebop or rhubarb pie," and I ate it, and I was actually like, "This is just like way too sweet. It's not that good."
I don't eat enough pies, so if you had a choice, rank these for me, Dalton. Puddings.
Let me just say,
flaws and puddings.
This is what I was made to do:
cookies, cake, or pie. So cakes, pies, and cupcakes go in with the cakes. Pies, cookies, or puddings, which is like puddings is jellos, puddings, and flans.
Creme brulee.
Yeah, that all falls under the pudding category, like gelatinous, moving things.
Where's cheesecake on this?
Oh, that's a good question. Is a cheesecake fall into a cake or a pudding?
I mean,
it can almost be a pie too, because cheesecake can almost be a pie.
Yeah, I mean, this is easy. Number 1 is pie. 2 is cake. 3 is cookies.
Some milk and cookies.
Yeah, milk and cookies. 4 is puddings and creams and creme brulees and all that kind of stuff. And then what was the other one? Was there
I guess that's it, unless the cheesecake is in a situation.
Cheesecake, I would say, is a pie. So it's like, to rank them, I mean, I love all of them.
Pies are the best, but I think I eat cookies and puddings the most.
They're easier to get to. They're more accessible because a pie, you either have to like find a place else. So
C-Smear 76 kind of has. He's like, cheesecake is a cake. You may be right there.
I don't know if it's a cake though. It's cake in name.
It is in the name.
It's cake in name, but I don't know if I would classify it as a cake. Because a cake to me is like a very specifically like a fluffy like confection.
Yeah, I would say mousse is a pudding.
And a cheesecake actually is closer in consistency to a pie.
Yeah.
And so I would actually put cheesecake in the pie category, though it is cake in name.
Yeah, like a grasshopper pie. I don't know if you've ever had that. It's more of an ice cream cake, but it's really good.
But yeah, I mean, they're all great. I would yeah, and I'm the same way where I feel like I have more like regularly I eat more like cookies and puddings and stuff. And I think that's because those are just easier to have on hand, and you have more access to them. Because a pie, you either have to find a place that'll say just one slice, or you have to commit to a whole pie, either frozen or bake it yourself. And so it's a little more of a hassle to have a pie, but it is the best. It's pies.
I got a free Sam's Club pass.
Oh, but then you have pastries. You got like eclairs and lobster tails, cannolis, all the I don't even know macarons.
Those are cookies. Cannolis are kind of like a cream filling with a pea. It's like a roll pie. A cannoli is just a rolled up pie.
$2 from
but I got a Sam's Club free day pass.
Ganache is a chocolate.
And I had not been in a Sam's Club or a BJ's or like a Costco in some time. So I went in there and walked around for an hour or so. And I was like, this is real old guy stuff. Cause I was like, do I want a membership here? And I was like looking at the bulk stuff. But I went to the bakery section. And one thing that was like just crazy to me is like, so if I go to my grocer and get a pie, I'm getting a pie that's probably like 8 to maybe 10 inches. Like, what's an average pie like with the tin foil in the bottom?
Like 8 inches.
Yeah, like 8 inches. The pies
the
at
big
Sam's
pies
Club,
scare me.
dude. The pies at Sam Club, dude. I picked them up, dude. They were so heavy. They were the size of pizzas. Pizza.
Yeah,
pies.
they got big pies.
They were heavy, and I was like, oh, this is. I couldn't even find smaller pies. So I was like, did they not make them that small anymore? Because I was like, okay, this would be good for Christmas or Thanksgiving. So maybe this is out for Christmas. But what does somebody just do if they just went pie during the year? They can't be buying a 16-inch pie like this. But I went there and it's like, I guess like if the selection is lower. So like they didn't have ketchup that I wanted because all that ketchup had corn syrup in it. Well, but I was like, it would be much cheaper for me to buy the 3-pack of these giant ketchups.
Well, yeah, these are bulk stores.
But yeah, but I don't want that ketchup. I want a sugar-free ketchup. You know what I mean?
You're not going to get that at Sam's.
Yeah, so when you go to these places, it's like as long as you want to just get what they have, you're going to save money.
You as a single guy, there's really no reason for you to shop there. Those are stores for like families to stock up.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was trying to figure out if it was worth it when I went in there because some of the stuff was. So like every day I'll pack my lunch now and I do like I'll do frozen fruit. I put it in this glass container and then I put protein powder mixed with yogurt on top of it. And I have a yogurt protein fruit for dessert. And I buy these packs of it and 2 of it is for 2 days. So I buy like 3 or 4 for the week, but they had one there that I could have bought. They did have a vegan one. I could just buy the one and it would cover me the whole week. So there was some stuff and it would be cheaper. So I was like figuring it out. But then when you add the membership in, it gets dicey. But even if you go like to buy like protein bars and stuff like that, or just drinks, if you're buying drinks, those places are where it's at. The drinks are so cheap.
Oh,
you
yeah.
have to buy like
they sell
36 of them, 48 of them.
A 35-pack of Coke Zero.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Which I do be buying that. Actually, they're because if I go to like Dollar General or someplace like that, they usually have 12 packs of Coke Zero on sale, either Coke or Pepsi. Recently it was Pepsi, and I was able to get 3 12-packs of Pepsi Zero for $15.
Did you try the
Starry's good? Yeah, I like the Starry.
Yeah.
I really where Pepsi products win me over is their design. Like they have these big, bold, vibrant designs for everything now, and the Pepsi logo is really beautiful.
Yeah.
And the Starry logo I really like too, because I mean, Starry is kind of almost indistinguishable from Sprite, but it's a much better packaging. Whereas Pepsi actually is distinct from Coca Cola, and if I've been drinking Coke for a while, Pepsi is a nice change up. It's a good like it's very refreshing to be like, ooh.
I saw an argument recently, and I was on Joe List's side. So it was not Joe List, Joe DeRosa. So Joe DeRosa and Sal Volcano were arguing. And I was actually on Joe's DeRosa's side. But he said, you go to a restaurant and they say, you say, oh, can I please have a Coke? And they say, is Pepsi okay? And Joe DeRosa says, no, thank you. And I'll say, no, thank you. And Sal Volcano was like, that's insane. There's no difference. You go there, you say you want a Coke. They say you don't have, is Pepsi okay? You say yes. He's like, no, Pepsi tastes like crap. I don't even serve it at my restaurants.
Well, that's a regional thing, I guess, because where I'm from, like growing up, Coke was meant not just Coke, but just any of that kind of soda. So like a cola.
Yeah.
Like the way certain places will say pop.
Yeah.
Some places say soda. Where I grew up, if you say Coke, you just more often than not, you weren't like specifying any brand. You just were like, what brown sugar water do you have?
But
So
if
that's
you're
like,
at a restaurant and you say, can I please get a Coke? And they say, is Pepsi okay? Your response would be,
yeah, that's what I meant.
okay.
Like I was like, oh yeah, just like whatever soda you have. That's
I would say, no, thank you. Do you have Sprite or 7-Up or something like that?
Yeah,
I don't like Pepsi.
Yeah, I mean, it's never been an issue. I guess like there's been times when I am imagining the taste of a Coke and they goes Pepsi okay, and then I have to reorient myself to get ready for Pepsi. But it's never been an issue where I am like, no, actually, I'll just drink water.
I heard Joe
Bring
Rosie's.
me the soda.
So here's
I'm
a couple
not
things.
getting soda.
Joe DeRosa, as much as I don't like him, I actually agree with a lot of them. So maybe that's what people feel when they see me, because he was like, Coke is so good. I got Coke Zero on tap at my sub shops, and he's opening a sub shop in Austin. So he has one in New York and Austin. So I'm surprised somebody in the chat said he's going out of business.
Well, to answer your question though, is just that like my experience is that the word Coke, like if I'm asking for a Coke, because of where I grew up, that Coke meant soda.
Yeah.
Like we didn't say soda or pop. It's just all soda was Coke.
We said cola because I grew up in an RC Cola house.
I do like RC.
So my dad would get 3 liters of RC Cola.
Yeah, no, we just would use the brand name to mean just soda. So if I'm at a restaurant, I go, "Can I get a Coke?" And they say, "Is Pepsi okay?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, that's what I meant. Just like whatever soda you have."
Yeah. So it wasn't until like big family functions when some of my family started doing better that I started drinking Coca-Cola. And then I was like, oh, my whole life has been a lie drinking RC Cola.
RC's good. I do a rotation. So it's like I'll go to the store and RC is a little more rare where they don't stock it as much. If I see the RC Zero, I'll get like 2 12-packs of that. I'll drink some RC. And then the next time I'll get Coke Zero, and then I'll do Pepsi. And so that way I'm never getting sick of any one. Because I mean, they do all have distinct flavor profiles. Like they are different.
Yeah.
But if I got a hankering for a soda, a cola flavor, like whatever you got is fine with me. Like
I get that. I'm like that with root beer.
Loyal.
I'm brand loyal only with cola. I just don't like Pepsi. So I would do Coke Zero, RC. If I was forced to drink a cola, I would drink Pepsi, but I would rather have water than Pepsi. But when it comes to root beer, if I was like, hey, can I get a Barks? And they were like, well, no, we have like any other root beer, ICB, BC, or whatever, I would be like, yeah, any root beer is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just saw this. Can we get Crowder Boys tote bags, $2 from Howling Whataburger? Yes, actually, that is very doable. We'll probably wait because there's new merch coming to the site for Corn Fed. Lily is getting everything printed, and so we are going to have new merch on the site for Corn Fed. I don't think we're no shirts yet, but we're gonna have some like trinkets and tchotchkes. And then moving forward, going into the new year, as we rebrand the Crowder Boys, it'll be the Arena of Ideas, the name of the show. But we can do tote bags for sure, corduroy, whatever material. I don't know.
Do you want to get back into the Rob Reiner montage at any point?
Sure. We have $3 from Howling Waterburger, also super.
I think the fans will like it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, what do we got?
Because I still got the Misery stuff coming up. I got some All in the Family with the Jeffersons coming up because that was a spinoff.
I don't know how we got off on whatever we got off on.
Oh no, it's
I guess
conversation honestly, goes where it goes. I think the show's been going well. I think the fans are loving it.
To clarify, it's like, I mean, I don't know. Everybody's perception of time is different. So it's like, you know, my having to live in my body or my experience or whatever I'm trying to say is like, yeah, I mean, it's been 5 years since whatever. Whenever I had my episode, I know that was years ago, but it was like, it was so, I don't know, it was so severe and it was like so traumatizing and so much a like pivotal moment in my life that it feels so fresh to me that when somebody said, like, when it's like, oh, that was that many years ago, I go, it doesn't even feel like, it feels like that just happened.
Yeah.
Like that, it doesn't feel like it's been that much time. And I guess because it was like such a like life-changing incident that I still am like reckoning with it. Like I toss and turn in bed at night and I'm just like, that was fucking crazy, all of what happened. And it doesn't even register with me that's like how this much time has passed, because that all feels so real. But it also, but I guess that speaks to, there is a collective trauma. Like, it doesn't feel like 2020 was 5 years ago. Like, the pandemic started in 2020. It lasted all that year, and then all through 2021, 2022, depending on where you were. I mean, but I would say that people are still hysterical.
Yeah, and I can get that a lot of people that were like in a particular time zone that like put their life on hold feel like they're behind now.
Yeah.
And they're behind in a really bad economy. So it's like, oh, I'm behind and I can't catch up.
Yeah, this phenomenon that people are noticing, the Gen Z stare, they call it. Like, if you talk to someone who's Gen Z and you try to interact with them normally, they just stare at you. It's like, well, yeah, man, when they were in their formative years, the whole fucking world just shut down, and they didn't get to like develop.
There's a giant COVID hoax, and the whole world shut down and ruined their life, so they can put a politician into office.
I do think that we all collectively experienced something extremely traumatizing that we've never been allowed the space or the we've never like recovered from it in any meaningful way. And everybody's just gotten more insane and hysterical and mean and crazy.
Well, they pretend like, oh, it's over, just move on with your life now. And they never double back to realize what they did or where the inflation came from. And they're like, just work harder, avocado toast, don't get coffee.
Yeah, so
but that's just the nature of government. They don't take responsibility for their actions.
Not just government. It's not.
Yeah, but for the
get off the libertas for a second. I'm talking about just like, as humans, like the human thing, where I don't know if people just really are so desperate to move on or what, but it's easy to be like, oh, that was 5 years ago, so long ago, and it's like, well, that was a really destructive, traumatic experience for everybody that happened. And I mean, regardless of what the government's culpability in it is, you know what I'm like. You're focused on the government. And
well, I'm saying I talk to individuals in my life about it, and we've had discussions, and I've talked to young people that were having a tough time with it. So, on an individual level, I've dealt with people and talk about it. What I'm saying is, like, if you even question some of the stuff that went on, and like, hey, like, you forced all these businesses, for example, to take out EDIL loans, and then corporations made billions of dollars, but these small businesses had to take out loans, and now they don't exist. But you later found out that they would have been fine. The government's like, oh, that was the past. We all made silly mistakes. And it's like, yeah, but like, can you forgive those loans or make the corporations that did it pay the loans back? And like, we all made mistakes, move forward. Same thing with the student loans. Like they convince all these
this is
16-year-olds to take out loans, and then they're like stuck with them, and they're like, yeah, we all made mistakes. The loans are a bad idea. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, that's not exactly though what I'm like. I mean, you're. I mean, sure, that's bad.
So,
I'm talking about like that whole experience inflicted a sort of like psychic damage on us that
but you haven't talked to your friends about it or whatever, and your family.
Sure. And it ranges from like I'll mention something to somebody and they go, "Oh yeah, me too." Like since then I felt this was similar things, and then I'll talk to other people who will say it's been 5 years. Well, why are you still fucking worrying about this? Who maybe they have moved on and they're better, but I get the feeling that there's like. Because like the world we live in is so like hyper driven to like produce and grow and keep on moving, that we've never really been afforded the what's necessary to reckon with what happened and effectively heal from it. Like we haven't been able to like come together and contend with that moment and what it did to us. And it does. I look at everything that's going on nowadays, just the way people's behavior and everything that's happening. And I go, it feels like everybody is so much fucking crazier and meaner than they've ever been in my lifetime. And I wonder if
part of that's the internet. I will say, because I'm like off the internet for the past 3 weeks, and people in real life are extremely friendly and kind and welcoming to me.
Sure.
Yeah.
I suppose so. People in real, there is like the distinction or the dichotomy between people's behavior online and in real life. But I am noticing that more and more there's it was definitely like had peaked or reached a boiling point during the pandemic. That was when people were at their most just like paranoid, conspiratorial, and aggressive. But it didn't like retrace back to pre-pandemic levels. Like I have noticed that it drew down a little bit, but it feels like people are like still much more insane than they were before the pandemic.
Yeah,
like I know that like during that time they were much more aggressive and crazy, and that was like the worst of it. But it feels like we're heading toward even worse than when the pandemic was happening if we continue on this trajectory.
Yeah, I didn't get affected that much by the pandemic. Most of the time I worked. When they stopped from working, I got a new job that they allowed me to work. When they were like, you can't even do that anymore, I just got a bike and went out in the woods and hung out with people like on the paths and stuff. But I am smart enough to recognize that like I was in a point in my life was I was really secure with my like beliefs, my ideas, where I was, and other people were in different transitional phases, growth periods, and they feel like they missed 5 years of like of something. It would be the equivalent of like when somebody doesn't have savings.
Everything.
Yeah, somebody's equivalent to somebody like not having a savings, and then like they get back on their feet, but they're going to catch up. And now the hyperinflation that certain people were mentioning was going to happen with the checks going out is starting to hit now. And because Trump's back in office, they don't want to be like, well, this is like ripples from when he was in office the first time on the second thing. So they're just going to ignore all that stuff, those pain points. But I will say, like, so I do think we have to be like empathetic that everybody's in different phases of their life, especially like if you were in high school and you missed like graduation or college and you missed like graduation because of an age. Some people like that was a huge formative years for them. So I do recognize that people are different, but also So like when you're dealing with somebody who's overweight, for example, and you're giving them therapy and you're trying to get to the bottom of
I'm right here.
losing weight, right? The first thing you want to do is you want to talk to that person so they don't identify as being fat. Because as soon as you identify that you're a fat person, instead of that you have fat, that I'm this person that has fat on me right now, and I can get rid of the fat because the fat is not me. It's something that's on me that can be burnt, and they don't identify it with anymore. It's easier to then lose the weight because you don't identify. So if you can convince somebody that they're something and then they identify of it, to get rid of that, you're shattering their identity, and they don't want to lose their identity. So you want to be very careful with your language to yourself. Like if somebody convinces themselves that they're dumb and they identify as dumb, and then they go to do really hard math that takes a while to learn. Yeah, then they go to learn something that takes a hard time to learn. Like, well, I can't do this because I'm dumb, and it's like, no, you can't do this because that takes time to learn. So you're going to be careful about the identities that you put on. That everybody has to do this. I do this to myself.
This is a delicious.
Like I was a coffee drinker for years. I identified as a coffee drinker. My friends would be like, "Oh, what coffee are you up to? How do you make your coffee?" And so like I took pride in that. And then it was giving me bags. I wasn't sleeping. I was tired. I had to quit coffee. I had to like literally sever part of my identity to like be rebirthed into a healthier lifestyle, because I was like giving myself kidney issues and sleeping and giving myself headaches because I like identified so strongly with caffeine.
I just had the peppermint mocha at Starbucks. It's a holiday season. It's the holiday season, and it was delicious. So I've had my pumpkin spice for the season. I had the peppermint mocha, and I just hope I can get back to Starbucks in time to drink the eggnog latte and the caramel brulee latte.
Yeah.
To sample all of their holiday fare.
Yeah. DA 7322 makes a good point. So one thing with children, for example, and this is why I think a lot of the fans get crazy with me, is because emotion and facial expressions and mimicking is how people like learn characteristics, signs, and kids learn empathy when you're playing peekaboo and stuff with kids. Think about all the kids that were interacting with other people in society that everybody was masks. So during these formative years, they weren't seeing facial expressions that they could read, learn, and recognize long term. And that's a very hard trait to learn after some of those neural pathways has closed up around 5 or 6. So this is there's going to be effects that ripple forward for a long time.
It's devastating what's happened to us, and that's so everybody should watch the movie Eddington. That's what that movie's about. And we all endured a collective trauma, and it shouldn't be dismissed or diminished just because time has passed. We're still experiencing the consequences. We still live in the wake of.
Yeah.
We're still in it. I mean, I don't know. It feels like everything is still happening. Like the world feels like we're in a decline. Like
you don't have to do anything, but like, so for example, like
$3 from Howling Whataburger. This is good. The super chats are good for
one thing that really bothers me about modern day society with the drug companies and mental health and stuff is that they love treating everything as if it's chronic personality chemical imbalance that's like ingrained in you genetically.
The chronic.
Yeah. So they're like, so if you have anxiety, say you're an anxious person, right? They're like, oh, we got to get you on some drugs. You're anxious. Your brain's all messed up. And it's like, well, hold on a second. Did they just go through 5 years of a pandemic? Maybe there's a reason to be anxious. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain things within your personality that if you identify as, I have anxious attachment disorder, I have abandonment issues, I am avoidant with attachment. As soon as you believe that, you are that.
The DSMification of the human experience. Trying to like define and catalog just all these different things that make us human. That drives me nuts.
So they're like, oh, you have anxiety, so we got to put you on this drug for the rest of your life. It's like, well, hold on a second. Like, when do you get anxiety? Oh, you get anxiety like when you're in public around a lot of strangers. Yeah, that's typical because you're in a dangerous situation because there's so many variables. That is, you could just call that like hyper awareness, because you shouldn't feel like you're relaxed laying in your bed when you're in a place with 1,000 people around you. You should have a different feeling in those two places. That's typical.
You are right about I am fat and I got to fix it. And
You have fat, but you can lose it.
Well, just let me
Through diet or
tell you
exercise.
what
Yeah,
just
yeah.
happened to me.
Yep.
I went to a shopping mall yesterday, just to get off the internet and actually go do something. And it was really nice. I do miss going places, and it's nice that the places are still there and I can go to them. And I hope that one day we all return to going places. I feel like sometimes I wonder people's engagement with the internet, especially like online shopping, is still so recent, such a recent development that maybe people will go, oh, it might be better just to go to a place, to get out of the house. That was why I went to the mall, just to get out. And I went to it's Christmas time, and so I wanted to go buy a gift. And where else do you get gifts than a place where it's in the name? So I went to Spencer's Gifts.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know anybody named Spencer, which is strange.
And so I was in there to buy a gift, and I was also looking at maybe getting a shirt for myself.
Yeah.
But the biggest size
I'm with Stupid, and then you can wear it when you're with Ravi on on the Crowd Voice. Yeah.
But the biggest size they offer at Spencer's Gifts in any shirt, even the Jelly Roll shirts, is double XL. And
Really?
I said, this is really tragic.
This is very un-American.
That I am too fat for Spencer's. And I got to fix this. I can't. This is unacceptable that I've gotten too fat for Spencer's Gifts, and so I definitely have been much more, like, no joke, like, mindful today of what I eat, and like trying to focus and be like, all right, just remember Spencer's. You're trying to, like somebody, you'll buy like a piece of clothing that's like a smaller size and be like, this is my goal, to lose weight until I get this. So I got a double XL Jelly Roll shirt from Spencer's. I'm going, I got to lose enough weight to at least be able to fit in the Jelly Roll shirt.
What's the Nietzsche quote? Like, give a man a why and he can withstand almost any what, or something like that. What is the quote?
Give a man a why, he can withstand almost any N. I don't know.
Basically, the idea is like so like if you're like, okay, I got to get thin, but for no like when Harrington said get a fight, that was Harrington's why, right? So he was able to endure any pain that he in suffering because of the fight. If you were to find you need a really good reason. Some people it's a heart attack, some people sickness. If you have a goal and you like really define it, and there's a reason why, you would be able to accomplish it. I think that if you like really, instead of just saying like I need to lose weight, it's just such a hollow thing. But if you put a goal and then you put steps, I think you would have a much easier time.
There have been so many physical detriments with the size of, like, as I got fat, like as I gained weight over the years and have been gaining weight all along the way. There's been all these like physical detrimental effects that I've noticed that should be alarms that inspire me to course correct. And I just have kind of been like, well, this is just life now. Like not being able to breathe when I try to sleep on my back, or struggling to wipe my own ass, getting out of breath, taking a shower, things like that. But honestly, the biggest wake-up call is that I can't buy any clothing at Spencer's or Hot Topic that fits me. And
Yeah.
that was where I said, okay, this is alarming. This is the wake up call I needed.
You know,
And so today I went on a walk. I went outside, walked about not exactly a mile, but close to a mile. And then I've only eaten. I had I had a couple mangoes. I had some nuts, some pecans and walnuts, and then for dinner I had a little bit of steak, potato, and some mushrooms. And so it's
very
like,
good. Yeah.
as long as I don't succumb to the siren song of cookies and candy that awaits me when this is over.
I got another tip for you. So we have different bacteria in our body and microbiome, and that's what we're really feeding. So your sugar cravings are because you have a lot of, I think it's called cantia. I think it's cantia, cantia, or something like that. Bacteria. Cantina, maybe. I don't know.
Candida?
Candida. You're eating a lot of candida. But basically, you have these sugar-hungry bacteria, and this is like when girls get.
That's what you get when you don't wash your vagina.
Like girls that eat a lot of sugar get like nasty vaginal BV from it too. So, but if you can eat foods and stuff that reduce their existence while keeping yourself satiated, it'll get easier and easier. And like, I had looked in this before, and you can look into it for yourself. But it's like, you like kiwis, pomegranates. There's certain ones that feed healthy bacteria, and then when you're hungry, that's what you're feeding, because we're this ecosystem. We're not just ourselves. So that could be helpful. But
damn, dude.
Yeah.
You drink something bubbly just now? You're burping.
Yeah, I drank the story.
Oh, we have a $2 super chat from Howling Whataburger. Conan really didn't do Rob Reiner any favors. It's that classic edgy humor.
Yeah.
$2.79 Canadian from Tetris Bad Boy. China ruined my late teens. I think China might be the answer to everything, dude. They got it figured out.
I don't even want to get into COVID. Let's watch this Stand By Me thing, because there's some. I just want to give
we'll watch
respects
this
to Rob Reiner and a couple other videos here. You guys will enjoy it.
Oh, we do also have a corn-fed radio. Let me see. Okay,
we still got Spinal Tap. A couple other things that he was in. I found his first acting gig from the 1966 when he's a young man.
We headed home, and although many thoughts raced through our minds, we barely spoke. We walked through the night and made it back to...
So for those who don't know, who haven't seen the movie, they all lied to their parents to go venture out into the woods to see if they could find this dead body they heard about. And so they got camping gear and stuff, lied about sleepovers and stuff, and went out into this couple of day journey. And they went and saw this together and experienced these different events and fear and love and happiness and all this stuff. And now they're returning home from their adventures.
Mm-hmm.
Castle Rock a little past 5 o'clock on Sunday morning, the day before Labor Day. We'd only been gone 2 days, but somehow the town seemed different, smaller.
Well, see you in school. Yeah. See you in junior high.
Was the stream taken down? Wait, is that true?
Is the stream down because of the music?
Was the stream down? No, they're messing with us. I got it pulled up on YouTube on another tab.
Yeah.
And it looks like the stream is up.
Okay. Good trick, guys. You got us.
Oh no, they said the stream was taken down before. Huh.
Oh, guys, I better get home before my mom puts me on 10 most
Oh,
wanted.
it was taken down because the Rob Reiner clips earlier. So the stream was taken down at one point. Maybe this was a bad idea, Dave.
We have to pause it more and talk about it. I think it's 6-second pauses.
I don't know. I didn't know. No one told us. I didn't see anybody. Is the stream up? They're saying that it went down for 5 minutes 2 hours ago.
All right, so we'll move forward from here. We can go to misery.
It might get taken down again. Oh, we've done 4 hours tonight. This is.
I know I'm only 40 pages into your book.
We do more than any other podcast.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
The acting in this is so good.
Nothing.
What is it?
It's ridiculous. Who am I to make a criticism to someone like you?
It's all right. I can take it.
Well, it's brilliantly written, but then everything you write is brilliant.
Pretty rough stuff.
The swearing, Paul. There, I said it.
The profanity bothers you.
It has no nobility.
These are slum kids. I was a slum kid. Everybody talks like that.
They do not. What do you think I say when I go to the feed store in town? Oh, now, Wally, give me a bag of that effing pig feed and 10 pounds that bitchly cow corn. And in the bank, do I tell Mrs. Bollinger, oh, here's one big bastard of a check. Give me some of your Christing money. There, look there. See what you made me do.
What's crazy about this movie is I know women like this in real life that get ticked off like this. You know, haven't been kidnapped by them, but like this doesn't seem that far.
Girls is scary. We've said it before. We'll say it again. Girls is scary.
Yeah. Do you know people like this?
Crazy women? Yeah, everyone in my whole family.
Yeah.
My aunt, my grandma, my mom, just everyone in my family.
Oh, Paul, I'm sorry.
Remember when she got naked and they tried to convince us all to look at her?
Oh, see, look at this. We talk about crazy women. Look at this. Autumn's here. Hello, Autumn. Not you, Autumn. No, you're not scary. Well, I guess you are kind of scary, but you're not crazy. But scary in the way that
Autumn
all girls
spilled soup
scary.
on you, you think she would blame you for you and yell at you?
If she
You think
spilled soup on me?
responsibility for pouring soup on you?
How much is she charging to pour soup on me?
I don't know.
How much have I paid her to pour soup on me?
This Kathy Beach just poured soup on him and then blamed him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Usually, you got to pay a pretty penny for that kind of experience.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Oh, sometimes I get so worked up. Can you ever forgive me?
Fine.
I love you, Paul. Your mind, your creativity. That's all I meant.
Damn, I actually would like this. Like,
This is parasocial.
yeah,
to
this
the extreme.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of just like what everybody on the internet is like now about podcasts
Yeah.
to watch.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, this really was Stephen King kind of saw where things were headed, or he was probably experiencing that in his own life at the time.
Oh yeah.
He really had his finger on the pulse. He really saw this kind of prescient.
And this guy crashed in Maine, right? This takes place in Maine too.
I mean, it's a Stephen King story, so more than likely, yes.
Yeah.
Autumn says it would be $20 for her to pour soup on me and get mad at me and then tell me she loves me. I say that's worth every penny.
And then who's gonna do the laundry to clean the blanket?
The Chinese lady at the laundromat. They charge per pound.
I do think the acting is good. The filming is good. I can whenever they're in close shots like that.
I mean, yeah.
This is what I've been waiting for.
Oh, of course. I bet you love this. I bet
Dude,
you
did
love
you
it
watch The
when
Jeffersons?
White people say the N-word.
Uh,
The Jeffersons is a spin-off of All in the Family, and I did
Yeah.
watch both of them, yes.
yeah. I watched The Jeffersons. I never watched All in the Family. But this scene
It's really
is-
important that you let everyone know that you were watching and listening to the black shit.
I grew
I
up on
only
the
listen to
Cosbys.
rap. I only watch the Jeffersons. Miss me with that
I'm
honky
just
shit.
telling the truth. This is my experience. You know what I think it was?
I'm one of the good ones.
When I was growing up, the black people were the only anti-government people, and that's who I related to the most. And so now that the black people love the government and they're so close knit to them, we don't get along anymore. You know, I still like myself a militant, like Naeem Ali's family, a militant Afrocentric family.
Yeah, you want them white boys. Who cares?
Yeah, I don't want
That's
to
what
be
they
black.
think of you, dude. It's like, oh, he's one of them white boys who try to be caring about things.
No, black people do not like me. Although I dated a lot of mixed chicks, but mixed chicks with white dads love white dudes.
I'm trying to find me a beautiful pale honky. Where's Autumn?
Yeah, the people are trying to find goth chicks. Yeah.
Where the goth BBWs at?
So yeah.
That's your third drink. I know that. Well, put it down. Mama, will you leave me alone, please? I said put it down. You've had enough. Look, Mama, I'm a big boy now. I don't need you to blow my nose for me. Now, will you leave me alone? George.
Hey there, Jefferson. That ain't very nice, talking that way to your little mammy here.
Putting the canned laughter in the screen.
That's not canned laughter.
What'd you say?
All in the
This is a
Family
live
was
studio
filmed for
audience.
a live studio audience.
Yeah, but they hit the applause sign.
But it's
They
not.
have
But
to.
that's different than canned laughter.
Yeah.
Who you calling Mammy? You. Well, don't you dare call me Mammy. I'm nobody's Mammy. I'm his mother. Now, if you got anything to say to me, you call me Mrs. Jefferson.
Oh, she's Mrs. Jefferson.
Don't talk to me.
That's done.
And don't you try to make a big either. Mother Jefferson, what's wrong? No, I'm getting out of here. George, what's going on?
He called Mama Mammy.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember. Remember Freddie on Different World?
No, I
the
never
spinoff
watched
of the
that.
Cosby Show. She had freckles. She was light skinned. She had like curly red hair. Huge crush on her.
I never watched A Different World.
The first woman I ever dated was black. I think it was from all the TV that I watched.
I didn't think I was doing nothing wrong. I thought all colored people call their mothers Mammy. Well, I did, Jefferson. That's what I always heard. Geez, Al Jolson called his mother Mammy for years.
See that, Louise? You see? That's what you get for inviting white.
Hi. Hey. Hey, if you're looking for the Elks Club, it's down the hall.
No, thanks. I'm in the right place.
Oh, yeah? What are you, the caterer? So what are you doing here, a white guy?
I'm a guest. What are you doing here, a white guy?
I'm the family's white friend.
Jimmy! Oh, Mom! You look beautiful. Oh, so do you.
So I guess Meathead's not even in this scene.
No,
So-
but this is funny. This is good stuff.
All right, we'll keep
I'm the
watching.
family's white friend.
You see that little girl over there? That's the little girl that Lionel's going to marry.
Yeah, I know. You know who that lady is hugging her?
No?
She's my wife.
Oh,
Hi, Mr. Wells.
Hi, Lionel.
Oh, I see you remember Mr. Bunker. Oh, you with me, man?
Yeah.
Well, Lionel, shouldn't we introduce my parents to yours?
Oh, yeah, sure. Now, wait a minute there, Lionel. Hey,
This is where
you mean to tell me?
this is where Archie and George Jefferson are going to really have something in common. This is where they're going to really connect.
Yeah.
Their disapproval over this mixed race, this mixed breeding that's going on here.
Can I I'm literally gonna get racist right
Race
now.
mixing.
I'm literally gonna racist right now.
Al Jolson was a civil rights advocate for Tetris Bad Boy for $2.79.
It's crazy that in this scene, right, that he's hating on black people. But the black people here kick ass, dude.
He's not hating on black people.
He's
He's a
uncomfortable
white
around
friend. He has his like prejudices due to his upbringing, just being of the
Yeah.
time that he is. But he's actually like making the attempt to be open-minded or to be well. He's not. Archie is not a man.
But what I'm saying is,
part.
it's much easier to be open-minded back then. The people are calm. They're talking to one another. They're dressed nice. Nowadays, you would think we've moved forward. We've progressed in society. I don't think that he could show up at a party and talk like that without getting himself in trouble nowadays. It's almost like we've regressed.
It's like you couldn't even do All in the Family nowadays.
Yeah, but for the wrong reason. You couldn't do it nowadays because Archie would get his ass kicked and maybe killed. I think they've regressed. Like, these are the black people that I grew up with.
The problem is the sort of the conflict that Archie's experiencing here, the juxtaposition, is that Archie, though he is a friend of the black man or is trying to be, he doesn't perceive them as equal to him. He still thinks of them as like lesser or more like base animalistic beings.
Yeah.
That's what Archie thinks of them.
You say that now, but Archie got invited to the cookout, dude.
He did get invited but he views his relationship with these black people as like he is the like benevolent white man who's lowered himself to befriend these black folks. And so that's why he's incredulous about this guy's being married to a black woman. Is he can't wrap his head around like how could you even want to marry a black woman? That doesn't even make any sense. They're like different creatures than us. But George Jefferson feels the same way about white people. White people, he don't like the honkies.
Yeah.
And so that's where Archie and George are similar and kind of have a connection, though it is that which, it's also the opposing force in their lives is they each view each other as like the other.
Yeah.
But they have equal and opposite regard for said other. You know what I mean? That's where you're gonna find the comedy of errors that ensues here. Is that where Archie and George Jefferson find common ground? What I imagine is about to happen, because I feel like I've seen this, but I can't remember. But I imagine what's about to happen is they're both going to express disapproval for this race mixing.
Yeah.
Go ahead. And
Robbie's third cousin is always. Raph does this sometimes, but Robbie's
that's a
third
good
cousin.
Point Pandatron makes is that they're like Shadow and Sonic. That's a really good point.
Yeah. Robbie's third cousin is so like internet brained or whatever. It's so clear to me that he doesn't understand nuance, and he's been convinced based on what he sees on like television what the world is like. I have,
You're talking about because he said you've obviously never been around black people.
But this is an ongoing thing with him where he's like, every time like something like this comes up, one of them jumps to conclusions. Black people in the 90s and white people got along really well. It wasn't like today where you know what I mean? Like, obviously people are individual and people get like the internet exaggerates or whatever. But the race baiting that goes on today in the 90s wasn't like that. People were getting along a lot more. They understood their differences and they hung out.
It's crazy to think that there was more togetherness in the 70s.
No, I said the 90s. I said the 90s.
90s? I mean,
and I lived through it. I lived through it and watched it. I dated, the first woman I ever dated was half Cape Verdean, half black. I would go to all black functions. Her family was very welcoming, kind, friendly, not upset, didn't think that I was whitey. Sandy DeRosa was a really nice Haitian woman. I was the only. I brought a. Now I will say I brought my white friend Ross to their Christmas party. He made the second white guy there, and all he kept saying was, "I'm making it a white Christmas. I'm making it a white Christmas." So he was uncomfortable, which made the situation awkward. But they were just welcoming and friendly and playing good music, having good food or whatever. But nowadays, in those same situations, it is completely different. There is animosity, trouble, jealousy, envy, fights, arguments, political
where have
commentary.
you seen this?
No, I'm talking about real life.
I know. Where have you seen this in real life? Like, I don't. I've never experienced this.
When you go to a club, when you go out into the city, when you
You're
go
a
to the
club,
casino,
you're 50.
yeah. I
You go to
mean,
clubs?
you go to mixed clubs, and you're telling me that there's not more violence and danger and racial
Dog, I
misharmony now,
wasn't
even
going
at the casino. And when I play poker, it's still close knit, but I'm mostly playing with like actual Africans.
I don't know, man. I'm suspect of these claims you're making. I have not experienced in real life these sorts of racial tensions that you're talking about, or this like divisiveness. I've seen that on the internet a lot, but
well, you can look up the stats. Are you claiming that the stats?
Yeah, again, stats that you can look up on the internet. My like lived experience, what I see when I step out the door and the birds are chirping, is everybody seems pretty chill with each other. There doesn't seem to be any sort of animosity between white honkies and black people. Like I have not experienced like that it's like degraded or gotten worse since the 90s. I mean, maybe there was maybe you just think the rap music was better and that's influencing your thought process.
No.
Like, oh, the five
this
pillars
is
of
crazy. I
hip-hop.
feel like you're
I don't
gaslighting me right
understand this.
now.
I don't understand
I
this.
literally
vocal
feel like
rap
you're
they got now.
gaslighting me, trying to tell me that you're trying to tell me there's more racial harmony now over the past couple of years than there was.
There's
prior to that.
divisiveness, same as there has been in any decade, but I mean, a lot of that is like fomented on the internet. But I mean, my experience is like, from what I've seen in my goings on, is that people are pretty chill with each other with regard to race. Granted, I'm not visiting the club as much as you are.
I'm not in the club every night, but when I do my cross country trips, I like to explore different cities, talk to people, do different activities in different places. And in Georgia, especially, I was not welcome where I went. Well, even in Florida, in Jacksonville, Florida, I got hassled in quite a few places.
You sure it's just not the beard?
It would be, then I would be hassled by white people in those places too. In Asian and
by the blacks.
And it's not Asians and Mexicans. It's mostly it's the YNs. They want to give you troubles.
I don't know if you get to say why.
They think I took their monies and I owe them reparations because that's all they've been hearing since the 90s. So
all right. I mean, I don't know, man. I guess we just have conflicting perspectives and experiences, and then that can contribute further to the data set.
I'll tell you in this, I was dating, it was close, dating on and off and close friends with a mixed woman for 14 years. And even when we went out, she would get concerned because there would be racial tensions if black guys saw me and her together nowadays. And I did get that in New York City back in, I would say, the early 2000s too. So it depends on the area that you're in. But I felt a lot more harmony in the 90s than I did in the 2000s, 2010s, and the 2020s.
That's why we got to bring back Tribe Called Quest. No,
people just back then. I just felt like people just recognized that there was differences.
The 5 pillars of hip hop.
People recognized that there was differences between individuals, and they were fine with it, and we appreciated that amongst one another. and we hung out. Nowadays, it's like I'm different, you're different, and you're bad because you're different, and I'm different or I'm poor because you took it from me, and vice versa. There's even the men and women. When I was younger, men and women got along. Are you telling me you think women get along better now than they did in the 90s?
I mean, maybe you're
Men and women.
Maybe the
Let's get off race about men and women. You think women and men get along better today than they did in the 90s or 2000s?
I look, to be honest with you, I was 6 years old in 1999, and so I didn't really have any sort of understanding of anything outside of Pokemon at that time. Like I didn't have any concept or perception of race relations or gender relations, and then even in the 2000s, that was Pokemon 2000 came out, so that was big. But even then, I was still but a boy, so I would say I probably didn't begin to become aware of like race relations as they are contemporarily until I was like 18. Like I moved out of my small town and went to a college town where there was more blacks, and I was like, oh, I guess there are differences culturally speaking, but even then there was like, everybody was chill. I would say it probably wasn't until like there was more awareness of like police shooting, like cops shooting people, that there was that with regard to like racial tensions. Your question was men and women. I don't know, dude. There probably has been some tensions that have arisen or conflict between men and women due to the internet. Probably the cause of a lot of what we're talking about are like what's sowing all this a lot of the discord that we're experiencing is like people are isolated, and the internet is allowing for more dissemination of vitriolic rhetoric that can what's the word? It's not groom. I guess like groom is sort of what I'm thinking of, but it can like influence people to think a certain way. Whereas that wasn't a thing in the 90s. Like,
but
the
yeah,
90s,
that's pretty much the same point I'm making. Like the people are getting along; they're actually interacting with one another on a day-to-day basis and seeing what was happening. Now, you still had guys like Apache was putting out songs like "Kill the White People, Make Them Hurt" and stuff like that. So I'm not saying it didn't exist. And I was going to bring this article one time. I told you we had a reverend come to my high school because a deaf kid called a black kid the N-word, and then the black kid stabbed him. And so we did have a race issue in like 1992.
This is a good point. Women are the Jews of the streets. That's something to chew on.
One of my favorite jokes by Nick Mullen is Jews are the women of races. I just like that.
Autumn says that she and I get along. She says Dalton and I we do get along. And
I'm not saying that
and done questionable things to Autumn, and yet we still find harmony amongst each other.
Autumn, we would just call that you're one of the good ones, I'm not saying that all men don't get along with all women and that all black people don't get along with all white people. I'm saying maybe it's the internet, and it's because people are getting a half truth and half reality, but the world it seems so much more scarier to people when their interaction. And
I don't have to reconsider Dave. Dave is cool. I mean, it's like, what you want to show where there's no friction, no conflict, just two guys agreeing with each other on everything and having no meaningful conversation?
Robbie's third cousin, for $2, of all the people that come to the chat, and I think everybody knows this, he's by far the cuckiest person that we have here.
I would say that he subscribes to Patreon.
What foreign country does he live in that he's been? Does he live in Germany and he's been beat down by the Jews to the point where he acts like such a cucktard? Or is that Robbie's alternative? Like when Robbie really wants to live
I have
out.
nothing bad to say about him.
He's welcome to come here every week. I ain't mad at him. I realize his ignorance in that some of the ideas that I bring here in the show, a lot of people wouldn't hear otherwise because of the bubbled life they live in. So I'm more than happy to come here in the arena of ideas. When's arena? Every Wednesday with Robbie Goodwin, Dalton Pruitt on the arena of ideas.
This is more of the dojo of discourse. The arena of ideas is Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, except next week is Christmas, so we're going to actually be doing it Tuesday next week. So this coming up Tuesday, which would be the Tuesday, December 23rd is going to be.
I would never even go to a third world country anyways, Robbie's third cousin.
Yeah, so that's just to give everybody an update because people were confused that we had to reschedule last week, and then the Crowder Boys this coming up week is going to be on Tuesday, December 23rd because it's Christmas week, and then we'll get back on schedule after that. I love you too, Autumn. She says I love you, Dalton.
Yeah, shout out to Autumn. Everybody go over to Twitter and follow Autumn on her account. That,
yes, it's at
because her other account got nuked.
Cryptid Cola is her Twitter. CRYPTEDCOLA. Tweet at her. They suggestive requests. And then she'll ask you for $20.
Pay her to pour soup on you.
Well, let's finish watching this clip.
All right, I think it's going to get better here.
This is how we heal.
This is going to keep the stream staying up too. It's a little witty banter in between. Great show tonight.
That your father ain't met that man?
No, I'm going to introduce him right now.
This I got.
Could you come over here a second? I got some people I want you to meet.
Hey, Jefferson, you're going to love this.
Okay, Mom, Pop, this is Jenny's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Willis.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
Do you play all? Do you actually play all these?
I don't know what happened. That's it. We can't watch the whole show. That's the clip they put up there.
Okay, well. Oh, by the way, I just got an update from Sal, Michael, my co-host Sal. Everybody loves Sal. He actually texted me earlier and he said, watching Spinal Tap. So he's watching Spinal Tap for the first time.
Yeah, he's never seen Spinal Tap. Insane.
I mean, it's so before either of our times.
Yeah.
Me and Sal that
I get that. Yeah.
Sense. I didn't watch it until I was an adult. Like it was something I had to catch up on. It wasn't part of my, because it came out in the fucking 80s.
Yeah, what you were saying about Rob Reiner earlier, Spinal Tap was, I don't know, what you're saying about Rob Reiner early, or how he set the stage for all rom-coms with When Harry Met Sally.
Oh yeah, he did he was like
with Spinal Tap. He's doing the same thing with the mockumentary, which is like you'd mentioned this with Sal on the other Corn Fed, but like The Office, Parks and Rec, pretty much even Saturday Night Live when they break the fourth wall, it's all from this style of
breaking the fourth wall, meta, all that kind of that. I mean, that goes back to Shakespeare. I mean, that's been around forever. The sort of meta thing, but the mockumentary, I don't know if that's
but the mockumentary with breaking the fourth wall, though, not just because wasn't there's been
I mean, every documentary. Well, that's the thing is like every documentary features like talking head segments and talking to the camera.
Yeah.
So this is like, presenting as a documentary, but it's not really. It's a movie, so it's a mockumentary. I don't know if this was the first thing to do that, but it's one of
we can ask the all-knowing.
There's a lot of things that did this after Spinal Tap that you could see the influence of Spinal Tap in what they do, like The Office and
Borat, even Borat,
Abbott Elementary, Borat.
Everything that Sacha Baron Cohen did with all his characters, Bruno.
Yeah.
It looks like the term originating in the 1960s. Mockumentary is often used to analyze or comment on current events in issues satirical way, but using a fictional setting or parody for the documentary for itself. The term originated in the 1960s, but was popularized in the 1990s when This Is Spinal Tap, directed by Rob Reiner.
Rob Schneider?
So there was a so it was used before.
Yeah, it says early work, including Louise Buñuel's 1933 Land Without Bread, Orson Welles' 1938 radio broadcast, The War of the Worlds.
Oh, World! I guess the War of the Worlds is like a sort of a mockumentary because people believe that. I thought of that more like a prank.
But I feel like This Is Spinal Tap was probably like the inflection point. Like that's like the biggest.
The popularization.
Like it popularized it, and he did it in a way that, from that point forward, this is now like a style of filmmaking and TV show making that people are going to employ more. Because he just did it so well with this. Because then, like, all the Christopher Guest who's in this movie, that's like so much of his oeuvre after this is that kind of thing. And his movies are good. Best in Show, Waiting for Guffman, all the Christopher Guest movies. So
let's watch a little bit of Rob
let's watch a clip.
Acting here in the 1996, was it?
Spinal Tap 96?
I don't know.
It was that late? I could have swore it was.
No, maybe it was earlier than that. I just said it a couple of minutes ago. Rewind the tape, guys.
Play all? I mean, do you actually play all these, or?
Well, I play them and I cherish them.
Spinal Tap
This is the top of the heap right here. There's no question about it.
What'd you say?
Spinal Tap came out in 1984.
It came out in 1984?
Yeah.
I remember watching it growing up, but I thought it was later than that.
Yeah.
And
I think it was that when it came out on VHS, more people found it, and it got really popular in the VHS years.
My buddy Craig, who we used to film movies together, we took we made different adventure movies. We even did group buildings and had G.I. Joe guys that were supposed to be us when we were doing flyover shots or whatever. Anyways, he brought this to me, Kids in the Hall, a bunch of other cool freaking comedy styles like this. Shout out to Craig.
Shout out to Craig.
Yeah. But I wouldn't have found Spinal Tap without him, and it transformed a lot of my humor that you guys all enjoy today.
Look at the flame on that one.
Yeah,
I mean, it's quite unbelievable. This one is just it's perfect. 1959. You can listen.
How much is
just
this?
listen for a minute. Sustain. Listen to it.
I'm not hearing anything.
You would though if it were playing because it's famous for its sustain. I mean, you can just hold it.
Well, I mean, so you don't have to.
You can go.
What's crazy to me is I did grow up in an era where when this guy grows up, he's still wearing this. So I remember this archetype of these types of hats with the wings here, these type of jackets over the cheap polos from Kmart or whatever. This is really giving me flashbacks.
I'm wearing a cheap polo from JCPenney right now.
Yeah, with these thin members only jackets and stuff that people used to wear over it. This was a very funny archetype.
Have a bite. No, you still be hearing that one.
Yeah.
Can you hold us a sec?
Sure.
This one, of course, is a custom 3 pickup. Paul, this is my radio unit.
Oh,
so
I see.
strap this piece on, right down in here when I'm on stage.
So wireless.
Wireless, exactly.
Yeah.
And I can play without all the muck.
You can run anywhere on stage with that.
Oh, this is special too. See, look, still got the old tagger on it. See, never even played it. See,
you just bought it.
Don't touch it.
I wasn't going to touch it.
No, don't touch it.
I was just pointing at it.
Well, don't point even.
Don't even point.
No, it can't be played. Never. I mean,
Can I look at it?
No, you've seen enough of that one. This is a top to what we use on stage, but it's very, very special because if you can see, the numbers all go to 11. Look, right across the board, Oh. 11,
Oh, I see.
11,
And most of
11,
these
and then
amps go up to 10.
Exactly.
Does that mean it's louder? Is it any louder?
Well, it's one louder, isn't it? It's not 10. You see, most blokes are going to be playing at 10. You're on 10 here, all the way up, all the way up,
Yeah.
all the way up. You're on 10 on your guitar. Where can you go from there? Where?
I don't know.
Nowhere, exactly. What we do is if we need that extra push over the cliff, you know what we do?
Put it up to 11.
11, exactly. One louder.
Why don't you just make 10 louder and make 10 be the top number and make that a little louder?
These go to 11.
When's the last time you were out there?
Oh,
Good.
so this Sleepless
got
in
more?
Seattle scene is literally every boomer talking to you about how to find a wife.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, rest in peace, Rob Reiner. Let's play the clip.
Yeah, this is Rob Reiner's character talking to Tom Hanks.
Let me just say,
Yeah,
and it's
take all the time you want.
innocent until proven guilty. Justice is blind. So we don't know for sure yet, if at all, that Nick Reiner killed Rob Reiner, right?
Yeah.
But let me just say that if he did, if that's actually what happened, that Nick Reiner stabbed his own dad, Rob Reiner, to death, well, that's just plumb rude.
Yeah, the more I hear about this Nick guy, he seems like a real jerk.
Yeah, that is a very disrespectful thing to do to your own dad. Scripture says, honor thy mother and father. Well, that is not any way to honor your dad and mom. He killed both. I mean, allegedly he killed both of them, and he dishonored his mother and his father, and that is just mean what he did.
I didn't look up any of the details, but I mean, there obviously must have been more that he was able to like subdue both of them, or like they must have been drugged or in their sleep, or there was like stuff that went on prior.
Well,
but I mean, it's very
how hard is it going to be to kill a 78-year-old man who's asleep? I've heard so much speculation about like this must have been really premeditated, or he did this, and I'm like, I don't know, they're fucking old. He probably just like while they were asleep, he was already.
Yeah, I get that. Like they're in bed, so he gets a knife. I guess he jumps on. He just goes bam. Then this mother wakes up. What the fuck are you doing? And he goes bam. She's
But I mean, we don't have it like this. All this is conjecture. Like we have no details. So,
but what I was gonna say, regardless of that, it's just a sad thing. All like they were at a holiday party earlier. You were saying, then they go.
They were all
home,
at a Christmas party.
and obviously he is dealing with something mental.
It sounds like it might.
I mean,
be
maybe he is just
similar.
maybe he's just a violent person in general, and he brought violence where but I don't think he had a violent past.
It sounds
maybe
like
he did.
It might be something similar to what I went through, which I know. Hey, I know it was it was 5 years ago, but it's very fresh in my mind because one of the things that really bothers me is like when I was going through a psychosis, I was a completely different person. Like I was like I'd become much more angry and aggressive, and very like scary. Like people, the people close to me at that time were worried about my own well-being. They were also fucking terrified that of like what I might do, and that's part of why I had a couple stints in the psych ward. Is they say if he seems like he's a threat to himself or others, get him out of here, put him in the hospital. So it is like something that troubles me about myself, that keeps me tossing and turning at night, that I ever became that I had, was going through that. But I see this, like whatever happened with this Nick Reiner fellow, it sounds like it might have been something, if it's because there's like so many possible genetic factors, but if it's any sort of like psychosis, even like cannabis induced, it might have been something like that, like something, like I guess like I've been in that state of mind before, something similar to it, and it is like it's fucking terrifying, and none of it's good, and I hate to think that now, right now, Conan O'Brien and Billy Crystal and Larry David and all they're all sad and weirdly central to this. Like all these stories keep coming out that these fucking guys are like were there days before it happened.
Yeah. Hey, I'm looking up Parasite right now on Wiki.
Patricide?
No, Parasite. Patricide's just the father. This is
Oh,
Parasite is when it's both your
pair of
parents.
them.
Yeah, I think it's called Parasite.
In paradise,
Parricide.
committed parasite.
So parasite offenders are typically divided into two characters: youthful parasite offenders, which is age 8 to 24, and adult parasiters who are 25 or older. Imagine being 8 and being like, "That's it. I'm the man of the house now." Going after your dad.
Oh man, now I got to pay the bills.
Yeah, but at least I get the big piece of chicken. So, as it says, approximately 2 to 3% of all U.S. murders were parasites each year since 2010. So
microplastics.
So more than 3,000 parasites occurring in the U.S. each year means there are 6 or more parasite events on average every week. The estimate does not include the murders of grandparents. That's a lot, dude. This happens more often than I would assume. I thought this was going to be super rare.
By the way, I would be remiss. I mean, I know we've gone 5 hours. I'd be remiss though if I didn't. My meme coins are all doing pretty good. Just want to let everybody know that.
This makes a lot more sense. So this is helping me clarify. So anybody's having a hard time understanding this. These are some motivations that they say happens for parasites. So this makes a lot of sense. Issues of a control. So 38% because they were. What this is with children and kids because they were put on some sort of restriction or something that was taken away from them that they were addicted to, like their phone or something. So 38% of the kids that kill their parents, that's why. But this one makes a little bit more sense of why it's so popular too, is as they get older. 10% because they want the life insurance money or financial issues. And this is what I thought that they would be the main ones, but they're the smaller issues is abuse. So like redemption abuse, it's only 8%. Fit of anger is only 8%. And then wants a different life, 7%. I want a life without my parents, 7%. End up taking their parents out.
Yeah,
but the access to insurance kind of makes sense. The abuse made sense to me. But you're grounded. You don't get your phone until Tuesday. Oh yeah, well I'm gonna murder you. That 38%.
None of it makes sense. It's all just that's why it's like he's gonna try for insanity plea or however that works. But I mean, I remember when I was going through psychosis that none of it made sense at the time. It was all very chaotic and scary. And I mean, I thinking back on it, it was crazy how much more confrontational and aggressive and just angry I was. I was a completely different guy than I normally am. It was really scary. I'm glad that I came back from it.
During my psychosis, I was very open and friendly, and didn't get angry. But I was like pushing limits everywhere. So I was like walking around barefoot. I was like, I was growing dreadlocks. I was just super paranoid. Mine was extreme paranoia.
Yeah, I had all that,
and conspiracy stuff. Like I thought that the paranoia was like people were out to get me type paranoia, so I could only trust a certain select few within my group.
Yeah, I don't know. Mine just was like so prolonged, or it just kept like escalating. That at first I just was like very almost like euphoric, for like a while, people thought I might just be like on drugs or doing
That was the fun part, the manic part in the beginning.
that was, and I was doing a lot of
Yeah,
like
that was
discovery,
fun.
just like testing the limits of society or whatever.
Same, yeah.
Then as it progressed and developed and became, I broke away from reality more and more. I eventually became so paranoid and conspiratorial and just crazy that I was like super like angry and aggressive.
Did you ever get so I had a ton of displacement anxiety, which means no matter where I was, I wanted to be somewhere else. And then I would like do whatever I could to get to that other place, and then I didn't want to be there.
I was just like constantly like crawling out of
like I drive 2 hours to go to somebody's house to hang out because they're like, come here, like play video games and relax. You'll be safe here. Getting there and just feeling like I don't want to be here. I want to be anywhere else. And then when I went that other place, I didn't want to be there. No matter where I was.
I also was like
I wanted to be
disoriented.
somewhere else.
I was also like completely disoriented all the time. So like even places that were familiar to me, I didn't know where I was. So I was like,
oh no, I knew where I was. I was just extremely paranoid everywhere. So whenever I got somewhere, I thought being there was the solution. And when I got there, I didn't want to be there. I was like crawling out of my skin.
Yeah, I couldn't sit still or be in any one place. Like I was constantly on the move, and that's why, dude. When they found, when a 5150 was called on me and I got put in the psych ward, I was probably like burning calories just the amount I was walking up and down the hall because I couldn't sit still, and I was like, dude, it felt crazy to be in that situation, like where I was experiencing what you're talking about. Now I physically cannot go anywhere else. I'm locked up, and it's battened down pretty tight, and so I just was like frantically pacing the halls, and it didn't feel like. I'm thinking back on it. That environment didn't feel like that was conducive to bettering my mental well-being. It felt like they were just trying to throw me in a cage to get me off the streets for some amount of time. Because the psych ward, I felt like it was making me crazier.
Oh, it was the worst.
It was helpful at all, man.
I told you I had a couple experiences in there, and one of them, the funniest one, like looking back, was like I told you, I did well with women, even when I was crazy. I started dating this chick, and she really liked me, but I was fucking crazy, so I was like kind of out of it and artsy. And this guy really liked her. So we're in this weird love triangle. And I know the chat's going to be like, and Dave liked the guy. But anyways, I got locked up in the thing, and he was the fucking nurse that ran the floor. So I had to be on like my super, super, super good behavior because this guy hated me in real life from the girl situation. And he had like utmost authority over me. So like if I didn't kiss his ass the whole time, he could just like throw me on a mattress with these like leather straps and then like friggin' stick a sedative in me and fuck me. I told you I was so paranoid that I would sleep all day and be awake all night in bed because I thought that I was going to get raped in the nut house.
Dude, thinking back on it, the chaos at that time and the amount of just all that happened, just how much happened and what transpired. So, dude, it's like frustrating. People have been saying that shit to me since I got out of the hospital. That everyone's already forgotten about. You need to just move on from it. Stop talking about it so much. And it's frustrating even now when people like try to mention, it's like this much time has passed. Like, why are you still on about this? And it's like, I'm traumatized from it. So it bothers me.
Yeah. So here's what I was saying earlier, and I think this is what. And I'm not going to speak for Dan Mullen, but I think this is what he was trying to say is like something happened to you that was bad, and you do have trauma because it's bad, and you're working through that. But be careful not to get yourself in a place where you're like, oh, my brain is broken and I'm constantly broken and I'm a broken person. Because once you identify as being broken and you'll like, instead of like if you had a cold, like if you caught the flu, right?
No,
you would get the flu and then you would heal. You wouldn't say, I'm a flu. I have the flu. You're like, no, you healed from the flu. So it's like, just be careful not to attach something, a sickness that you had, as something that's chronically part of you. Like you wouldn't get the flu, get over the flu,
I
and
mean,
then say,
I
like the
always
flu,
acknowledge.
I'm the flu. You would say, you'd put it behind you because you healed from it. That's all.
I always acknowledge that it's like I have recovered a lot, and I'm still like on the road of I'm still recovering.
Yeah.
Because
A
I certainly
rocky road with fudge syrup of recovery.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Because I certainly I don't feel. And maybe I never will because I'm a different person. I don't know, but I don't feel like I am like recovered like completely, like where I'm, I look back on it and that's like distant to me, and I'm, no, that's all still so fresh in my mind, and I feel like like day to day I'm getting better each day. I don't think of it as like I'm fundamentally broken or anything.
So here's my question, right? So you were also experiencing adulthood for your first time, right? And there comes a point too, it's like, I'm not a kid anymore. And, I got caught up for a little bit. A lot of people get caught up with it. Like you can never go back to being a kid. Like if you had a bad childhood, you can't go back and fix your childhood. You can only
go
recognize it.
back and have sex with children.
So now that you've gone through the experience, right? You're not attempting to go back to be what you were before the experience, right?
No, I guess that's true. I'm not.
That's gone. Like it sucks that that's
the thing
what
that
happened, but
concerns
that just
me
isn't an option. The
thing
only
that just concerns me is like
path
the
is forward.
mental clarity, like how foggy everything still feels. Like I don't feel like I'm as like focused or mentally capable as I once was. Like I do still feel like, in a way, like I've endured some kind of brain damage. I'm still trying to like repair my brain, because in the immediate aftermath of all that, I was completely debilitated, and I've been trying to like recondition myself since then. Even now, I'm like, it definitely feels like, man, I am not as sharp or clear as I used to be.
That's part of getting older too, and especially if you go through some traumas, whatever. Like mathematicians, like are usually washed up around the age of 26. They do their best work in their 20s, because by the time you hit 26, 27, 20, like so much stuff is going on that you don't have the mental focus anymore for most people. Like when you see like all these like violin prodigies and chess prodigies and stuff, and they actually suck when they get older, that's pretty common,
Oh, $2 from Daisuke. Rest in peace, a little bit. Tiffany's Chihuahua, man. Rest in peace, Tiffany Chihuahua. Well, I mean, yeah,
they'll go on to be able to do math, and you can be like, Neil deGrasse Tyson and stuff. But as far as like their work, like experimenting with new proofs and trying to be groundbreaking and creative in their field, a lot of that ends with people in their 20s.
Maybe I just need
so beat down by the world by that time.
Maybe it's just that for the performance that is this that's podcasting, I probably should just abstain from like talking about certain things, like because I've talked about it at length a lot, and then so like at this point, I certainly am not seeking out the feedback of people on the internets.
We don't have to talk about it.
About like, I don't mean you. I'm talking about just like if I'm discussing something on a podcast or whatever, and then it can set me off because I'm on my own journey with all this. I'm on my own path, and it's like, well, I don't understand a lot of things, man. And sometimes it's like we gotta get back to talking about our favorite pies and candy.
Yeah, there's going to be some of that too, but there's like 700 to 1,000 people that are going to watch this, maybe more.
Maybe, hopefully more, dude. By the way, that was, man.
And as they do, they relate, or they're going through some of these problems, or they know somebody has. So,
by the way,
it's not just you and me having a talk, and then like a couple of people, 3 or 4 people in chat that are being negative about it. There might be 100 people that watch that and be like, yeah, Dalton, I've been through that. It's stressing. I feel for you. Or that helped me. That's Dalton's being honest about it. Or just like the COVID talk that we have, most people
super chats
might get excited about that, and it'll be helpful for them,
By the way, you just reminded me of something. Whatever you did, whatever this AI thing is you have that generates clips, you were right about that because I downloaded the clips you sent and I uploaded a couple of them, and each one did far better numbers than anything I've actually like tried to make myself the way I've been making it. So what it must be the format because the clips themselves that it generated were like in the middle of conversations and were completely without context and we weren't really saying anything. They were just like, did you curate that at all, or did you just like have
Yeah.
it ask it to make something and then?
So what you do, you go into Opus Clip, you hit it, and it goes through and it finds keywords that people are searching for the internet, and then it pulls them, and I can tell them how long to make it. And I suggested between 1 minute and 3 minutes, and then after that, I went through and I squared them up so that they were square. It put the subtitles. I added the B-roll of the AI stuff. But as far as the verbal content, I'd let it pick. And then I just hit save.
Yeah, because the actual content of the clips, it was like nothing. It was just like the middle of a conversation, and it just kind of didn't go anywhere within the context of the clip. There wasn't.
You got to leave them wanting more so that they go check the full 5 hour episode.
But it's interesting just that like maybe it's the format or I don't know what, but the algorithm, it pleased the algorithm because they did much better numbers than anything that where I've gone through and found like tried to put together a clip that seems like it's set up in a punchline or it's engaging to get people to want to watch it. These clips of us just like talking about sandwiches and barbecue sauce, that just were in the middle of a conversation. They did really well. So you're onto something there with however this AI is doing clips. I don't know, but
so we could talk about this behind the scenes. I can continue to do those, but they do cost a couple of bucks because I have to use points to do them. So if they work, I can continue to do them, and we can talk about the the super chats covering the clips to grow the show.
Yeah,
if we want to move forward.
I'm growing. I'm ambitious and I'm driven. I will succeed no matter what.
I think you're ambitious. Like I said, even when we hadn't been working together over a year, 54 episodes, Cornfed Saturday Night Live, every Saturday Night Live with me and Dalton Pruitt. Go over to the patreon.com and follow the Crowder Boys, soon to be the Arena of Ideas.
The motherfuckers think I'm being facetious.
But people would be coming on the show and they'll be like, hey, where's the link? And I was like, look, Dalton works a lot. This is back when you were working. He works a lot, but he's reliable.
Turns out he's just a lazy fucking idiot.
I'm like, he's reliable. He'll be there. He worked all day. He'd probably taken a nap, but I trust that he's going to be here. And they're like, you're sure? And I'm like, dude, I'm in a Santa outfit sitting at my desk. Like, I just trust that. And you've never let me down, dude. I know you're going to be here. Even when we don't get in touch. So, like,
somebody in the chat, I have no control over this. Like that live chat, like whatever happens with the video, once this is done and it's just up on YouTube. YouTube has all these different parameters and restrictions for shit, and so that like the live chat still being available or whatever, they do that. I've looked into. Have I done anything that's inhibiting the show? And I've made no adjustments ever that would take away anything. It's the YouTube is doing things. So I'm still working within there.
I had noticed that. So like the other day, for like 3 days, it wouldn't let me download from Cornfed. So like typically I'll download all the episodes, but I was like, I couldn't download the episode of you and Sal for like 2 days.
That's, I don't know what that is.
And
that
then,
is just par for the course.
And then sometimes when you go underneath it, you can swipe over and watch the live chat. Like you can swipe the comment thing, and then sometimes it's not there. There's never a hype button, but other podcasts that I watch, if you swipe over, there'll be a hype button.
I don't know.
So I don't know what it's
something
from.
I need to do. Like I don't know. I'll look into it.
We might not get enough traction, maybe that it can be hyped. I don't know.
I feel like there's like so many things where we are like with YouTube where you're just kind of at the whims of YouTube. So it's like,
yeah, throw up screen share for a second. I will say one thing that we need to do.
Well, I wanted to clarify, like, I do want to say, people might think I'm being facetious when I say I'm the first billionaire podcaster, but I am going to be the first guy to make $1 billion podcasting. I'm feeling inspired. I'm feeling driven. I just watched a Business Insider interview with John Morgan, the Morgan and Morgan personal injury attorney. He has like TV ads for his personal injury law firm. He just became a billionaire, and he's just like a TV, like a Saul. He's the first Saul Goodman. He's like the first guy to do TV ads for his lawyering. He's a billionaire now from personal injury. And that really inspired me. I said, then I can be the first billionaire from podcast.
Yeah.
So I'm the first billionaire podcaster. What is it you were trying to show me?
Well, first I want to let's just real quick. This is first acting gig of Rob Reiner in the 1966 Batman. He plays one of the henchmen of the Penguin. So you can watch this for a second.
Wayne's midtown apartment, a lonely Venus receives gifts from an ardent admirer.
This is him right there.
It's so sweet of Batman to send me flowers.
Batman? Those are no flowers from a bat-eared buffoon. Those are from a mature admirer.
He enters the.
All right.
Whoa.
That's the guy that made the video.
I
So
don't like
anyways.
that. Get that guy's fucking.
So here, no. Go back to the thing for a second. So see my channel here.
Mm-hmm.
If when I cut, you can customize the channel, right? And then right here, we need to put live. You need to take the live tab and put the lives right here. So when people go to the Corn-Fed podcast, they see the lives, because currently when you go to Corn-Fed, you come here and it says for you, and then you see the shorts, which we could keep in videos, but it looks like we haven't done anything. In order for them to find us, they have to go to the live tab.
Oh shit!
And then see it. So on the
wait, and
homepage,
if you go to like one of the videos, there's no hype, there's no like other things.
yeah. So I don't know how to do that stuff, but I do know that what we should do is customize it and set up the homepage so that they're seeing the lives up here, which is what you guys are most doing. And instead of like having to like go search for the new content over here. But there's got to be other stuff underneath that customization page, right?
Because I'm looking at.
Hello, everybody. Oops, sorry.
I'll figure it out. Because I mean, I'm looking at the.
Like if you hit this customize here, it allows, and then you go to home tab. This allows you to make whatever how you want the homepage to be, and you can link the Crowder voice at the bottom.
Well, the chat is saying it may not be that you can hype live videos. That you can only hype videos. Like live streams are different. We'll figure it out. This is probably something I should do behind the scenes. We don't have to do that here.
Troubleshooting. Well, I want to do it on air because I've talked to you about it a couple times, and so I wanted to show you in real time. So
yeah, I'll go in and customize it. Because I'm ambitious now.
Can we? I know we're gonna end the show. We got to read some super chats. Should we do a prayer for Rob Reiner and Tiffany's Chihuahua?
A prayer. I mean, I get sure.
We don't have to, but we can just do a moment of silence. Tiffany's Chihuahua passed away, it looks like.
You'll do a moment of silence.
And Rob Reiner and his wife. Is the moment of silence right now? One, two, silent. Be silent.
Jews have no idea what the hell they're doing.
Well, good moment of silence. So, Yeah. Anyway, my meme coins are doing good. I got scared because XRP took a big dip, and I said, you know what, dips are nothing but opportunity. So I bought more at $1.90, and then it dipped all the way back down to $1.78. But now it's back up to $1.92.
I actually threw 500 at that Zora coin.
Zora.
So base website. The base website is creating an app, which is going to be like social media with coins, so you can get paid in Zora coin. So if you download the base thing now, they have a social media site that's going to have video and all that stuff on the blockchain, and all the creators and advertisers and stuff are going to get paid in Zora coin. So I threw $500 on it, hoping that it would drive the price up for the demand. If that social media site kicks off.
These altcoins, like the other cryptos, they're not Bitcoin, but not meme coins. Like altcoins is what they call them. These fucking things are doing worse than meme coins. Like XRP has been performing okay, and obviously you have like the big ones like Ethereum and Solana. But then all these, dude, it's like there's two that I was heavy into that got heavy into aside from XRP. I bought early on when I was trying to do crypto. I mistakenly bought AVAX at the fucking top, and then the other one is that one you were telling me about, HBAR Hedera.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, the fucking utility, the actual utilities are what's supposed to do sound all well and good, but
It's Illuminati corporate coin.
the fucking bed. It's going tits up.
It'll eventually, the technology should catch in. Breaking news, by the way. Can you give me share screen for a second?
Oh, sure.
We got breaking news here. Joke World just followed me.
Ooh. So there you go, folks.
I say, there you go. You guys come here every Saturday night. Joke World just followed me. Now he's going to go to my page and be like, Jew, Nick Jew.
But I got absolutely fucked over a barrel on AVAX. I just like lost it. That one just completely went tits up and nosedived after I bought it. And I've been holding it, hoping something happens. It just keeps going down. And so I'm looking at all these things. I'm like, fucking meme coins are doing better than all these like supposed real coins.
Yeah.
So I just went ahead and
I think some of them are going to take a while, and they're heavily manipulated. And the meme coin market is surprisingly less overall manipulated.
It's surprisingly, you do have to learn what to look for and how to navigate it. But once you start finding where the gems are, it is like surprisingly more equitable or fair than the actual crypto market. There's definitely a shitload of scams, and I guess part of the learning curve is just getting rugged a bunch of times. But then you start finding like the ones where there's like good distribution, where it's not, just some developer trying to rug you, but it's like an actual community thing with good leadership, where there's like thousands and thousands of holders, and then it's these like, even as the whole market has been kind of choppy or just straight up crashing, my meme coins have been holding up better than other investments. And so, dude, I said, I'm holding these other like actual real cryptos, hoping they bounce back. It's fucking nothing's happening. And so I actually just like swapped the AVAX I still had for Solana in that amount, transferred it to my Phantom wallet, and bought something called a newer meme coin called Calvin, which is like Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes. They say it was like the first, like in 1997, he was the first mascot for crypto, or what would become crypto. I don't know. That's the idea behind the meme coin, right? And I already like it made my money back on what I lost in AVAX. And so it is just, it's so bizarre how money, I guess, is just not actually real, and none of the ways we understand money or think we do are real either. Because I mean, I guess like with the stock market, traditional finance, TradFi, that is more seemingly more real. but there's a higher barrier of entry, and it's certainly much more manipulated, by the hedge funds and all the institutions or whatever. But to get access to the stock market where you're trading as somebody who's not just getting, taken for a ride by the Robinhood app, you have to have at least $25,000 to keep in your brokerage account so that you have access to day trading. Like if you buy something and you see that it's going down, like it's moving in a way that you want to just get bail on it that day, or you want to take your profits for the day. If you want to do day trading, you have to keep $25,000 in that account. So that means you already have to have $25,000 you're comfortable just parking in your Robinhood app. Whereas like with crypto, if you have a Phantom wallet or Soulflare, whichever one you want, if you're on the Solana blockchain, you could put $20 in there and day trade with that. So it's like you could do low risk, low stakes day trading just on meme coins. And it's as real as any stocks. Like if you go playing around, especially with these penny stocks, those are much more risky, really, than meme coins. But then once you start getting into more stable stocks, $1, $5, $10, whatever, those are, as much of an abstraction as meme coins. They just have like a higher barrier of entry, and you kind of have to already be rich to see any meaningful return on them.
Yeah,
Whereas, dude, I've had, and it's like if you're practicing any sort of risk management, if you find a really low cap meme coin that's under 100,000 market cap, which would be like 0.00, like I found one the other day that was at 0.00004. I put like $5 in it, which got me like 1 million of them, right? An hour or two later, I sold that bag for $100. You can't do that on the stock market.
Yeah.
Is this prudent investing? No. This is much more akin to gambling, what I'm describing. But it's not like I would say once you figure out what you're doing or what to look for, you have better odds than a casino or scratch offs. Like you can develop strategies in long term investment strategies.
I had to put my crypto on the side for a while because my fucking Amazon business got so fucked by the tariffs as I rebuild and do some other stuff. But I threw a couple $100 that I had in USCD into that Zora coin yesterday. It's up 3% overnight. And, there's maybe it'll go back down, maybe it'll go back up. I think Coinbase has a good amount of money and effort that they want to put towards that. But like if that was a stock market and you have to buy a full stock, you have to go figure that out. If you want to sell it, it's got to be, now the stock market's going to be 24 hours a day, but I put that money in there.
Well, they're talking about it, the NASDAQ.
Yeah, Monday through Friday. But I put that money first thing in the morning. I had a couple of clicks with my whatever. I walked away from it. Had I decided I didn't want it anymore, I could sell it. And the whole thing would have cost me like 10 cents for like buying it and selling it on base.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I just would have walked away and be like, no, you know what? I don't want to put that money. Now, if it crashed, I would have. So if I were to get out now, I think I've been in there for, I forget when I text you about Zora coin, but had I sold it right now, I'd be up like $50 in 2 days or whatever. I'm planning on holding that for a while.
If
it goes back to all-time highs, I'm going to make like $1,500 on what I put in there.
That is my risk management with meme coins. Is if I put, let's say I put $100 into PP Doodoo coin at $50,000 market cap, and then it pumps to $100,000, so it just doubled. I'll sell half of that bag to take back my initials. I'll take back my 100 and leave whatever's left, and that just bought me. I'm not going to lose money on this no matter what, and I have peace of mind, and no matter where this goes from here, it's pure profit. So that's like, I could just keep riding the full amount and make even more money if it keeps going up, but nothing beats that just giving yourself that peace of mind, and then whatever bag you still have there, you cannot lose money on it. And you know, I wouldn't be able to do that with stocks the day of, just because I don't have $25,000 I can keep in a brokerage account to access day trading.
Drew did message me. I guess I missed it. He got home at 2:30 a.m. The chat on Twitter is all fucked up because I didn't get
It doesn't work. Elon broke it. 5, what is this, euros? What is this? What is this? Is it lira?
That's
Pound?
those are euros.
Some from Jay Bentosim.
That's maybe that could be the British sterling too, but I think it's
I'm
the
listening
euro.
to D talking about crypto, super relaxing. Happy Xmas, guys. X. Well, that's the thing, folks. You got to hedge yourself against what may be a bubble. You got to hedge yourself against the AI bubble bursting, which, if it does, will cause global economic collapse and catastrophe. Because everything, as far as economics go, the entire global economy is riding on AI, you know, in tandem with NVIDIA. So, like, right now, the sort of foundation, or what's the pillar that's holding up the entire economy of the world, is NVIDIA, because they make the hardware. And then there's like $1 trillion that Google and OpenAI and all, you know, just these handful of AI companies, they have $1 trillion that are passing back and forth to each other. Right now, that's the economy. That's like all the reports that come out that say everything's looking good, the numbers are up, and yet everyone's wondering, well, why does nobody has a job and the numbers are good? That's because of AI, all these companies. And so we could be looking at devastation on a scale much greater than even 2008. So how do you hedge yourself against that? Crypto, oil, energy. You know, I have a lithium stock. I have 553 shares of something called Standard Lithium. I'll talk about it. Ticker is SLI. Honestly, the smartest thing I could have done was just put all of my money in that when I found it. I initially found it at $1.18 a share. My average cost is $1.84. I'm currently at 184% profit on that one, and I'm not going to sell it anytime soon. I think that's a good one to, you know, as no matter what happens, everything's going to need lithium.
Yeah,
like all these NVIDIA and all these companies need. It's a crucial component to the
And silver
structure.
I think silver is crazy because
gold and silver, dude. I wish I'd
a lot of
listened.
electrical components. Robert Kawasaki or whatever was like silver. I wish I would have listened to him.
I wish I'd listened to all the boomers that were talking about that shit, because I was like, that's like such an old man sensibility to be like, yeah, I'm investing in gold and silver. And it's like, yeah, you're just gonna have a bunch of fucking coins in your house. Turns out they were right, because gold and silver have been pumping lately, because that's what people get. That's like the hedge. That's like the main hedge against.
There's also a talk that there might be you know, they talk about Ethereum overcoming Bitcoin someday. I forget what that's called.
I've heard, yeah.
What do they call that? When
Flipping?
they swap, flip. Yeah, there's some people talking about silver flipping gold, because
I've heard this.
Silver is used in a lot of the electrical components of phones, massive computers, and technologies and stuff, where gold is more traded, jewelry, and less used in the components. So because the demand for like lithium and stuff and silver will go up from electronics, then that'll also drive the price up.
Shit, man. You know what's another one? Because you got to think about, like, what are the raw materials that are needed for all this shit. So, like, lithium is one I'm in on. Dude, apparently helium is huge in computers and the development of all these circuit boards and shit. Like, a lot of people just think of it as like party balloons, but apparently helium is like a very crucial component in technology.
What does it sound like? This?
What is that?
This is me. I just had some helium. Hi, Dude,
Dude, you scared the shit out of me. I was like, what the fuck is that?
it's on my soundboard. It's called Pitch Up. It's a helium.
That's cool, man. Yeah, it turns out we should not have been using that shit in balloons and to make ourselves have squeaky voices because it's like very necessary in the production of computer parts. So that might be worth looking into. But yeah, you gotta look. You have to hedge yourself against when this AI shit bursts because it is going to. Because here's the thing about AI. Like Dave, you've been talking about how you're white pilled on it. I think AI, as it exists right now, like what it's capable of doing and what it is a consumer product, has a lot of tools that are effective that you can use as just a guy that will make your life easier or assist you in something you're trying to do. I do think it works in that way. The problem is these AI companies, the projection or like what they say they're working toward, why the government and like why there's been these like $1 trillion investments in it is not so that we can do spreadsheets easier or make clips easier or whatever it is we're trying to do.
Yeah.
It's this thing they came up with that they call AGI that they're trying to figure out, artificial general intelligence, which is like the sci-fi.
Is there going to be artificial shack intelligence too?
I hope they might be able to figure that one out.
Yeah. I hope so. I hate to see the shack and the general get separated.
The reason there's all this money being thrown at them and why the government has no issues with continuing to subsidize these companies is they're claiming that they're working toward and will figure out AGI, artificial general intelligence, which is basically like what you think of AI being like from like sci-fi shit, like that. AI transcends it being just like some kind of software to then possessing like the ability to think and do like critical thinking and they want to make God inside the computer. They want to build God in the computer and make the machine God is basically like what they're claiming they're working toward and what they're figuring out. And so that's why the money is no issue because they're going to figure this out at some point. So all these like tools that you're positive about, Dave, and then they're all great. All the things we can do with AI right now can alleviate a lot of the workload in our lives and save us a lot of busy work and headaches. That's all well and good, but that's not. Well, they don't give a shit about us. That's not.
I got a little something for you though. So Chat GPT is pretty much rated from the major ones like DeepSeek, Perplexity, Claude, Gemini, and I forget the other ones. It's pretty much ranked the most propagandized one, where they're really like pushing the answers to be what they want them to be instead of them being like actual like data cruncher. And they've also fallen behind is in innovation. They're at the bottom. So the amount of time that they're spending on like trying to really control, basically they're trying to turn it into like Sam Altman bot, meaning they're trying to take Sam Altman's ideas, philosophies, and morals, ethics, and branches and put it into this model. So when you spit it in, it's giving you kind of what's best for like Sam Altman and his crew out. But what's happening is because they're doing that, they're losing the innovation race. So they keep falling further and further down and they're losing market share and the communities don't like them as much. So that's white pilling me because it's like, oh, the free market actually is working. The fact that, and maybe they'll catch up. Maybe the U.S. government
You're
will ban.
You're on some libertarian shit.
ban
I'm
some
talking
other
about the fact that I suspect, or I'm worried, and what it seems like is happening is that all these companies are promising or working toward.
No, but it's like the meme coins, though. I think what'll happen is eventually what will happen is we'll get some third parties that are making like open source AIs that we can use that are outside of that system. And once the genie's out of the bottle, we can use those. And as much as they try to force, and the boomers and the whoever's will always use the government ones, but we'll be able to find other things. Like when they're saying you have to use the USDC, we'll be like, no, I'm spending Farcoin and I'm
talking
using
about something different.
I'm
talking about this
using
idea.
cockadoodie poo poo chat from my
talking about this
AI.
idea that they're talking about, like this concept of AGI, that they're working toward developing something far greater than what we have currently. That being a machine capable of thought and abstract thought and decision making akin to a human mind.
Yeah, but I don't believe they could ever have that. But also,
because
that would take innovation. And what I'm saying is, some of the evil people that are propagandizing that stuff are falling behind because they're spending so much time on trying to control everything. They're not getting the innovation of allowing the software to be free for the public.
Okay, yeah, okay, but what I'm saying, and this goes back to why you got to buy Bitcoin.
And when I mean free, I mean like libertas. I don't mean monetary.
Right. I mean, this goes back to why it's, if you're trying to figure out a way to hedge yourself, like why I'm concerned nowadays, as far as like money goes, is like, it seems like these companies that all this money has been thrown at, that are like the pillars that are holding up the entire economy. When that shit bursts, when it becomes like the Theranos, like a situation like that, where it turns out Elizabeth Holmes was, if not outright defrauding her investors, way over promising on something that's impossible. Well, because the scale of what this is, this AI thing, it's going to just cause like catastrophic economic collapse. Then everything catches up with the reality we've all been experiencing, which is like, doesn't everything seem like it's really fucking bad right now?
Well,
and yet the stock market, all-time highs or whatever.
The thing that's going to suck with that is what'll happen is all these huge hedge funds and all these people will pour all this money into this technology they don't understand, that's not innovative, that's control and propagandized. And then who's ever in charge at the time will probably try to bail them out. And hopefully by that point, there's alternatives that just make them obsolete so the government doesn't bail them out, that they give up.
But then you're still going to need, I don't know, man, because that was the problem with 2008, was that there was a government bailout for the fucking banks.
Yeah.
And then everybody else was left with their dicks in their asses holding the bag. And so when it happens again, because of this AI thing, because I'm not smart enough, I don't like I started noticing that this feels like 2008, and I started looking into it, and I wasn't the first.
It's worse than 2008.
Yeah, I wasn't the only person that was thinking that, and there's greater minds than myself that have already been talking about this.
In 2008, I didn't really feel any difference. I didn't have a stock portfolio. But now I make substantially more money and I feel substantially more pain.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's the good and bad that comes with making money, is that now you're in a position where you can lose it. Whereas when you're just broke as fuck, you're kind of divorced from
No, but I'm saying like back then, like I could still go out and buy stuff and eat food. It wasn't terrible. But nowadays it's like even though I'm making a lot more money, the economy is getting so much worse that I actually have to start budgeting and looking around and stuff. So people that I know are economically below me must be fucking getting their fucking ass reamed out right now.
People are feeling the screws turn, and then just like, because I've been thinking, I'd had the thought for a while, like it feels like we are on the verge of some sort of similar to 2008 collapse. And then I went looking into it, and I realized like, okay, I'm not alone in thinking that. There's a lot of like scholars that are talking about this, that have like see the pieces in place and the way things are going, that this mimics a lot of things that were happening then. And so it does feel like not a matter of if but when, just like it's everything's already happened. It's just that the reports are just the way they're fudging the numbers, or the performance of it, to the public is that things are better than they are. And they're just doing that to buy some time while they get themselves in position so that when they announce, by the way, the economy's been collapsed for some time now, that it doesn't affect them as much.
They're already doing that. They're building golden ballrooms. They're building golden ballrooms and having Jewish dances in the White House with like caviar while, and then did you hear about Trump's going to just announce like the Hunger Games?
Yeah.
He's going to take a boy and a girl.
Yeah, so the collapse, here's the thing, the collapse
Yeah.
is already priced in. It's already happened. They just haven't revealed it to us yet.
Yeah.
Because they're just like moving all the pieces in place so that
So they can get rich off it. Yeah.
when we feel the pain of it all, they are not affected by it. And the situation that really hurt people in 2008 was that the government bailed out the banks, and then everybody else is still on the hook for these bad loans. And so if that happens again, I don't know how anybody survives if the government just bails out these fucking.
Well, and the dollar is so much more weaker. The freaking like the inflation since 2021 is like this. So you can't even get anything with your money anymore. And at least in 2008, the inflation wasn't that bad. You still had some buying power if you could get a hold of money. Now you don't have any money, and if you get a hold of it, it's worth even less.
Yeah, Lily knows way more about this than we do. She says we gotta have somebody that works with AI on. I don't know if she means her or somebody else, but I mean she's right because I don't know that much. I don't really know.
Here's some things I would suggest. So I'm pivoting a couple of things. So I'm pivoting more local in my local economy. So I'm like going to get Amazon products for people that I know in my community that I work with instead of corporations and stuff that can weasel you out in tariffs or whatever. So like people that are actually making stuff, I'm going to be working with a local pasta sauce company and stuff. Also, boomers are getting old and they're dying. So I've been doing some work with medical couriers. If anybody's looking for work, medical couriers pay pretty well. You just need a car and a clean drug record, and you can drive stuff around. And now I'm looking into the foreclosure market and getting surplus funds back to people. The government, when they tax foreclose or foreclose on a house and it gets sold, the extra money can't go to the person that sells it. The extra money belongs to the person that owned the property. And the government holds that, and they don't notify people. So there's billions of dollars that the government holds. And then after 2 or 3 years, it just takes it and they don't notify the people. You can get that back to the people and get paid to do it. So those are so I'm looking into ways to help people for foreclosure and help people through aging and medical right now, and locally.
And you know what's frustrating is like it's not really just the AI stuff is interesting and it's like a new development, I suppose. It would be nice to know what I'm talking about with regard to that or with anything. But the thing that's frustrating is just that my own experience and the experience of many others is like we all feel like we're feeling the pain. It's like, oh, doesn't it seem like everything's getting really expensive and there's no jobs, or it's getting harder and harder to find a job, and the jobs that people do have are very precarious. So like a lot of companies are firing everybody. So it's like the unemployment's going up. Everything's extremely expensive. And it feels like we're feeling the hurt. But then you look at you look at the fucking president or the news or anybody talking about the economy, and they go, everything is just hit new all-time highs. It's actually better than it's.
Yeah, but that's what inflation does. So the whole Keynesian economics and MMT, modern monetary theory, the reason it's fucked up is because they're like, look, like, so when he said inflation was 3%, right, and it's going low, he was taking the small quarterly percentage. But from 2021 up to that point was like 50%. So inflation is up like 50% since 2021, and they're measuring the third quarter of 2024, right? But what I was going to say is like the way they're running their numbers, because they just keep printing debt, and then the debt's getting paid. It's like, it's like the Africans that have $1 million in a wheelbarrow. It's like, they're a millionaire, so it's like there's another $1 million and whatever, it's going up. It's like, no, but it's not worth anything. It's
Right.
buying power that's important on the individual level. So their numbers are always going to go up. It's called crashing up. If you guys are interested, you can look into it. It's basically when inflation is so hyperinflated that even though the housing is crashing, the price is going up because the money's not worth anything.
Right. Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about, is that like, even if you don't understand any of that, you feel it. Like you feel like,
Yeah.
I feel like life is getting extremely difficult. Like everything's getting worse. And yet so many of the things I see in the news and people I talk to or whatever swear that it's the best it's ever been, or that things are good right now. And yet, am I doing something wrong? I probably am I could be doing things better, but it definitely feels like it's bad. Things are bad right now, but they swear it's not. And
They always do that since the beginning of time. Yeah. So like the other thing too is, so when people like, oh, the government's lying to us, or they're sending us propaganda, or the news is lying or whatever, or they're telling us like, this, that, or other thing in the news, the whole world is watching CNN. So they're competing with Russia and China or whatever. And it's similar to like when, like if you watch a Russian or a Chinese like news program and they're telling you like, oh, everything's fine, we're doing great, there's no inflation, you recognize, because you're not living in it, that's Chinese propaganda lying about their country, or Russian propaganda. But we have some sort of weird disconnect when we see it in our own country. We're like, oh, why are they lying to us? It's like they all lie to one another.
Every human is susceptible to propaganda, and
yeah, they're all doing it because
effective propaganda is when you don't realize you're being propagandized. So it's like,
yeah, but if they were to tell you like the Russian government is corrupt and they're stealing all your money and that they lie to the people are like, yeah, that's what Russia does. And it's like, okay. And then you say, yeah, and your government's lying to you and taking your money. People are like, not my government. Every other government. I live in the one honest country that's not propagandizing and lying to me on the television. Everybody else's country sucks.
right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's
when they're all doing it to you to take your money. If Trump didn't win and Kamala Harris won, they'd be doing the same thing. They'd be stealing money from you in another way. It would be trickier. And the next president will do it which I think it looks like it's going to be JD Vance, the way that the news is circling around him.
I heard something interesting
with the
too. That
Judaism stuff.
I heard just an interesting way to think about things, or like this. I was listening to this historian talk about the Western Roman Empire, like the fall of Rome, and he was talking about, he's like, a lot of people have this idea that collapse is like this event that happens,
No.
and they go, that's like that was like the thing, and that happened, and that was the collapse. He's like, really, collapse is just like a whole bunch of shit going on for a long time, and then people realize that this actually has been collapsed for some time now.
Yeah.
That there's no one inciting, there's no one moment or incident or anything that is like, oh, this is the collapse. It's just that there's all these
I forget the quote, but it's like people think they collapse, it looks like fire and whatever, but it actually looks like a yawn. Meaning, like, by the time you collapse, everybody's just exhausted, and it's like it's a whimper and a yawn, and it's like it's the last breath being spit out of this like huge beast that's been dismantled.
Yeah, and that's how
people will probably start self-deporting soon, so that'll solve some issues. No, seriously.
Like you say, yeah, really, the issue is that there's too many Mexicans, and
no, but I mean, like, once the economy gets to a certain point, like people will start exiting the U.S.
It's better in Guatemala
because they'll be like, oh, I'm just going to go to China, or I'm going to go to Romania, or I'm going to go to Europe. So like the one thing that's kind of a white pill is the fact that other people from the other parts of the globe are trying to get into the U.S. is at least a sign that like I remember in 2008, I used to paint with these Brazilian guys. And from like 2004, 2005,
Were they big booty
2006,
Brazilians?
they were dudes. Their wives had the big
Dudes
booties.
still have asses.
But their wives were at home and they would just make all this money. But anyways, when 2008 hit, they just beat it. They went back to Brazil. You know what I mean? They're like, okay,
when people realize like whatever shitty country they're from is better than whatever's going on here.
They were just working, making bank. And when the economy got bad here, they're like, okay, well, I'm just going to go back. My work visa's over. I'm going to go back to Brazil and live there.
It definitely does feel like really what's happening is that everything already collapsed and we're in it right now. And there hasn't been like an official announcement of collapse.
Yeah.
Because when that happens, that's finally when everybody has to like start doing everything to like try and recover and repair from it. And it's painful. But it's like whatever we're in right now is really painful because it's like,
well, I was thinking,
when is are we ever going to do anything to make anything better, or are we just going to keep lying to ourselves?
Only we can do it though. The government can't do anything. So I was thinking about this today because I was like, okay, times are getting tough, and you're not where you want to be, and you want things to change. So I was like, to me, I kept saying over the past month, I'm not solving big enough problems for the world, and I'm not adding enough value. So I was like, if I want to make 100,000 a year, for instance, which is like peanuts nowadays, but reasonable. I was like, if I could figure out a $10,000 problem that I can solve, I only need to solve 10 problems for 10 people to make 100,000 in the year, right? So that's been my mindset, is try to figure out what the big problems are that I have the skill set to fix and then work towards those. But also, I think, and I joked about this when we first started Cornfed, I think the American dream might be trying to figure out where to move out of America that they accept you and get there and set up a new life. Because I was like, I don't know if I want to move to the Philippines or some of these other countries, but
you're
like
researching
they're
all
still,
the age of consents.
they're still, they're still very reasonable. I talked to some Greek expats in the Philippines they go to a gym, the gym membership.
You call them expats?
What is it?
Expatriates.
Yeah. Oh, they weren't very patriotic.
That's what I'm saying. But you said ex-pac.
Okay. Well,
like Pac-Man, but that's not what they're called. That's not the sound Pac-Man makes. Maybe Cronenberg's Pac-Man. The American dream is
and they get a massage for $6 after the gym. The membership's there. They eat out all the time because the food is so much cheaper to get prepared for you. So maybe the American dream is to move somewhere else.
The American dream is podcasting, and I'm living it, baby.
Yeah.
I got this channel. I got the Crowder Boys, soon to be the Arena of Ideas.
Yeah, but even the podcast, right? Say the podcast made $10,000 a month, right? If you go to a third world country with $10,000 a month, you're living like a king. You're just living like a pauper in the United States with $10K a month. You know?
Why you want to give me the run around? I would love to live like Popper. Well, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, my goal, and I'm achieving it actually, through various streams of income. Even Twitter, dude. I got a Twitter paycheck yesterday that was not too shabby. My goal is I don't want to have to answer to anybody or answer to as few people as possible. Because I've worked plenty of jobs where I have had a boss and several bosses, and it fucking blows. It sucks shit, and it doesn't even pay that good. And so, like, my experience most recently with a job, like a W-2 job, working at Comcast, I was like, this is for the birds, dude. This shit sucks. I'm stressing myself trying to show up on work all on time every day. You know, I worked from home, so it was actually pretty astounding that I still managed to be late sometimes. But you know, just stressing myself trying to do a good job here and meet quota and please my masters for such fucking dog shit money. Just having like panic attacks and um you know, running myself ragged and feeling constantly exhausted and nervous because I have to work this job that's just demanding so much of me. Not as far as like any manual labor goes, but it was like just so demanding in what was being asked of me and having to try and sell shit to people. And just having these meetings with these fucking managers who I'm like, this is the most airheaded fucking idiot I've ever talked to, who's riding my ass about selling these fucking cell phone plans so that the reward for doing so is just not getting fired, but still having a job that only pays $15 an hour. And I mean, with the commission on a good month, I probably averaged out to about $32 an hour. But that was always unreliable. It wasn't reliably that much. You know, it was always different month to month because the commission was up, it was down, and then eventually I just couldn't hit the numbers. And I was like, dude, having a job.
That's why you have to be an independent contractor, 1099. Can you give me share screen for a
I'm a
second?
1099 independent contractor. Having a fucking job sucks ass when you have to work for somebody else. And so it's like my dream, and I'm making it come true, is to work for myself.
Yeah. So, guys, so I reached out to Corinne Davis. She's thinking about coming on the show. She is a sports reporter, Channel 4 in the Texas area. But if she comes on, right?
Oh, Fox 4. That's my old Fox station.
Yeah, we need the chat to like not be complete monsters. Can you guys be somewhat civilized if we have like
about you, dude?
If we have like an actual like, I'm always fine with the guests. They're doing a bit when the women are on with me. Like every female guest that we've ever had on, with the exception of probably Autumn, had a pleasant experience with me and said they would come back anytime that I asked them. So, but anyways, we want to branch out. So a couple of things that would be helpful is one, if you can follow.
Wait, why her?
Because she's a cute lady. She's in Texas. I have a connection through Sweeze.
Well, she has a job. People. She has a job at Fox 4. She's like a public facing role on a news station.
Yeah.
She might have some reservations about.
I know. She's only got 2,000 followers. Women love the attention. We'll give her some nice attention. The fans are going to be polite to her. You guys are both in Texas, so you can have.
If she comes on, I mean, yeah, it'd be lovely to have her guest on this show.
We need some. Who else? The fans can tell me who we're gonna have on.
Does Sweeze know this lady?
I have a connection of a connection. Don't worry about how I book the booking of the production. We should
probably wrap up this episode.
Though. You know, you're the talent. Don't worry about it. You just keep being the talent, and I'll be the you know, the producer.
What I do want to, you know, get across to everybody, or what I want to hammer home as we wrap this up is, to everyone, you know, do everything you can to not have to have a fucking job. Ideally, that would be, you know, having the entrepreneurial spirit and discipline and drive to work for yourself. You know, if you don't want to do that, or you feel like you're too lazy to do that, or that seems like too difficult, just fill out whatever forms you need to collect supplemental income from the government and Section 8 and SNAP, you know, and have the government subsidize your existence. That's not ideal. Ideally, you would do something that creates something for other people that they find valuable, and then you effectively have created you made a product and now you work for yourself. That's the best case. That's the way to do it. ideally. But the overall goal is just not having a job. And so if you don't want to work for yourself, so to speak, but you do want the money without having to have a job, collect disability from the government, SSDI.
Start a business that helps the elderly. The boomers are getting old. Medical, look up medical career in your area, and then foreclosures are on the rise. So look up wholesaling real estate foreclosures or surplus recovery, surplus fund recovery.
Ooh, surf us. I like the sound.
I like surplus recovery because you get to take money from the government and give it to people and help them out. So
Yeah.
I'm actually going to a class tomorrow to start learning. I'm taking a class tomorrow online.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with having a job. It's just that it didn't used to be this way. It used to be before everything was the way we've been talking. Like before the inflation got out of control, and I don't know. Before in the past, you could get a job and they would pay you, and you could pay your bills, and they were loyal to you to a certain degree, where they would value your work and promote you along the way, give you more money, and then
You got to pivot. It's a new world.
Hire, and you'd have a pension. And then they started making us do this 401k scam, and then more and more they started valuing us less and less to where now, and you're seeing it with like the younger generations not even having a desire to work. That is a that is a consequence of that's not like just entire generations being lazy or being broken in some way or having some deficiency. That is really just the effect of they've seen what the world is and how these companies and corporations treat their workers, and how it's better to they have made the decision. They weighed the options and said it's better to do nothing for no money than get dog walked for some money.
I want to just stress this because I don't think people understand this. Corporations and unions are both government entities. They're not free market, whatever. It's another way. The corporations are tax collectors for the government. That's all they are. So when people like their responsibility as a corporation by law, by the government, they can get sued, lose money, lose their job, lose their corporation, their fiduciary rights, who they are legally bound to, forced by the government, is the board in the collective that's making the money, that the holders at the top that make the money, not the employees, not the workers, not the owners. They're legally bound. The fiduciary rights of that is the board of these corporations. And
that's the other thing that's driving me fucking nuts is that fiduciary responsibility being the smoke screen that they use for their, because you are right about that. And so there's this idea of like fiduciary responsibility, and then it's infected everything now to where now restaurants, electronics makers, just fucking everything, automakers, all of it. Their only goal, their only desired outcome, what they're trying to do is to make money. And that's it. The only like service they're offering is the extraction of capital and generation of wealth for themselves and their board of directors and big investors and all that. So that's like their main driving force is to make. And it's like and you might think, duh, but no, it's that
that wasn't always the case.
And so the downstream effects of that is the decline and degradation in quality of fucking everything as they try to figure out how to maximize profits. Because dude, just like you feel it if you just go out to eat at a restaurant now. Like when I was a kid, if you went to any one of these shitty chain restaurants, it still was pretty good. You go to Outback, you go to Olive Garden, whatever. It's like, this is nice. This is a nice time out to eat. Now all those corporations have crunched the numbers and done all the wheeling and dealing and weaseling to widen their profit margins while still technically serving the food they have on the menu. That the everything that they prepare and cook and serve for you is complete and total fucking dog shit. Because they only exist in the interest,
It's owned by one company.
It's just one company trying to figure out how to extract as much capital as possible while widening the profit margins each quarter and making the line go up. And so that line go up, growth at any cost, wealth creation mentality that's infected.
No, it's not a wealth creation mentality. It's a wealth. It's the exact opposite. It's a debt creation at the top level, and it's taxation. The corporation, and it gets to privatize their profits and subsidize their losses, meaning that you bail them out if they get so big, right? And the exchange is that they collect W-2 taxes and give it to the government. Right? You don't pay them, they take them, and they collect sales taxes and they give it to the government. So the corporations are this branch of the government. Instead of the IRS knocking your door, the corporations, in exchange for not losing money, not having to pay taxes, collect that money for the government. But it's the paperwork is like it's enforced by the guns of the government. Like in a true capitalist society, you're adding value for your fellow man. And then they're paying you for the value you've added to the raw resources. And the difference is how much they value that, which becomes profit. It's different than what's going on today. And then when you start getting into the loans and the debt and the interest rates and the usury, it's fucking insane the amount of money they're stealing from everybody.
I'm just saying though, just on a human level. Because before you get into, and I agree with
I'm just trying to stress. I really want people to see the violence of the government and the corporations. That it's crony capitalism, and there's no difference between the CEOs of a corporation and the board members of the FDA. They're the same people. Right. They literally switch back and forth.
Let's say I'm a spaghetti maker.
Yeah,
I really want. My passion is spaghetti, and I want to make spaghetti for people, and I want to, work as a spaghetti guy.
Yeah,
and it's just,
I want to buy a spaghetti dolphin.
I'm small time spaghetti.
Yeah.
Of course, I want to get paid for my spaghetti.
Yeah,
but my main motivation, what drives me, is that I want to make good spaghetti. And if I make really good spaghetti, then people will want to pay for it, and then I'll make my money back and then some.
Yeah.
And I've succeeded as a spaghetti guy.
So now I say to you, Dalton, you promised that this is really good spaghetti. You say yes. So I said, okay, let me buy some and eat some. And then you go to sell me the spaghetti, and then the government shows up. It's like, not so fast. You need to give me money so I can give you this piece of paper that allows you to sell them that spaghetti. And see, like, okay, fine. Here's $100, piece of paper. I can sell them spaghetti. Not so fast. We need a percentage when you sell the spaghetti that we get. Okay. And now we need to do checks on your spaghetti thing, and that costs you this much. And it's like, I just want we're two consenting adults. He made spaghetti. He wants to sell it to me. Why do we need your permission to do that? And why do you need a cut of it?
Here's the thing, even then, because I'm still small time spaghetti.
Yeah.
I'm taking the hit on this. But I'm saying no matter what, my spaghetti is not, I'm not going to sacrifice quality in my spaghetti.
Yeah.
I'm only going to make the best spaghetti.
I only want to buy high quality spaghetti.
And I even tell, I'm open and honest and transparent with my clientele. And I go, look, I'm getting hit with this and that, and they're raising the cost of everything. And so I have to, unfortunately, I got to raise the cost of the spaghetti a little bit just to keep the lights on. But it's not, trust me, this is still the best spaghetti. So you get where I'm going with this. Is what I'm saying is that, I have a passion for spaghetti, and all I'm trying to do,
I can tell by looking at
maintain
you pasta pass it.
I'm just trying to maintain my spaghetti.
You're definitely Pasta passionate person. Don't
Pasta. I have a passion for pasta. I'm a pasta.
tell this the LGBT
person.
community. You're a part of the pasta
Yeah,
positivity movement.
I'm a pasta positive person, and I have a passion for pasta. And I'm just small time spaghetti. But then you got big spaghetti out there. You got like Olive Garden and Romano's Macaroni Grill and Buca de Beppo and isn't there another one? Carrabba's. This is big spaghetti.
The Macaroni Warehouse.
This is big. Yeah. There's the Spaghetti Warehouse, but that's actually still kind of a small. I mean,
There was a macaroni something plantation. Macaroni plantation.
So then big spaghetti. When we're in the same business, for all intents and purposes, we both
soup
spaghetti.
plantation.
But then big spaghetti, they make spaghetti also, but their motivation, they don't have the passion for spaghetti that I do. Their only goal, their only motivation, and what they're trying to achieve is to make more money this quarter than they did last quarter. Is to grow, to continue to grow and increase profits no matter what. So then, when the government comes in with me and I got to pay all this shit and the price of things go up, I take the hit and I don't sacrifice anything. Within these companies, they will cut every corner and sacrifice anything and everything in the pursuit of further extraction of capital and
including
creation.
stuff like this. They will say, I think they will lobby to say all employees have to have health care, all employees have to have full medical care, 401k. They all have to make $15 an hour because they can afford that because they're this multi-million-dollar company, but you might not be able to afford that. So they use the government arm of regulations to put you out of business so that they can take the other spaghetti sellers out.
Right.
Under the guise of helping.
And then what ends up happening is like, I am passionate. I have a pasta passion and I'm only care about making the best spaghetti. And I just want to be able to survive and keep making my spaghetti for the people. But then everything has gotten so unsustainable.
I want to look at the spaghetti.
And because Olive Garden and Carrabba's and Romano's Macaroni Grill, they offer a far worse product than I do. That mine is superior and theirs is inferior to what I do.
Inferior.
But it doesn't cost as much as my spaghetti. But it's still, they still make way more money than I do and they charge less, but it's terrible spaghetti. And then eventually it all becomes so unsustainable that I can't do spaghetti no more. And now the only spaghetti that's left is Olive Garden.
Yeah.
And it's the worst spaghetti, and it's only getting worse as they continue to make any sacrifice to the food itself to continue widening their profit margins. And so because of this like hyper fixation, this mentality, the sickness is in the growth mentality. And it's exacerbated by what you're talking about, just like, I guess, government interference, but it's really a sickness that exists within like these corporations, because it's like,
but a corporation, like I said,
you don't care about spaghetti. You care about money. I cared about spaghetti.
But that's a government piece of paper. But that's a government piece of paper that they're handed to get special privileges for doing things for the government. It doesn't exist in reality. It's a piece of paper that the government gets, that they sign an agreement that they'll do certain things for certain benefits to cut you out. And then what happens, like we were saying before, like COVID was a prime example where COVID, for those that don't know, was the biggest wealth transfer in human history. from the middle class to the rich through the poor and through inflation. So one example was the vaccines, which was crazy that the left was out there toting that everybody's got to get this vaccine, right? And they're like, why you get this vaccine? And you're like, so now the left's pro-corporation. So every time those vaccines were given to people, the government printed billions of dollars and gave it to pharmaceutical company corporations who are mandating shots for people. So like when they're like, oh, we all need to get this shot, you're basically saying Modera, like this corporation, instead of your local doctor that wants to treat you or be healthy or give you an idea of how to health, you have to allow the government to take money from you and give it to this corporation that makes this thing, whether you like it or not. And they bought billions and billions from a corporation. I was like, why is everybody fine with the government printing money to give it to a corporation for a product all of a sudden?
Right.
And then all along the while, they were like banning people that were like wanted to try ivermectin. I don't know if it works better or not. I'm not a doctor, but like the fact that they were taking a $3 pill and banning a small guy, which is similar to the spaghetti. And they do this in all sorts of aspects where if you had a mom and pop grocery store during the pandemic, you had to shut down. But Whole Foods could be open 24 hours a day. All the Amazon could be open and delivering packages. I couldn't do insurance inspections in the middle of the woods, so I had to get a second job, which was delivering groceries for corporations instead of the mom and pop company that I had worked for.
But
so
the
like,
sickness at the heart of it all, and we got to
is violence and force.
Well,
and power.
Sure, I get, yeah. I'm just, but it's like the sort of like cancerous mentality is greed. It's this idea of just when you value money more than spaghetti, everybody suffers. And that's why you can't get a good plate of spaghetti anymore. You know, it's like the other night I went to a restaurant and it was just such a miserable, disappointing, horrible experience. And I said, you know, I'm fairly certain, you know, I haven't talked to the manager or the lead, you know, the heads up at this restaurant, so I don't know for certain, but I feel like this is all just a downstream effect of greed and this like people value corporations and people valuing money more than
all right. So I don't disagree that corporations are greedy, right? But what's greedier? Trying to make a product and getting the most money for it so you get super, super, super rich, or forcing people to give you a percentage of their income. So like the government, whenever the government's like, we need more taxes, we need more money from you, you have to raise this up and print more money and give and pay more taxes. No one's ever like, why is the government so greedy? Why do they need so much of my paycheck? It's like they're all the same people at the top trying to steal money from us. And it's the names that they give them are just euphemisms so that people don't recognize that they're stealing wealth from everybody.
I think people have been saying, I think people have been saying like, why are you taking so much of my fucking money and not just taking more of that guy's money who is, you know, was a wealthy guy?
No, but why are they taking anybody's money for any of the stuff that they don't give? Like they don't even fix potholes on the local.
Oh yeah, they don't do any. They don't do
so
any
like
things they're supposed to do.
Just make it voluntary. It's like just because you, like for instance, there was a guy, and luckily some of the judges are being wise. Like I saw a video of a guy. He got his own well, so he had his own well water. He created his own water filtration system in leaching field, which is better than the one at the town. He had a third party tested. He got a solar panels. So then he said, I want off public electricity and I want off the sewer thing. And the local government was like official was trying to get him to pay for services he wasn't using. And he went to court and he actually won. The judge
It's
was
just property tax. I mean, yeah, you got to keep up the schools and the firehouse.
no. The government was nice enough to say you don't have to pay us for water filtration that you're not using. You can use your own, and you don't have to pay for electricity connection that you're using your own. But the judge actually sided for the guy. But it's like in a true consensual society, you would pay the individuals for the services that you want. And then if you didn't want a service, you wouldn't pay for it. And that service would either have to convince you or go out of business. What happens with government is they just keep printing money, and then every year they spend it so they can print more. And the spending's already built in at an inflational rate. So every year they get extra money in funding. And if police, for instance,
does this also affect the spaghetti?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Because it's like I'm just
that no, I'm trying to I don't know how to relay it better.
I'm just saying that it feels like there's just decline.
You think that you're competing with spaghetti versus a corporation, and what I'm trying to explain is it's the government you're competing with. The government is competing with you over spaghetti. They're taking your money, and they're just figuring out new ways to take your money, and one of them is to outcompete you in the spaghetti business through a third-party tax collector.
Because I can only understand anything in terms of spaghetti.
Okay. You're a pasta.
Yeah, it just feels like there's like decline everywhere. Like everything is just diminishing in quality, and everything. It's just like everything's getting worse. And I guess there's that argument that's like, well, it's better than it was in the fucking 1800s. I'm like, well, that shouldn't be the metric. I shouldn't have to look back hundreds of years and say, yeah, I guess being poor now is better than being rich then. I should. You're telling me the solution to any woes I'm experiencing or feeling is that, well, King Henry didn't have a microwave. And I'm like, I don't know if reaching back hundreds of years
well, you don't even have to reach back 100 years. There's certain countries right now where people still don't have shoes or running water or gas stoves.
That also sucks. But I mean, it goes back to Chappelle's whole fucking dumb shit where he's like, well, what about Israel? It's like, that's also bad.
No, I get that. Well, to me, it's more
bad things that are happening, and
but to me, it's
one of them.
But to me, it's more of the mindset of stupid people like Louis C.K. Remember when he was on Rogan and the world was getting worse? And Louis' mindset was it should get worse. Why do we have it so good?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he was like, if we need to get worse, in his mind, we need to get worse so other people can get better.
That's such an ivory fucking power.
He doesn't understand wealth generation. Not too many people do. It's the idea, when the government controls the currency, people just see, here's money, they control it all, and I can't get a piece of it. But when currencies can compete and you're competing in a free market, you can grow unlimited amount of wheat, or not unlimited, but you can grow a finite amount of wheat and make a finite amount of pasta for yourself. And then you raise the price based on demand. But you can generate ultimate wealth because then multiple businesses can be created. There can be there can be a wheat picker and a miller and a pasta advertiser in different sauces. The sky's the limit with the sauces and the ingredients and the spices.
I would love some spaghetti.
Wealth is just you're getting bigger and bigger and more pies. There's not a limited finite amount of pies.
Yeah, but that would also bring down the ceiling because I mean, because you what you're seeing is this thing that's happening where you have this concentration of wealth at the top, where you got guys like Bezos and Zuckerberg and Elon Musk who are experiencing limitless growth and infinite wealth at the expense of everybody else.
Well, they don't have wealth by pure definition. They have it visually, but it's actually debt, and they're not creating anything. So wealth would be technically the byproduct of large amounts.
Whatever debt they have, it's better than the one I have.
Well, no, what I'm trying to explain is there's a video circulating, or just anything when finance bros are moving numbers around in a computer and trying to trade and make money, they're not generating any value.
They ain't doing shit, man.
Yeah. So it's that system of how they're stealing money through like this is why Christianity and Muslims don't have usury. It's because it's a robbing of value. This is without getting too political, but one of the things that Hitler talked about in his speeches is when usury moves into a country, it slowly drains it until it's dead.
All right.
Because
well, I don't
every
know
time there's a transaction that happens within the financial system, the bankers get a piece, and they keep taking pieces and charging pieces.
betrays your argument when you invoke Hitler.
Well, he was the last person that brought it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just feel like there's got to be.
Why does it? I mean, somebody says something, it's either true or false.
I'm just saying
It doesn't matter who said it; it's still true or false. If Hitler said it's 1 + 1 is 2, you're like, well, I don't know if it's 2 because Hitler said it.
I know. I'm just saying, now you kind of like belie.
Well, it's the last. I mean, it's the
Hitler
last.
said it.
It was the last big country that collapsed. Was Germany in World War II, and now we're next because Great Britain collapsed prior to that. So I could bring up Great Britain, but I'm bringing up the last big country collapse.
Okay, hear me out, guys. Spaghetti, but it's made out of Jewish people. Okay, now I'm listening.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, when the bankers move in and they get a piece of everything, eventually they get all the pieces.
Sure, that was the shit that drives me insane when I watch these movies like The Big Short or Margin Call that try to explain or show what happened in 2008 with this the financial crisis. Is you see this these finance guys in the movie, and then I'm watching this and I realize these motherfuckers ain't doing shit. They don't do anything real, and yet we have to suffer for it.
Yeah,
like,
I can
explain
it to you.
Skyscrapers and these office buildings, just like boop boop boop, and then now there's a family in Arkansas that is now homeless because of boop 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 up in New York. Like it doesn't add up. Like it doesn't make any sense that you got this like sector that exists where these motherfuckers don't fucking do anything.
Same thing with Washington, D.C. There's 1,000 people sitting in a building there. They get to tell somebody in the middle of a field in Montana, trying to say you can't have a gun anymore. And it's like, I'm in the middle of a field alone in Montana. Like, why do you get a say over it? But as far as the Big Short thing, here's the easiest way to figure it out. So say you have $1,000 in your bank account. You go to the bank and you say, can I get a credit card? And they say, well, what are you making a month? I said, I make $5,000 a month. I got $1,000 in my bank account. They say, okay, here's a $5,000 credit card. So then you plan on maxing that card out, but you go to another bank and you say, hey, I have a $5,000 credit limit here. Do you have, could you match it? I would do it with you. And they're like, oh, sure. So now you have two $5,000 limits. Now you cash that money out and you put $10,000 into your bank account. So now you have like, $11,000. And then you go to another bank and you say, hey, can you give me a loan? I have $10,000 in my bank account. Like, but really you have $10,000 in debt and only $1,000 that you have, but they're seeing the cash flow. So then somebody else comes to you and you say, hey, I'm paying interest on this. I owe $10,000. Do you want to buy it from me for $8 and I'll eat the $2 and then you pay the interest and you make the $2 if you can pay it off. So now you're selling debt to somebody else and they're buying your debt at a value and they're making a fake amount of money on paper and they're just constantly rolling this over and over again. So it's basically like having multiple credit cards, pretending that the debt is cash that you can buy stuff and then convincing other people to buy it from you or lend it to you until it just runs out and there's nobody else to kick the bucket to, which is where we're at right now.
That's a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. There's no value being created. It's just, it's similar to like, if say there was only 10 people making meme coins and putting money into the community, right? You need more suckers to come in and get into these things for there to be liquidity.
You know what I mean? But that's the shit, man, we gotta wrap this up.
Yeah,
But
not suckers. What I'm saying, you need more people to join the community. What the government does and the corporations do is they say, well, nobody wants to do this, so we'll just take the money from them via force
that
or
is,
inflation.
but that has been one of the developments in meme coins. Because I think I don't know if it just happened naturally that the meme coin ecosystem corrected itself or what, but obviously, if you just have like this thing that was made whole cloth out of nothing that people are investing in, it's very much just a Ponzi. And for this to work, you have to have somebody willing to come in and pay more than the last guy. And eventually, somebody's got to be left holding the bag for anybody to profit from this. Somebody has to suffer. And so, something I'm seeing more and more now with meme coins is the injection of utility. That now what exists in the meme space is definitely still tons of just memes, but now they're using this meme coin system to create something that actually does produce something of value. And they're not just meme coins, that they're actually, you're investing in some product or something. Like I have a few like that, like PNP and Xeris Coin, Hasako Cat, where it's like it's doing more than just existing as like a speculative Ponzi scheme.
There needs to be some sort of value, and the value can be as simple as a safe communal place to store funds that aren't getting hyperinflated. And so, like, if there's a safe coin that you can put your money into and then spend back and forth and then put your paycheck back in there, it's just a digital space where you feel comfortable leaving your money. That's a service in itself, and everybody's getting a small fee in Solana when they get traded if they're holding it or whatever. So it doesn't have to be some big, like, life-changing value. The difference being, like, recently when that whole 4 different companies, the AMD and NVIDIA, traded between those other 2 companies, nothing was generated. They just gave some money to this company, they gave it to this company, and just the movement of that same cash increased the
that's like
the stock demand, and nothing was actually generated. And then
that's like how you used to be able to just like move crypto from one exchange to the other because there was more liquidity on this exchange. And
that was arbitrage of like there actually being a different price there because of it, with the demand was higher. But this is just literally like screwing the stockholders over by knowing that the trade was happening and being able to sell shares at the higher price while they were getting pushed in, and then driving people in because they saw a price increase where they were trading it. So it did get more people in, but then it just kind of trapped them because the price is going up, but it didn't go up because they added value. It went up because of speculation.
Right. And
You know
that's
what I mean?
the entire economy now, speculation. It's all been casinofied.
Yeah.
And now you can even like now there's like Kalshi and Polymarket where they have gamblified just like the weather. And even just like what is the president going to talk about? You can invest in. You can buy a fucking prediction market contract or whatever they call it so that's not, they don't call it gambling. So it is. I mean, that's also another way you can do podcasting. Like if you want to be an entrepreneur, like obviously there's always the tried and true, just file for disability if you want to make money for yourself without having to answer to an employer. There's podcasting. There's all your entrepreneurial things you could do. And then it does seem like the powers that be are trying to encourage everyone to, they're basically saying, look, you're not going to find financial independence or financial freedom or upward mobility working a fucking job anymore. We made sure of that. However, maybe you could gamble your way to financial freedom.
But even
Well,
those aren't safe.
that's another
I'm pretty
strategy,
convinced, and this will come out in the future, but I am pretty convinced that the blockchain is all 100% tracked by artificial intelligence right now. The money is all 100% tracked in not the meme coins where there's not enough financial incentive, but Bitcoin, Ethereum, the larger coins and spaces, whatever, 100% tracked and manipulated by AI, so you cannot beat it, and you don't have enough money to manipulate it on your end. So they literally just they can sell and lose a ton to liquidate other people to lose money, and then pump it back up and make a bunch of money from
That's
buying it
what
at the
this
bottom.
fucking Wintermute, one of this big market maker Wintermute. That's what they're saying they've been doing, is just like purposefully fucking tanking the market so that they can hold on to being able to manipulate it. I do that's why I never, dude. My whole approach with anything is just like, how do I secure my own bag and then fuck off? Like I never thought for a second that crypto. I mean, the ideals of it, like, yeah, it's all well and good. It's a nice idea, this decentralized whatever. But I was like, they ain't gonna let us do that. They ain't gonna let that happen. And so I just gotta figure out how do I turn money into more money, and then I can just like take care of myself. Because yeah, I mean, it would be nice if crypto actually operated the way that was promised. But they just ain't gonna let us have that. They ain't gonna let you do that.
It does, but you have to be careful to say that. So, like, Bitcoin Cash is one of the few communities that I see that stayed pretty stable through this, and I've been a big, you know, saying a lot of positive stuff about of Bitcoin Cash over the years. But anyways, we've done almost 7 hours. I'm exhausted. I'm too old
So fucking
to stay
tired.
up all night.
We gotta stop doing next week. We gotta do like at the most 3 hours next week. We can't keep doing this shit.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Good talk, everybody. Highs and lows, and